Make it clap. Welcome to Sierra Comic Con Virtual Expo 2025. We're so excited to have you here today. We're working with Comics Wellsprings, Metal Ninja Studios, and obviously Sierra Nova Comics, and we're so excited to get this year going. We're going to be having so many amazing panels today. We're going to be talking about the future of comics. We're going to talk about legal. We're going to talk about how to take comics and bring them to the big screen and much more. So stay tuned.
Boom. That was awesome. Look at that. We had a whole intro and everything.
Yeah.
That was pretty exciting. Welcome to Sierra Nova Comic Con 2025 Virtual Expo Extravaganza. It's been hectic. We're trying to get everything set up last second, but it's been super exciting. And we're going to be jumping right into stuff because obviously we had a nice little intro. So the very first panel that we are going to be discussing today is going to be From Page to Screen, Comic and Prose Adaptation to Film, TV, and Games. And so we're going to start welcoming up our guests. First, we've got Joel Rodriguez. Joel, tell us a little bit about yourself, just real quick. Give us 10 seconds.
I'm the CEO of Metal Ninja Studios. We have a done-for-you service called Concept to Comic, where we specialize in adaptations, taking existing IP and turning them into comics.
Excellent. And next up, we have Anna Peterson.
Hi. Yeah. I'm Anna Peterson. I kind of got my start in comics probably somewhere around 2018. Before that, I actually did a lot of scripts for I wrote a lot of scripts for TV and film that kind of ended up getting translated into comics, and now I'm kind of working with some of my comic ideas going back to film and TV. So just kind of excited to talk about the differences between all of those for today's panel.
Very exciting. And next we have Jonathan Medici.
Medici, close enough.
Medici?
Medici, yeah. Thanks,
Medici,
man.
got it. There we go.
Pleasure to meet you guys. Yeah, I'm the writer-creator of the graphic novel Eric. I also have a terminal degree in feature film writing and been a screenwriting professor at a top 5 film school for over a decade. So I have some experience with adapting things either way.
Very cool. And now we have, I'm not going to even attempt. Is it Xing?
Yeah, Jing, yeah.
Jing, yes. Okay, nailed it. Awesome. And a little bit about yourself.
Thanks for having me. I'm Jing Zhen. I'm the president of Phantom Blade Productions, and I'm also the artist and writer and publisher and creator of Symphonic Verses, which is coming to streaming. And it's a graphic novel series that I started publishing 31 years ago.
Awesome. Cool. And now, Joel, you're going to be the one that's going to be heading this up. I'm going to be in the background moving people around as they speak, but I want you guys to have fun, and yeah, we'll see you on the other side. Welcome to the panel.
All right, so how's everyone doing?
Great, thank you.
Okay.
So we have a wide range of expertise here. From my introduction, we do comic book adaptations. For example, that one, where is it? There, Dragon Era. That is a novel that we are adapting into comics. And one thing that I love about doing adaptations with my team is protecting the faithfulness to the IP. One thing that I think would be a very interesting conversation for us to talk about here would be as we're moving between different mediums, whether that is novels, comics, film, animation, etc., what do you guys think about the current trend in adaptations of we're just going to take the IP, do whatever we want with it. We don't even care what the source material was. Jing, you mentioned that you're currently going through an adaptation, so I'd love to talk about your experience as it relates to protecting the faithfulness to your IP.
Sure. So I think one of the things that can be easily kind of misinterpreted is that, number one, at the end of the day, it's like that saying, whoever has the gold, they make the rules. So when you're dealing with networks and you're dealing with production companies, depending on the contract that you have with them, that greatly impacts your involvement with the series. For myself, because I'm the creator and the writer and the artist of the comic series, I am the lead writer for the show. I am one of the executive producers, and I am also one of the lead art directors, so that my vision of how I created this world and this story can stay as faithful to my original, creation. Yes, there are things that are going to change. There are things that I wanted to do with the show, and the network executives had other ideas, and so it really is it's a give and take kind of thing, and it's a very delicate balance. And I think sometimes creators, they're eager and they want to say, no, I'm not going to do this because I would never change anything. But again, it goes back to, once you reach that level, it's like in The Wizard of Oz, you're no longer enamored by the illusion of the wizard. See, now you're behind the curtain, so you see the inner workings of what makes TV and film and these things function. And it's not about you, it's about what can we do collectively to bring this vision to life so that people can enjoy it. And even though, yeah, I'm the creator and I made all of this stuff, there are things you have to say, yes, I can do that. And then there are things they're going to say, no, we can't do that. And you just have to work with it. And that's, that's really how it functions from the business side into the creative side. And so you have to just be flexible and be able to understand that everything that maybe you want or hope or what, it's not going to exactly be that, but you have to look at the bigger picture and say, okay, I want to show, or do I want to be finicky about every detail and then there's no show? So that's what I have found. My experience is those things is the kind of agreement you have, understanding that there will be some alterations, but if you can have a form of a voice, that's what you work with.
That's a great answer. And you gave me something that I want to circle back to. But before we do that, I want to give Anna and Jonathan an opportunity to chip in. Do you guys have anything you'd like to add to that?
I think just really kind of, excuse me, carrying off that. Yeah, it's really important to, when you're working with expanding it into film and television, being able to let go of some of your idea. Like I think one of the hardest things that takes a lot of experience to really learn is learning, okay, what can I adjust? What can I what's going to go? It is a lot of letting go of control. So, and film is very collaborative, and comics are too, but they can be just one person's vision, whereas film, really, that's not. It's a very collaborative process. So yeah, I think definitely I did a lot of PA work for like smaller projects that had very small budgets, and yeah, there was a lot of people that I've worked with that didn't want to like let go of any of their ideas and wanted things done very much their way. And I think definitely getting into film and movies, when you come from a comic background, you really have to learn like what do I need to keep, what is vital, and what can I kind of let other people kind of make some changes to, because sometimes the changes people make is actually better than the idea that you had in the beginning. So it's just kind of really learning to work in that collaborative process for sure.
Jonathan, you have anything?
I could probably talk about this for 5 hours, so happy to add. I think the advice so far has been like very practical, boots on the ground kind of business stuff. I could go kind of to add to that. I would just say that, all these different mediums, they're exactly that. So a comic book isn't a one-to-one movie, a movie isn't a comic book, and vice versa. So like if you're adapting for television or films in particular, I would say like there's multiple levels to this, and it's like who you're working with, what's their ego, do they want their vision on the screen versus, that's one issue. But so kind of base level, I think for most of us creators, like do the work to understand what film is and how it functions structurally. So like, I mean, if you're constructing whatever, a lot of this is semantics, but if you're using 3-act structure, 4-act structure, sequencing, whatever it may be, sequencing is what you see in most Marvel movies and shows like that, where it's these blocks of about 10 to 15 minutes of rising action with a culmination twist and sends you off on your way. You have to look at what you're adapting to fit that structure. So as best or as difficult as that may be for like the actual creator of an individual project, sometimes that means things that you think are vital, characters that you absolutely must see have this arc and this whatever, in like a 2-hour movie, it's not going to have sufficient screen time, or it's not going to function correctly, and some of those things need to go away, or characters need to be combined. If your goal is to make the best possible movie, or if you're just trying to do this one-to-one adaptation of what you have, it might not fit into that structure. So there's a give and take on both sides. I think doing your best to kind of understand, like, do the work to know what movies are, like they're or a TV show is, and how it functions. And, you know, for an episode of Invincible, you got 50 minutes. Like, okay, how are we going to get whatever it may be? Is it a full novel, graphic novel? Is it a trade paperback? Is it, you know, a one-off issue? Like, how's that going to fit into the structure? You gotta make that work. So yeah, I think that would be probably the advice I would give to a creator. It's like, it's not exactly one-to-one. There are some like pretty close one-to-one adaptations that we've seen over the years. Like Watchmen was, except for the ending, was like, you know, pretty dang faithful and pretty incredible. But other times you got to see some things get changed to actually turn it into a movie or a show.
So with a lot of what you all are saying is there's a give and a take as you go from medium to mediums. You can do certain things in one medium that you can't do in others. One of my favorite things to talk about with comics is it's one of the only mediums where you can show two different trains of thought at the same time using captions and thought balloons. You can't do that in any other medium. So with that, what do you think are the strengths that people should lean towards in each respective medium? If we look at novels, comics, films, animation. So Jing, we'll start with you.
I mean, I think it's important to understanding storytelling is really important, because if you just throw things out there on the page, it might not translate the right way, and so it's really good to understand your story, not the concept of it, but to really know it as if it's this organic living thing that already exists. And then when you're looking at a comic where you can show certain things, like I think about my own series, there are a lot of things that I have in the comics that I know won't be in the TV show, but I know there are things that won't be in the TV show that I can put into the comics, so that when you see it, you're getting the full picture of both perspectives. And so I think it's important to really, storytelling is so important, so that you don't get so lost in translation that it becomes something that people can't relate to or understand, or that none of that is ever useful. So I think that's something that's important to really have a grasp on.
Anna, Jonathan? Either one.
Anna, want to go ahead?
Yeah, I was just trying to think how to phrase it. Yeah, I think it is, really important for sure to understand what the strengths of every medium is. Even when you're looking at things like film and television, adapting it from a comic, you still adapt TV differently than you adapt film, and just understanding how the flow of your story works, what playing up to the strengths of the medium, definitely, for sure. I know when I look at things like horror, the way that you handle it in comics feels very different than the way that you handle it on TV. Just because with TV you can stretch out a moment really far, whereas comics, you can definitely stretch out in comics, but you can kind of hold a shot as long as you want in things like film and TV, versus with comics, you can't really control how long somebody is looking at a panel, necessarily. I mean, obviously you can add certain details, you can control the visual aspect, but with movies or TV, they have to watch it until the next scene goes. And with comics, sometimes people read comics really fast. So it's just kind of understanding, okay, what on this page, how long would this feel in real time if you were watching it on a TV or movie? Definitely sound is very different in comics versus TV. So just knowing, this, I think one of the big strengths of film and television is the way that they can utilize sound. Obviously, you can use sound in comics too, but it's going to have a different feeling. So just kind of understanding the mechanics of how TV is going to feel when you're watching it versus how a reader is going to feel like when they're actually just reading through it. Because I know some people, they really put a lot, they look at every single panel and they take in every detail, and I think sometimes people miss it, which you can do with TV also. But just kind of understanding the timing and the tone is really a big helpful kind of part in going into that, for sure.
Yeah. So, Jonathan, what do you think would be one of the biggest strengths for each medium?
So maybe I'll approach the question from a different perspective, just to give a different kind of. I think the two answers so far have been great. I actually, you said a statement a second ago where you said that a comic book is like the only place you can have like two sets of thoughts in the same. So I don't want to push back or disagree, but I would say that that's not necessarily true. Like
Okay.
maybe we haven't seen it, but in terms of film and television, like it's all about the execution. Like probably a fourth wall break like wasn't seen by 20th Century Fox as a good idea, and now the 3 of the 5 highest grossing rated R movies of all time have fourth wall breaks all the time, right? In Deadpool and Wolverine, or Deadpool, excuse me. So I think to kind of give a counterpoint to, so we're not an echo chamber, but I would say you can, once you have your screenplay or your teleplay or whatever it may be, like executed correctly and on the macro level, the story itself functions, like your framing mechanism or the way it appears on the screen can actually be whatever you want it to be. So like you can have somebody on a phone call with like thought bubbles on a television show, but I don't know that we've necessarily seen that. I think we have seen kind of versions of that. And in that sense, you could split your screen in half and have 2 perspectives, and that could be very comic booky. So I think there are strengths to both. Like you can absolutely do that in comics, but I think the execution can be done in television and in film. So I would say it's more about the creative producer and the director in that point. And then also, in addition to that, it's like if let's just say you're an aspiring screenwriter or you have a graphic novel or vice versa, and you're trying to adapt the medium, what advice I would give them, in like if they ask me this question, I would say, think less about the gimmick, the framing mechanism of the way in which you're telling your story, and think more about the actual story itself and how it functions, like from beginning to end. Because if your story is predicated on like a gimmick like that, and that's the only thing that makes it engaging, it's only going to last for so long. Your audience won't stay engaged for more than 10 to 15 minutes. However, if your story is awesome with or without that, like they're going to be on board. So then when you layer in that really cool like framing mechanism, the story just pops even more. So it's like, would Deadpool be great without Ryan Reynolds kind of looking at the camera and saying, well, that's poor writing, right? Or something like that. It probably would, because the story is actually really good. It's like, it's grounded in his love for his girlfriend. In the second film, he's trying to, die when he can't so he can be with his girlfriend. And the third movie, it's more about Wolverine's journey, to be honest. But like the stories stand without any kind of framing mechanism that you try to implement. So maybe that's a different way to answer your question. Think about having a really dynamic story that tracks well for television, tracks well for features. And then if you're creative enough and have a director and whatever, maybe a showrunner, a director, whatever it's going to be that you're working with, can see the same vision, I think you can actually execute that stuff.
No, that was a great response, and I appreciate the pushback. I love discussions like that. So by all means, keep pushing. So following the theme of proper execution, what would you think, and this is open to anyone on the panel, what do you think are prime case study examples of successfully executed adaptations across the mediums that anyone thinking about pursuing an adaptation can look to as a model of it done right?
I think there's a lot of examples. I think the one that's like right now and personally one of my favorites is Invincible. I think that show is just on point. I think it works really well. I'm the guy trying to check in every week to see the show. Can't wait for season 4 and hope it gets here soon. In the feature space, I'll never forget my like the visceral response I had when I was in first time I watched the feature in an IMAX was when I watched Watchmen, and I was in the first highest top row. Like I had like vertigo. I was like, man, this is crazy. And he came in and he throws it. Everyone knows the iconic opening scene to Watchmen, and I was like, this is gonna be the greatest movie I've ever seen. So there's definitely examples. I mean, even from like book to feature, Forrest Gump, I believe, was called like the unadaptable, and that movie is it's perfection. I mean, that movie is awesome. So there's definitely tons of examples. It's just kind of, maybe for me, the best way I would say to or try to answer this question, it would be like for each individual creator, what are you trying to accomplish? And then like find an example of that. Say like look at the two things. Say like my favorite comic book of all time is Invincible, and my favorite show. Like look at that and then use that as your example. That's your learning tool. And then the opposite is the equal and opposite is also true. Like if you've watched something that you think is really bad, and I actually give this advice to like my screenwriters. It was a novel. It was a book. So I believe it was a book. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. The equal and opposite is true, right? So often, like when we're trying to be young writers and aspiring writers, we can look at a masterpiece pretty like easily, right? So we say, this is the greatest thing ever. I'm going to do exactly that. The issue is that you don't see the nuanced details and the actual like layers upon layers upon layers of layers of like expertise in that. So the equal and opposite is true. Like you can look at stuff done really, really poorly and identify problems with that like immediately, and then you can implement that into your adaptation or your work. Be like, oh, this is the cool. Here's an example. I was writing a screenplay like 15 years ago or something like that, and I thought I was writing this like Marine sniper like movie that was the greatest thing of all time. And then I saw the Mark Wahlberg, I think it's called Shooter or something like that, and the exact scene that I just written was like on in the movie. I was like, oh, that didn't work that well. So like immediately I could adapt and like change in real time. So look at both things and use that as a creator to kind of implement your vision as best you can. This is, a lot of this stuff is really hard and takes a lot of expertise. So do the work, like look at stuff, find examples, and see if you can learn from them.
So Anna, are there any examples of adaptations, this may be a controversial question, that you think could have been done better?
I know there are, but when I was trying to come up with some while you were talking, and I think you'd have to come back to me on that one. I know that there are, and I know that I have seen them, but I'm racking my brain trying to remember a good example, and I just can't right now. But
personally, one adaptation that actually went from animation to film that I cannot stand is the live-action Avatar movie. Avatar: The Last Airbender. And I think one of the largest flaws with that was a mismatch in really the length. Trying to take 3 seasons, or technically a full season of TV, and cram it into an hour-and-a-half movie. There was a lot of disconnect between what it should have been versus what it ended up being. So without diving too far into hypotheticals, I would like to keep this action oriented so that anyone watching this can take lessons and learn from it. If a creator is put in a situation, like Jing, this may be a good one for you. If a creator is put in a situation where a studio is looking at a long form story and they want to take it and put it into a short form medium such as a film, at what point does the creator say, as much as I love this medium, it may not be the best fit, so I should probably keep looking? Because I imagine when you're starting to talk to producers, there's a lot of anxiety and emotion that gets built up. So at what point should a creator be willing to say, now is not the right time?
I mean, I think you have to be honest with yourself and be ready to accept that this may not work. You know, there are so many things when it comes to, again, TV. It's their business is to make money, so they make things that make money. That's really all it is. So they're not interested. The businessmen at the networks and these film companies, they're not interested in the creativity. What interests them are the zeros, and how many are we going to get? How many markets are we going to get into? The distribute. I mean, there's a whole that it is a completely other world onto itself when it comes to that. And so I think it's important to be able to say, you know, I would love to do this, but if taking that and condensing it just to get it made, just so that it could be like, okay, well, we made the movie, but a lot of movies are made, and then if it's not something that resonates, it just kind of falls off, and it might have a few fan bases that cling to it, but for the most part, it's one of the things that comes and goes. But if you do something like, here is a prime example, and I don't say this to step on anybody's toes about anything, but I feel, me personally, I feel one of the greatest adaptations ever was Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. Now, yes, there were many things that were left out that he could not put in the films, because he said it himself one day. He said, if we put everything in the way the professor had wrote it, each movie would be over 10 hours long. And that's just not feasible for business, for film that way. Who wants to sit for 10 hours in a movie theater? I get it might seem fun, but it's not like at home where you can just kind of watch things on streaming. The opposite of what I feel is a very large missed opportunity is the Rings of Power. I'm not saying that they're not trying to do their job, but they're trying to put too much of their own opinions into the professor's work. And it's not about what they want. It's about, if we know this is how this world looks, I don't need to say, well, I know it looks like this, but I'm going to change it to this. No, we have to try to keep it as balanced to what was there as possible. And so that comes back to, do I want to make something just for the sake of saying I made this? Or do you want to make something that will last and have sustainability? And like Jonathan brought out, look at Invincible. Look how successful it is, season after season. That's why, because they have perfected the formula. And those are the things that, again, many of the things that over the years creators have asked me about is, well, I saw this and I just want to do that. But it's not about copying what they did. Like he said, there is a nuance to things that you don't know unless you have experience. But once you understand that, you realize, okay, what can I learn from this? What can I take away from it? Like Jonathan pointed out earlier, that's the key. And so to say, well, I would like to have this show, okay, but if it's going to come at the cost of it not being what it could be, that's where you have to say, hey, this is cool, but I don't think this is going to work right now. And again, it's just business. It's transactional business all the way across the board about what can we do to get these deals, get it made, get it produced, get it distributed, get it into international markets. And so everything is a deal on top of another deal. And so if it's not going to work, instead of going through all of that, just say, hey, I appreciate it, and have enough humility to realize this won't work this way. but the right pieces will come together at the right time, and then you move forward from there.
Oh, that was a great answer. Thank you. Anna, coming back to you, different question, unless you have an answer for that one.
The only thing I did think of, just because I saw it really recently, a lot of times I feel like there's just this expectation of adapting something like a comic or a book into a movie. It's like there's still this like attitude of like, oh, the book or the comic was better because you were able to kind of expand on characters a little bit more. You can have a little bit more detail than you can in TV and film. And I'd seen it before, but I recently rewatched Ghost World, which was originally a comic, and it's actually one of the few times that I think it was able to be adapted to from a comic to a movie that I actually think they did a better job than the comic. Because the comic, when I do like it, it's just when I was reading it, it's incredibly bleak, which it kind of is supposed to be, and the characters are kind of intentionally really unlikable and self-centered. But I feel like the movie kind of took those elements and they did still have sort of this bleak tone, and the characters were very flawed, but it felt like it took the pieces of that and really fleshed it out and really gave it just a lot more depth. And they did that by cutting out a lot of characters and really focusing on just kind of expanding a few. So I think you can definitely make a really great adaptation going from comics to film and TV. Sometimes it's just taking the parts of the comic that are crucial, and then you can kind of put your own spin on it. Sometimes even too, I feel like the characters in the movie were much more relatable and everything. So I think there are instances where you can take comics and then make it into a live action TV or movie that sometimes can even step up the game a little bit.
And which one did you say that was?
Ghost World. It's not like
Ghost World.
It's not a Marvel or DC.
Yeah, I hadn't seen it, so I want to circle back to it later. Okay, so the next question that I have is really for each of you. All of you have approached adaptations in some way from a vastly different perspective, whether starting in comics, moving to film, starting in film, moving to comics, and etc. So with that, if you were sitting in front of a new creator, or we'll say yourself 10 years ago, and you could give one piece of advice to yourself 10 years ago, what would that advice be? Jonathan, we'll start with you.
Why'd I have to go first? No. Advice I would give myself 10 years ago.
I already picked on the other two.
Yeah, this one's tricky. It actually needs a second to think about it. I'm having a therapy moment, looking in the mirror and trying to reflect on all the horrors of my last decade. No, I'm kidding. What would I tell myself 10 years ago? I would actually, I think it's kind of been echoed, but oh man. As a creator, I think most of the stuff would be business related, to be honest, because the passion for storytelling for a new creator, I would say, do the work to actually learn the craft, right? Like, for better or worse, we all have really, really good ideas, but really great ideas, and then translating it down to the page, whatever medium it is, novels, short stories, poetry, movies, screenplays, teleplays, graphic novels, comic books, whatever it is. Like there are things you can learn that are needed to really to execute those things really well. So like invest the time. Like there's no real shortcuts here. I've had plenty of people send me like comic, I want to write a comic, and they'll send it to me, and they're resistant to notes. They don't want like feedback. They're just assured of themselves that this one draft that they've done in a day and a half is like perfection. And it's like, that's probably, if that's the approach you want to take, it's probably not going to be like whatever it is you're trying to make is probably not going to be the best version of itself. So like, be patient. Things take a ton of time. And then on the other side of it, like, I think this was mentioned earlier, but like our consumable as creatives are books, shows, whatever it may be. So there is like a business element of it. So when you're interacting with whoever it is that you're going to be working with, let's just say you're working with, a Boom or an IDW or something like that, they have to know that they're going to be able to, they can't just sink their own ship without being able to like have ROI, return on investment, where they're actually doing something that's keeping their business afloat. So that's often where a lot of the kind of issues can arise, and this kind of dovetails back into your last question, like when does a creator need to push back? I mean, this is the brutally honest answer. It's like, what's the size of the check, right? Because like if a studio or something says, hey, we're taking this from you, if Marvel or DC or Warner Brothers says, get out of our way, like you don't, and you're a creator and it's like, oh, I need to make a living, like you kind of step aside and you can't really pick and choose those battles. So like understand your craft and then get really like invested in creating the most dynamic story as possible. And then maybe the last element of it would be to identify your audience. So like when Marvel or Warner Brothers is trying to make a TV show or a movie, they're trying to hit everybody. So when you're trying to hit everybody, like you can't be nuanced. Like you can't make a horror movie because you're immediately down to 20% of the population that's going to go see that. So understand your audience and like know who you're writing towards. That could probably help, at least on the other side of it, like when you're coming out with your story, like knowing where to take it, knowing who's going to enjoy it, knowing your audience. So yeah, probably wasn't the best answer to your question, but yeah, I'd probably give myself all that information like probably more like 15 years ago, but I don't know. Hopefully that answered your question. Sorry, it was brutal.
You did good under the pressure.
Can we clip that, please? This isn't live, is it? Oh,
all right, Jing, your turn. What would you tell yourself 10 years ago based off of the experiences you've had so far?
I think 10 years, it wouldn't work for me that way, only because, I mean, the first copy of my book that I made and sold was in 1995 in front of a 7-Eleven. So and back then, there wasn't print on demand. There were so many things that weren't like they are today. And I had to print it like on the paper on 4 sides and trim it by hand. It was terrible. It was awful. And I still have one of the original kinds. Terrible, just awful. But for any creator who's starting out, I would encourage them to never give up. Never give up on, if you want to tell your story, that's what you have to do. But you have to be willing to take the hits that will come with it, the failures, the setbacks. I am living proof that if you stay the course, things can happen in ways that you've never expected. I got rejected 200 times by every comic publisher in the industry, except Marvel and DC, because they don't do that kind of stuff. But all the other publishers I went to again and again and again, and nothing, just no, all the way around. Part of it was because I learned art from Korean, Chinese, and Indonesian art experts. So my art looks more like a Hong Kong comic than it does a Western art. It doesn't look like a Western style comic. And so that was one thing. But I knew what I wanted for my story. And so I just kept telling the story that I knew I needed to tell. And then one day I meet a guy who messages me. He asked me about some artwork that I had, and I didn't know who he was. And he told me to call him Monday at exactly 3. I do that. Long story short, it's the film company. And they're like, you have 30 seconds, pitch it to us. And I thought I was being pranked. And I'm saying that to say, just to give context to why you have to stay the course. I couldn't get publishers to publish it. Yet I'm on the phone with a film company and they're saying that they want to turn it into a TV show. I didn't set out to do that. That wasn't my intention. I just wanted to tell my story. But I'm saying all that to say, see, you have to realize that before things evolve, there is going to be a whole lot of disappointment, and that's just the reality. You're not going to have the instant success. You're not going to have it instantly turns into a brand that's recognizable, that anybody in the world can know. It's going to go through a lot of different things. You're going to go through a lot of different things, but you have to, if you love storytelling and creativity, you will stick it out, and you just keep your head down, you keep learning, you keep honing your craft, and you keep putting it out there, and you don't give up. And that's the thing I would tell creators. Don't give. I see people post sometimes, they made one thing and it didn't work and they're ready to throw in the towel. But if you really want this, you're gonna fight for it. So you have to just be dedicated, and you kind of have to have this unbendable will towards the setbacks that will come, and then you just keep going forward, and that is ultimately gonna shape how the final product of what you're trying to do comes out. I hope that made sense. I'm sorry.
No, that was perfect. It actually reminds me of a quote that I heard not too long ago, and it was talking about dreams that people have in business, both within creative and without. And it says that most people, they think that they overshoot their goals when really they undershot their time horizon, because most people will overestimate what they can do in a year, but they underestimate what they can do in 10. So that's why I'm a big fan of this 10 years ago question, because it gives those people a perspective into, you never know where you're going to be in 10 years. So keep going. I love your answer, Jing. Anna, what about you? What advice would you give yourself 10 years ago?
I think in terms of the creative process, I would tell my younger self, you should bounce your ideas off of the like type B personality friends that you have, all of their creativity, and you should work with more people who have a type A personality where they know how to get things done. Because I think I definitely would work with a lot of people who had these really big creative ideas, but they either never got them executed or they tried to execute them and it just kind of fell apart because they didn't put the time and effort into all of the work, all of the practical work that goes into things. So I think definitely aligning yourself with somebody who knows how to be organized, who knows how to pivot if something doesn't work. And yeah, I feel like a lot of people who have a type B personality, they're really passionate and you can really get taken in by that. But I think looking back, I would definitely be a little bit more careful about like, okay, is this person, they have a really great idea, but they aren't able to really organize themselves in a way that's ever going to make it happen, or are they going to be able to make this a reality? And then the other one, I think I would definitely tell my younger self. I think you have to tell this to yourself, not just when you're younger, but you have to keep telling it to yourself, is when you get into these spaces where there's a lot of like big names or people who have been doing this for a really long time, just reminding them, you deserve to be here too. Like, it can get really intimidating really fast. So I think definitely just not letting that environment kind of intimidate you out of shooting your shot, basically.
No, that's great. And I think if I was going to answer my own question, I would kind of mirror all of you and say, as a creative, don't be afraid of business, because most creatives get into the creative industries because they want to tell their stories in whatever medium that is. But every medium is a business. And you as a creative need to learn how to sell, how to market, how to do all of the various business related tools. And the more you fight against it, you're not hurting anyone other than yourself and your story. So if you want your story to reach the widest audience, understanding business is the best way to make sure that everyone can experience the greatness of your story in whatever medium that is. So we only have a couple minutes left, and with that, I want to pass it back around, and everyone just say where people can find you, what you're working on next, and how people can get in touch. I'm not going to put anyone up first because I got yelled at last time I did that.
I can go first. I'm at symphonicverses.com or Symphonic Verses anywhere on Instagram and Facebook. It's XIMPHONICVERSUS.com. You type that in and it pops up anywhere online, and that's where they can reach me through any of the socials or directly from the website.
I can go next, I guess. You can find me, easiest to find me on Instagram. Got my handle down there. And yeah, I'm currently, I've got issue 1 of my story out, Book of Rifters, and I was planning on having the 2nd issue out this winter. I'm hoping early 2026, but I will definitely be announcing on Instagram when it's coming out and how you can get a hold of it.
There's my IG handle. You can follow me on Instagram, Jonathan Medici 7. Try to do updates on the release of, well, not the release, it's all printed. These are metal books, they're a little hard to see, but you can grab a copy of Eric, which is my first graphic novel. Or you can go directly to the comics website, which is just comicavalon.com, and grab a book there. The website's still kind of being updated at the moment, so I apologize, it's a little step behind. But yeah, feel free to DM me on Instagram, or from the website, there's an email address that you can email me if you need something. But yeah, talk about business stuff. Yeah, the social media aspect of it is definitely not my forte. It's more hopefully executing creative stuff. But yeah, those are the spots you can find me.
And you can find me at the most recently launched, we actually just launched today, the Concept to Comic Academy, which is our educational platform dedicated to teaching creatives how to make comics as well as how to make money making comics. If you're interested in discussing the contents of this panel and upcoming panels, we have an entire section of threads dedicated to discussing the SNCC panels. So head over to metalninjastudios.com/academy and then connect with people there. Nice. All right. Thank you, guys. I think that wraps up our panel for today. We are right on time, so Dylan will be happy with me, I hope. So with that, thank you all for attending. Thank everyone for watching, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the SNCC 2025 Virtual Expo.
Nice to meet you all.
Pleasure.
And
Dylan, you're muted.
Dang it, I did it. Somebody told Greg he knew he was muted, and then I was muted. That was an awesome panel. I'm in the background. I was just telling Greg, I'm so glad I got touchscreen because I'm like bouncing around, trying to like move people around really quick. That was super fun. But no, that was awesome to hear all of that from you. I just wanted to take a second to round of applause because I forgot we had that sound button. But super awesome. We're going to make sure to grab everybody's links later, and we're going to put these into posts. So already. Send us all of your anywhere you want to broadcast, and we'll make sure to get those up in the socials. Cool. Well, thank you, everybody. Let's see. I want to pull up the panel list over here. Some stuff going on. Where is it over here? Oh, there it is. I've got like 2 windows with 8,000 windows in them. Yeah, next up is actually going to be our, it's going to be a interview with Dan Hill, or Dan Hills. I always do that because you got the S. Dan Hills with Brandon Blocksdorf. And so we're going to be getting that stuff set up. But definitely stick around. We've got tons more panels for today. Very excited to see what's next. But again, thank you everybody for coming, and yeah, we'll see you. We'll see you later. Make sure you go watch the other panels with us and leave some comments and make people and be like, haha. Awesome. Cool. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Take
Thanks,
care.
guys.
Take care.
Bye bye.
Oh, one second. There we go. Got it. All right. Sweet. So, Greg, make sure if to get that stuff. You got that video set up?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. We're gonna pull that stuff up. And actually, what time is it? Where's the calendar over here?
9 minutes.
We could probably pull that up now. Actually, that would be fine, and that'll give us a little bit of leeway.
Okay.
Cool. Cool. Here we go. Let's.
Hello, welcome. This is a very special segment of Inspired Inc. I'm so excited because we have a lot of news. We have a lot of advancements, a lot of new things happening with the company, and it all includes you, the creators. So for the special little info panel, we brought on the CEO of Comics Wellspring, my boss, Dan Hills of Comics Wellspring. Dan, how are you today?
Good. Boss is a pretty I don't really like that name.
How about great
friend?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've been friends much longer than I guess coworkers in that sense.
Technically weird coming from you. Yeah, no. No, I'm doing great. Just a lot of work, a lot of things in motion, a lot of pressures, but all for a extremely huge and valuable reason. Payoff for both the community, I believe the industry, and for everyone here in this community directly with the CWS network. So I can't be too too down and out about how much work is being done, but it's all good for a good purpose.
I love that. I mean, let's dive into that a little bit. CWS has always been a very creator focused company. And so, what has changed as we enter the realm of POD? And how did this evolution kind of happen and get us to this point?
Yeah, well, I guess I'll start with the second part of that. How it started. I think it was really something that I've been kind of chewing on since this old fractional CMO days. I mean, I've always known that the opportunity for a book of one from a creator point of view, and myself included, was something to strive for. I mean, inventory, minimum thresholds, especially many years ago. You see it a lot more common lower quantity thresholds today, but I always knew that the book of one is really where we wanted to go, especially when you're kind of solving for some of those nuanced problems. But it was always kind of like the technology and the production technology wasn't really, I guess, integrated too much with the comic book space. And I noticed that, and I thought it's absolutely a necessity, but there's more to it than just allowing creators a book of one, option. There was a lot of other things that we needed to factor in to really make this bigger and better than just lowering the minimum threshold. So that's really what this whole evolution is about, and we can dive into some of those practical and tactical details and what this means for the creators, and really we can shine a light on like when all this happens and how is it happening and who does it affect and stuff. But for the most part, it is going to have a positive effect on our whole business model, the creators. Really, it stems from the idea of like, how can we really, at the end of the day, how can we really increase the margin for the creator in the middle? Because you have and personally, looking at the industry from the outside, you have a lot of hands in the cookie jar and a very small margin for comics in general, from a creator and a seller. So I wanted something that could actually have a positive effect on everything, but also bring great price points to the table. And this is really, this is really one of the value proposition, or I guess the values of being just a comic book focused printer. Um, One thing that we know in manufacturing is the more volume, the lower the price, and that is really good for us because all we do is comics. Everything's kind of in the same range of production, and specs on the book. So it was easy to kind of like, okay, leverage the amount of volume and access the best prices, and share that savings to the creator. And that the whole model was about that because I mean the philosophy is simple. if a creator if the creator makes more money because their margins are better, they're inclined to create more. They're inclined to, keep pushing on and create more and output more, and that just feeds the ecosystem. And that was really kind of the driving engine behind it.
And that's so interesting too, because this now affects the entire industry. And this goes from, anyone who has a file ready can print a comic. So this impacts from, publishing, crowdfunding, and everything in between that, from
Yeah.
distribution to accessibility for creators. We're giving more accessibility to creators with equality, with options. And so was this part of the vision when you're thinking up print on demand, to kind of shake things up a little bit, to finally get the industry to evolve and do more? And
Yeah.
how
Yeah.
does how does
Yeah.
CWS, plan on ensuring quality from production to customer service that we provide as well with that big
Yeah.
switch up?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, a huge, I mean, two big important factors were put into play when thinking about this, and like how we can strategize on like bringing it to the market and like really making it the biggest impact. And two big focuses were technology, like really focus in on technology and how does Book of One really look in the future, from manufacturing, but from a user interface too. So with all that being said, the maybe the more important factor was always like, how can we dive deeper on our focus of creator experience? Like that is and you can ask anyone on the, and everyone on the team, it's like, we have a dedicated meeting for that, because it's like, I think it's more than the cool technology and the tools and the accessibility and the supply chain and like all those things that you build into a global business or brand. It's about, how is the creator winning at the end of the day, and how easy are you making it making it for them to win. So a lot of thought has been put into, and time and effort has been put into, what does the creator experience. So with that being said, this deep focus was really like um, a look within, for us all, and like look at this operation, especially since we were required. I don't even remember, Brandon, you probably know, maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago. I
It's such
can't,
a blur at this point. Yeah, I
it's been a
guess.
blur. It's been a wild ride. But when we moved over, I mean, it, we saw a lot of flaws, and I mean, there was a lot of holes in it, and it wasn't really scalable, and we had to fix a lot of stuff, and we did do a great job. But it also gave us the time to say, whoa, like if we really want to do this and really, really want to make effect on the industry as a whole, then we got to a restructure from within, look at these things, like get our big boy pants on, and like actually look at the like procedures and processes and doing it right, for not to just grow as a small business, but evolve into a global brand, a globally recognized brand within the industry. And when we did that, it was really just taking a closer look at the creator experience, and then reverse engineering what kind of technology needs to be in place. For instance, like, okay, the Book of One is, yes, it's an awesome thing, and it's going to make huge strides for our industry. But it starts with that. Then it starts with, okay, then what about turnaround times, shipping, and like, how do we fight shipping? And if we're going into a global markets, how do we overcome overseas shipping and tariffs and all that stuff? And then it was, how do we make communications in the pipeline better? And then it all came down to, well, how do we create the greatest tech stack that can provide all these things? And that's what we spent the last year on, developing well, at least developing and mapping out. And now, it's being built. It's in the middle of being built. But there was a lot more to it. Creating a supply chain, and as you mentioned, like, how are we maintaining quality control? How are we doing that at scale? And lucky for us, we created some great partners. One in HP, we took a lot of insights and a lot of guidance from them, and we're able to kind of like get access to our indigos, and like at a global scale, and find partners in different countries that we can monitor through our systems, and we can set standard operating procedures that we built ourselves, and we can monitor them and check in on those aspects, and make sure that kind of across the board in every country things are being done seamlessly and the same. And always, like, all those decisions of those SOPs and stuff like that were always coming from a place of like, ooh, what's best for the creator. So turnaround times have to be this, quality output, color has to be this, like, so price points have to be this. So there was a, packing. Packing's a huge one. Like, I think we pride ourselves on our packing, and I'd like to say we over engineer it, which is great. I think there's nothing wrong with that, especially. Yeah. And I mean, there's only so much you can do to fight the craziness of the couriers. So we've really, over the years, it all comes back to like our deep focus for only focusing on comic creators allowed us to only focus on comic creators and their products. So it allowed us to make decisions, and especially with investing, and like myself and my partners investing into this new evolution of CWS. It was all about that. It was all about those nuances, those things we've learned and heard about, and and we always accepted so much feedback over the years, and now it's actually, we have the best response for it and what we're building. When we could dive into those details, but I think it really stemmed from that. And now it's just always keeping a focus on that, everything we're building. So, what we're tackling is our like a guaranteed turnaround times to be half of where it's at, 20, taking 25 minimum quantity to Book of One. However, we'll reward those. We're not going to lose our spunk in that space. It's just not going to be much change. Like, you're going to still see good pricing, better price. Actually, we're accessing, offset, and even dabbling in a little bit of digital web. And there's a lot more about the products that we're starting to, produce and test before we bring to the market, which is another thing. We wanted to kind of analyze some of the products and do it right from the get-go. So the point being, like, everything is from a point of like learning, like we've learned over the last decade, and we're making decisions with the creators' priorities in mind, according to like the data and the feedback that we've collectively gotten. And we're so autonomous. I feel like personally that autonomous with the industry and the creators in our community, that there's constant open dialogues. We're constantly having conversations. I mean, you have so many friends in the industry. I mean, now so many of our staff are so integrated with the industry. So that's really the focus of all this, and this is where it all stemmed from, is just a, a collective years of listening, facing trials and tribulations, finding an opportunity to answer some of those questions and solve some of those problems, because we had an opportunity, granted hard, an opportunity to rebuild this the right way. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to jump off on a really great foot going forward.
So it's exactly what you said at the beginning of the conversation. A lot of self-reflection to see what we're doing as a company, how to improve ourselves. A little self-help here is really what
Yeah.
happened with CWS. A
Yeah.
realignment, refocusing, and looking at what we do best, and that's comics. And we're sticking
Yeah.
to comics. And you wanted to see, how can we just make things better? And with making things better as a company, that's one aspect. You've taken care of the team, you've made sure everything's in place, you've ensured that we have these capabilities to do this. But then it comes back to the creators. Like, how will this be accessible to them? Are we working with other people? Are we
No.
doing it through CWS? How is some of this capable? You mentioned HP as a partner, but
Yeah.
for creator
Yeah.
access, how does that
Yeah.
go about?
Yeah. So for the Book of One print on demand, we're we set a standard, and we still operate. We still have our manufacturing, and we constantly. I mean, that's kind of our lab, if you will. Like, that's our lab where we're actually hands on. We study. We know. There's a lot of print brands out there that don't print anything, have never printed anything, and they source it, and that's okay. That's the economics of this industry, and that's fine. Uh, but I'd like to pride ourselves on, yeah, I mean, we've had over a decade of doing it ourselves. We set a standard. We had a focus. Like, we have all the greatest ingredients to create something amazing for one type of, creator. And that's who we've been talking about. But yeah, the partnerships. So allowing us access to, first off, part of our software like stack. It's like, it's important that we, have a great like network, and a vetted network, because I won't sugarcoat that, because I don't think there's anything to really hold back. There's printers in other countries. It's not like we're going to pop up a plant in the UK or EU or Australia or anything like that. Why reinvent the wheel? How about there's already technology that allows us to access those same printers, same presses, that we can monitor, like I said, in each country. But there's a process to that. It's not like, hey, you print, right, and you can print our stuff. No, there's definitely a process in it, and we create and nurture really great relationships. HP as a partner gives us the ability to connect with those partners, but also monitor and make sure that things are being standardized and as expected from the creator and the buyer. So there's one, but also we have the obvious partnerships with the digital platforms. Global Comics being one of them. We made that announcement. There's a laundry list of others that we've had conversations with, and some we're already starting the integration. But Global Comics is a very notable one, just because of how many people and are on it, and how many creators like their system. But we thought, one of those is like, well, how do we bring this awesome system, and mind you, affordable Book of One system, to the masses quickly? And that's getting with like-minded platforms that already want this for their creators, and just need kind of the experience and the plumbing, if you will, behind it to help them access. So we're working with all these platforms, and giving them access to this, but also doing things ourselves. We're never going to shy away from that, obviously. But this will definitely help accelerate global access to Book of One POD. Plus, as we start dipping into other countries, which to speak into that real quick, we'll slowly dive into, join into new more and more countries as we scale over the next year or two. So, UK, EU, as I mentioned, being one of them, Canada for sure. I mean, we'll be in Canada at the same time. We'll launch there. But some of these other countries, we're nurturing those relationships. We're seeing, okay, how could, what kind of demands there and whatnot. But that'll definitely come over time. Because I do imagine, my vision is, allowing creators to print one comic book at a time and deliver it anywhere in the world. And I think, no, sorry, I don't think, I know that's possible. Actually, I've seen it, and it's just a matter of climbing that ladder and prioritizing and figure out what's next, countries next and stuff like that. But it's going to be here, no doubt about it. And what we're building allows us to do that. So, yeah, so those are kind of our partners. Obviously, there's a laundry list of partners, but those are the kind of the big players, is these platforms. And the technology that we're building is all custom. It's all by us. So it's like I said, it's built around the creator, for the creator. Think of it like a professional, like, publisher dashboard. There's going to be a lot of cool features, and I know you're going to ask about those, but so partners are important. I mean, we're not ignoring the other partners in our industry, in our space. Comic-Cons are important, but retailers, shops, distribution is it's evolving. If you, I guess it's going through a weird growth phase, and there's a lot of disruption, a lot of crazy chaos, crazy headlines and stuff like that. But I think this presents an opportunity for us to make a better distribution system, or at least play a part in the distribution system. Like I said at the beginning of the conversation, a lot of hands in the cookie jar, and you give and take. You pay for marketing, you pay for distribution, but there's a lot of people and a lot of creators I know that want to do it themselves, and they want the same level playing field as distributors, or access to the shops, or at least getting in front of retailers and stuff like that. So it is going to be a big focus going forward, and I know that it's going to have an effect on it. It's just how aggressive we play in that realm, and and how we solve problems. First being just create the technology, deliver the book of one options, and launch what I've been working on for 2 years.
I love that. I mean, there's so much, there in general too, with the sense of, we've rebranded as a company. We've, really transformed what, the Greco days into what we've become now. And, putting up non-negotiables with these, print partners that we have to ensure that our in-house quality stays that in-house quality across the board, and that's so vital, because once you cross that threshold of global, then people get nervous, people get a little worrisome that they love our quality, they love our packaging, and they know sometimes our boxes, everyone, not everyone, I guess it ages us right now, but Ace Ventura, when he's kicking around the package at the
right
that's what I think about when books get delivered. And our packaging,
Yeah.
Really stands they can handle that, and books can get delivered safely in the
Yeah.
right spot. And now we're extending out to giving creators that struggle with crowdfunding, who maybe didn't have a successful campaign. You could still print your book now. You could still have
Yeah.
ways for your book to come to life. And it sounds like we're going to have advancements not only with our digital partners, but with our own website and our dashboard that's
Yeah.
going to be so kind of universal to
Yeah.
everybody, and probably be more pivotal than any other website you could be on as a
For
comic
sure.
book creator.
For sure. I the first part, I do want to touch on that. I commend our quality output. I mean, I will stand by it. I think there is we've done tremendous things in that. And I will be self-critical that there are plenty of things that need to be fixed or are going to be fixed during this process. There's nuances, there's little things, there's there's a lot of in-house production things that are being enhanced during this as well. There's a lot of things that we made work, and yeah, I worked out in the end, but there's better ways to do it with better output, better quality. And again, like I said, a deep focus on it. And this is one that always comes to mind because it's constantly discussed. Little things that I'm focused on that I get obsessed about is when you have a certain type of book and it doesn't lay flat, like that is something. There's two things there going on. A being being like educating and explaining why that happens or how that happens. So like I think there's a lot of room for us to chime in to guide, but also to like really, how can we get there? Like how can we do that? How can we what kind of is it certain stocks that sit better? Is it like, and again, it's fine tuning humidity and like all those little manufacturing things that are so important. But I mean, all it takes is a few people to ask about it, and it really kicks it into gear, saying like, you know what, they're saying things that a lot of people aren't saying, and we need to hold that with a lot of weight. So there are little production things that will dramatically improve. I mean, when I say we're going global and we're working with print partners and our own standards, I'm talking about our own standards juiced, like with improvements ourselves. Like it starts within. So I mean, even when we talked all staff and I told the team, it's like we're not gonna lose our spark. In fact, we're just gonna make it a lot brighter. We're gonna take the great things, and we were critical when we were doing this, weren't we? Like we're gonna take the great things that we know that we're good at, that are great, and we're gonna pour we're going to water that, and we're going to make it, give it some sunlight, and we're going to make it really grow on those values. But then we're going to look at the things that we were terrible at and really critically say, what are the things we should fix first and foremost? Again, going back to the why, the creator success, what are most important, and let's get to it. If it's practicality things like manufacturing processes and stuff, that's low hanging fruit. But there's little nuances, like there's little nuances such as the lay flat books, accessing other options for products. That's all great, but like it's really the product quality output is something that is going to be so important at scale. So we have a deep focus on that, but that starts from fixing the obvious and knowing where your weaknesses are and fixing those things, or at least moving forward to fix a lot of them that you can. What was the second part of the question? Because that one I had to speak into.
That was a moment ago, so I got so transfixed into that. I don't remember the second part, so
yeah,
we can rewatch it.
It's a passion. It's a passion of mine because, I mean, these are. I always imagine. I think I even told you a long time ago. Like, man, I want to see like creators get their books graded. Like all the creators with us get their books graded, and I want to put that as a accountability factor. Like I want that on us. I want to, I want that, and but that obsession and that focus bled over to the experience, and like, because clearly like there's so much that you can do these days, and there's so much things we could do better, that again, going back to what the creator experience, the user experience you see in other platforms in e-commerce, that's great and all, and that works, but like what are the nuanced differences for creators though? And kind of that's where we get back to that other part of the question, maybe, was the thought of like the whole concept of this dashboard. But like when I approached it, I said, okay, we have one shot, not to do a better version of our site, of our process, of our e-com, but to do the timeless one, the one that is more of, in the modern age, that really, you have CRM systems, you have all these other like professional dashboards, SaaSes, if you will, that for all these other industries. It's like comic book creators and publishers need one. They need something that is comprehensive. It's not a integration API plugin that you're just like building functions into. It's from the ground up, is built for a creator to house their business, or at least operate from having print on demand projects, to managing their orders, all that stuff. I mean, and then we're building modules, kind of the foresight, my vision for this. And I did develop the demo and the kind of the outline for it, but our own, we'll have a lot of cool features like our own reward system baked in that makes sense for us, that are really cool. I'm super stoked about that one. But also analytics and like ways to sell direct. So there will be like a way to manage all your print on demand book of ones and sell them directly, and collect those analytics. The future is like, how can we quickly integrate with some of these partnered platforms rather than the other way. Not that both are really great, but then just cool little features like that, and obviously have that traditional. So the thought process was like, how do I, like right now you build a e-commerce and then you build the user dashboard or the customer dashboard as a the back end part of it, or at least the back function, but you're always the e-com focus. As insane as it sounds, I'd say let's do the opposite. Let's start with a dashboard, focus on the best kind of professional experience dashboard, and then bake the e-com functionalities on top of it, or at least aside from it. Like it's there, but there's one way to think about building something great for a certain type of customer type is really build the thing that they want rather than what you want to sell them. And that was one of the things that was really going through my mind the whole time. So building it from the dashboard and creating some of the same but better versions of like the e-commerce site that we have. So that's really what's down the pipeline is a focus on that. We're really taking a lot of time. I'm personally involved in all the UX design, UI design. So that's really, I even said from our discussion with the teams is like from today and tomorrow, me. And I hate to demote it, but like, you got a mediocre e-commerce site that anyone could build, that anyone could really create. We're a great brand and we care about this comic book industry more than any other printer. And so we should start by building something, a tool for the creator rather than a sell sheet. And I think that's the approach and that's the mindset, and that will be the biggest value provided. Functions, features aside, all that stuff will be great, but it's really the intention behind what we're building is, I think, will bleed through, and creators will find a lot of success with that.
And I love that because every part of this conversation you have bounced back to, this is about creators' success. So we are doing this so creators have more success, from digital sales to physical sales, from the reach, from, sometimes they just have local reach. Now they'll have national to global reach.
Yeah.
Just a one step, they're going that far. And some people can't even travel, within, X amount of miles for cons, and they can't go across the country for a con. Now they have that full access. And it's all thanks to this, and it's all coming our way. Do we have a timeline of any sort for some of these major, website development, some of these bigger dashboard developments, print on demand on creators' websites, things like that?
Yep. So the print on demand, the book of one option will be, we're launching it with platforms first, to kind of get that system down. I mean, we have it already built. But to kind of turn on that engine, we want to do things right. I mean, we just sent out kind of a newsletter kind of gauging like, okay, I mean, this matters because what kind of volumes are we going to see from the direct creators, but also to like, I mean, potentially from the direct creators, but also to with the platforms, gauging like what kind of volumes are potentially going to come in will allow us to like stress test to kind of like test the processes internally and externally, and we're knee deep in that. I mean, we're already there. We've already tested. So in a timeline period, we're going to be probably doing some closed door launches with some creators and some of the platforms in December. January, I think things are going to go pop off really quickly. And you will see some of those platforms pushing a lot more of the POD that we're helping build. But when it comes to like the cool dashboard, we're probably looking at a February, March area timeline to kind of put let's call it a minimal viable, where you can have your basic project functions, book of one POD. You'll have the link. You'll be able to, like I said, some of these will be set in stone where you'll know what the turnaround times are. They'll be guaranteed and predictable. There'll be shipping, all that stuff. That'll all be baked into this initial go at the dashboard, and then after that, it's just really we'll be sharing roadmaps of like all the functions that we'll start caking on top, and do feedback loops and stuff like that with the industry and the community that we have. So we're really seeing like, okay, 2026 Q1 is kind of like introducing this and letting it sink in, really letting it sink into everyone, like what this implies, and how aggressive they can all get with it. And then I think Q2 is when you'll see like, okay, now that applied to this dashboard and these functions and this new way of things, that'll start changing the game, for sure. And I mean, while that's happening, we're constantly like in the lab. What's next? I mean, how my roadmap is and like all the cool things that I think are on the horizon. And we want to partner with the industry players. We want to. I mean, I just had a conversation around this. I'll have one this week. There's got to be someone who's, it's cheesy as it is, there's got to be someone at like charging unity in this industry as we go through all this crazy stuff. And when you look at the creator journey, one of the biggest players in it is like creating tangibility out of your product. Like, so it's production, the printer. And we just found ourselves in a great, unique position to step up and say, okay, we'll lead that charge. And whether industry players want to play with us or not, we know unification and unity in terms of like taking the industry forward and not let the fear mongering soak into all of our brains and allow, like I said, go back to the stem of the ethos. And it's like, yeah, the creator success. The creator succeeds when we all come together to solve problems rather than spread fear. So I think that starts with someone with leverage, and brands and publishers should be out there doing that. Instead, everyone's competing. And frankly, I don't think we need to focus on that. I think we need to focus on unification, solve problems, and get money back in the creator's pocket so they can create more. And it all stems from there. That's really what kind of, makes a huge impact in the industry as a whole.
So we'll be rolling out updates all through 2026, adding new features, adding new, paper stocks, options, cover options, all sorts of things, while also maintaining this great thing of bringing indie creators together, bringing publishers together, and making comics just accessible. Because a lot of creators just want to write and draw, and when we get to the technical part, that's where we kind of like lose our minds sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, do tell me about it. I'm a creator. you know, running this business. I mean, multi-million business. Like it is tough, and and we just talked about this. Like, it does drain you, and it drains the creativity out of you. I mean, I've been, you know, sharing a little bit of my artwork just because I'm like, you know, playing the member berry game, and I'm just I'm like looking at it like, man, this is what drives me though, because, and I always told you this, I aspire to be a comic creator. I do. I mean, you been people like, why don't you? I mean, you run the comic, you know, Comics Wellspring. It's like, well, because, you know, I'm running Comics Wellspring. But at the same time, I love it. I love living in the space where I always aspire, because you know what? That makes me, well, it gives me some sort of level of humility, but also puts me in the position of saying, like, yeah, this is a pain point. I can relate to that. I can relate to that as a creator. I want to do that. I mean, it would be so cool to see more creators doing this full time, coming together under imprints, publishing, it doesn't matter, coming together and creating great content, creating great books. And I want to do that. So a lot of the push and the drive and the passion behind what we're doing stems from relatability and yeah. So that's it. I mean, that's really it. I lost the train of thought. I get so carried away in those things, but it speaks true. It speaks through me because you know, I got two boys that I don't want them to come into this like fractional you know, industry I speak so highly of, and they come into it and it's like, it's just like another business. That's what we were talking about. It's just like another whole industry about, you know, competition, cutthroat, like get ahead. I mean, especially with technology going in the direction it's going with, specifically, you know, AI. Uh, you know, I want the tradition to stay there. I mean, I want everyone and the next generation to be creating and printing comics and sharing their stories. And it all starts with us right now doing the things we're doing together, and let creators create. And if we can resolve some of the business hectic stresses, then that's our job in this, is to create great products for our partners, encourage them, champion them, and resolve some of the pain points, which some are practical as hell business, you know, just basic business. And, you know, it does drain you if you're just focused on that, you know. So the big thoughts on that, and we won't dive into those detail, but I definitely a big part of, like, I want people to succeed. I want creators to succeed. I want it to be their day job. I want a full-time job. And I want them to be able to manage their business, cut out some middlemen where it's necessary, and just, yeah, make a living.
I love that. And I mean, I just to wrap up the call a little bit, you know, this is so exciting because I don't think there's been another comic book company out there that has given so much power to the creators. I don't think there's been another company out there that has given so much interest in what people, you know, say and need and feel about the production, about the steps, about what they want in their books, and trying to acclimate to all of that. You know, it's great that it doesn't matter if it's one person or 100 creators talking about an issue that they'd like to see, you know, solved or
Yeah.
different, or anything. You'll listen to them, and you've taken a lot of that to heart, and you've put that all into this infrastructure. And so I think 2026 is going to shock everyone, from creators to even us in house at CWS, for the response and what's going to be truly happening when
Yeah.
all of this is launched. And, you know, a year from now, we'll look back at the last 2 years of insanity, of changes and transformation. But I think those who have been here for years, or for months, or for weeks, or even for days, they're going to see what CWS does and
Yeah.
realize that we're all about comics, and there's no distractions. There's nothing
Yeah.
else. It's just
Absolutely.
to make a great book for you guys to
Yeah.
cherish. And I've cherished it as a creator, as a publisher. There's no way I could stray anywhere else with, you know, our shows, encouraging people to draw, these conversations with creators and with people like you who just give us hope, you know. And that's hard to find when you're in a creative field, and the insanity that is the world today.
Yeah. Well, thanks. Yeah. I mean, the creators, there's so many creators out there that give me hope, because they're so, you know, they they're just they stand by their values, and they're really conscious about the same things that I am. And I mean, take the AI for example. That's a big topic, and it's like there's a lot of unification there. I mean, so it's possible to do that from a broader stroke, from a broader industry perspective. So yeah, it's they give me hope, and I know that's why we'll all succeed in this, because it's authentic, it's genuine, and it took a creator, and it takes creators to help creators. So that's what I'm hoping, and the hope is stemmed from the industry and the way it's going and the good feedback, the conversations we have. So that's all valued, and I'm just going to do my best to create the brand that keeps them first.
I love that. Well, Dan, thank you so much for your time today. I know you have a busy schedule. We're midday at work. Luckily, this is both our day jobs.
Yeah, I actually
but-
I got another one of these interviews in like 15. So
Oh, perfect. Awesome. Well,
Cool.
Dan, I'll
Good.
let you do it. And we'll be looking forward to these updates. I'll be helping deliver them. And just thank you for your time to talk to the community today. I'm sure everyone appreciates it more than we realize sometimes too.
Yeah, well, good. I'm glad. I'm really glad. I'm happy to do this whenever, which I'm sure we'll start picking up a little more.
Amazing.
Awesome.
Well, thank you all for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Tune in every Monday for Inspired Inc., every Thursday for
Thanks,
Spilled
everyone.
Ink, and fill out the form below for more info. And thanks for
Yes.
hanging.
Boom. Here, Greg, you can mute that. Okay, welcome back, everybody. That was sure. Yeah, my microphone is working. Greg, you can't hear me? We're good? All right, we're good. That was awesome. Glad to be able to have Dan on there. That interview was very cool, very insightful. It's amazing what's coming up down the line. And speaking of what's coming up down the line, our next panel is where is it? There it is. Future of Comics, the digital age of comics. And we're about to bring up our guest in just a moment. Let's see, we got this right here, got this over here. And yep, we're going to be bringing up a little bit early, so I'm glad that they're here now. And is that everybody? I'm trying to see, is that everybody? I think we might be missing one person. All right, so before we bring anybody up, yeah, again, thanks for everybody coming by. I don't know if you're watching this on YouTube, if you're watching, and also I saw you earlier, Braden is right there. Hey, forgot to pull that one up. But yeah, if you're watching it on YouTube or Facebook, please make sure to share this with 3 friends. That's what it is, just 3. We don't need you to share it with everybody. We just need 3 of your friends to get over here and watch this right now, because they're missing out on some of the greatest conversations in comics and everything. And Greg, I just realized they put the banner on top in the mobile one. That's cool.
Oh,
yeah, I see it. It's floating up top. For anybody who doesn't know what we're looking at, our screens look like Minority Report over here, and I've got like tons of stuff popped up, and I'm just poking everything, so it's exciting. Speaking of the future of comics, yeah, it's definitely a lot going on. I see somebody in the comments. Who was that? Good afternoon, Retro Doomsday, and thanks for being here earlier. Let's see. Oh yeah, and so yeah, I just want to share what's coming up. Next, we have the future of comics. After that, we will have trivia, and the trivia we're going to be trying to keep track of anybody in the audience, and basically we're going to be picking winners because we have some pretty cool prizes. We're going to have 2 $50 gift certificates from Blix Art Materials, who is a sponsor of ours. We also have, we're going to be giving away a few comics. We're going to be giving away probably a T-shirt. Yeah, Greg's like, no, don't do it. We also have, Metal Ninja Studios, who's giving away a digital package of comics. Apollo City Comics is also giving away some comics. And Global Comics is giving away several free memberships. We have a 1-year membership, a couple of 3-month memberships, or was it 6 month? No, a couple of 6-month memberships. 3-month memberships. I think it's 3 months.
It was like a year.
There's one 1-year one, and then there's a few 3 months and a few 1 month, and then later today we're going to be sharing a code where you get 7 free days, which is awesome. They gave it to us for the event, so everybody can actually check that out. So yeah, it's going to be very exciting. We got lots of stuff. After the trivia, we're going to have Protecting Your Work, and we're going to have Gamal Hennessy on for legal matters, which is going to be awesome and exciting, followed by the Funnies Foundation, where we're going to be bringing Christian Douglas, and we're going to be talking about some other stuff in the future of comics, which is awesome. And at that point, we're going to cut to an intermission, and there will be much more today. So stay tuned. I'm so excited. Got so much energy. That's what G Fuel coffee and my wife's breakfast is for. So that's what we're here for. Awesome. And we've got our next guest on here too. Perfect. So time to bring everybody up. We're going to do it one at a time so you guys can share a little bit about yourself as we bring you to the board. I'm not even going to try to butcher your name. So once I bring you up, I'm going to have you try to say that name for me. Oh, and you're muted.
Hi, my name is Saurabh Bhatia.
Saurabh?
I'm the founder. Saurabh, yep.
Saurabh, awesome. Thank you.
I'm glad to be here. I'm the founder of Comics.one. It's a platform for independent comic creators. Primarily started with digital comics, but we're slowly foraying into print comics as well. Yeah, we started with a marketplace for back issues for independent comic creators to come in and put their back issues up there. But over the last year, we've seen a lot of demand for things like print on demand and crowdfunding and things like that. So yeah, we now have crowdfunding, which has digital fulfillment built in. It's fully integrated with the marketplace, and we're also releasing print on demand. Oh, it's actually hot off press. We're actually doing a press release with Comics Wellspring next week.
Very cool.
Yeah, so we're going to actually announce print on demand with Comics Wellspring in the US.
Awesome. Nice. And next we've got Mark Bell.
Hi, I'm Mark Bell from Plague Doctor Press, with small independent publisher in Bloomington, Indiana. I've been going 7 years now. Started off with some digital comics and then moved into print, and am happy to be here today.
Awesome. And next we've got Jerome.
Hey everyone, how y'all doing? My name is Jerome Dodd. I am the founder of Block by Block Publishing and the creator of Indie Book, which is a new digital publishing platform designed specifically for indie creators and small studios. My background is in digital media, game development, and transmedia storytelling. And a lot of my work bridges comics, animation, and interactive experiences. So, Indie Book, we're basically building an ecosystem where indie publishers can grow, connect, and, expand their stories in multiple formats. So I'm excited to be here and meet everyone, and I look forward to learning.
Awesome. Yeah, sorry about that. I meant to move you up there, and then I noticed that we had somebody in the background. And I was like, oh, they're here early. And I was trying to let them know. Awesome. Cool. Let me bring everybody up like this. There we go. Cool. So I'm very excited because the future of comics does sound incredible. I'm going to ask everybody here. Let me see. Greg and I down here. No, one second. What was it doing? This way. There we go. And then I can have host, and there we go. Okay, cool. I'm going to go in order, just starting with Jerome because you're already up here. And I basically want to ask, what is something coming down the line in the future of comics that you are the most excited about?
Yes, I think it's the mixing of comics, film, motion, and a multi-sensory experience is the only feasible next frontier for comics, in my opinion. Also, if we're looking at, the frontier of technology and exchange, blockchain, obviously AI is here, but blockchain, I think, is going to be also a new frontier for many, just learning about Web3 and what it all means and, how people choose to interface with it. So we're aligned to both of those things. And that's kind of what we're looking forward to and working on implementing through our ecosystem.
Cool. So I believe the future of comics, especially digital comics, is where digital becomes like a jump off point for print, and more fans discover more and more comic books through digital. I know that's been the case for a very long time, but I feel like it's now grown to a point where, like even if you see crowdfunding, the numbers on crowdfunding campaigns for digital have been consistently increasing with tariffs and like rising costs of everything. I think digital has only grown to become more and more popular, and it just becomes that your discovery point for your next story essentially. So for fans of and readers of for comics and also independent comics, digital is like the frontier where they actually discover all the comics first, and then whatever they love goes into print.
I definitely love that. And I like that idea of being able to see it first. Kind of like almost everything now has like a testing sample, but comics is kind of hard. Like unless you go to a convention or a shop that has the comic, you can't really like sample through it. And unless you're going to go on Amazon and have pre-printed comics in store already, there's not really a good way to do that. So yeah, having this digital display where you can kind of get these, quick views and go, oh, I like that. Let's order now. Yeah, it's a very interesting future. And Mark, what about you? What's your favorite thing in the future of comics?
So the biggest thing that I'm excited about in comics has been the market has really been dominated for the history of comics by three locations, which is North America, Japan, and a little bit of Europe. But now we're getting comics from everywhere, and I'm working with creators from everywhere. And I'm really interested to see comics coming out of South America, Africa, Australia, more Asian countries than just Japan, because I think we're going to get stories that we are not used to that are going to surprise us and be completely interesting. And because of the availability of instantaneous communication, like we're talking just here today, we're talking to people all over the world. And so that is going to allow us to hear different stories and have different storytellers really be brought up to the front.
I'd say I just think of was it Futurama? Was it Welcome to the World of Tomorrow? I think that was the line. It's been forever. But yeah, no, that's awesome. Uh, so my question is because I obviously I know I'm going to bring. Oh, there we go. I'm going to bring you back up here because I know that you're directly working on the digital side of comics now. So we see all the exciting stuff that's happening in the space. What's something specifically you're invested in? Meaning either you're building yourself, you're using yourself. What are things that you're actively doing, that other people aren't doing yet? So even though it's not, it's not the future, it's the present, but you see this becoming what's going to be used or implemented next.
Yeah, I feel, and it's not strictly something that everybody else is not doing. I think live selling, Whatnot's doing that now, but it hasn't been applied to independent comics. And this is something that we have been working on for something to be released like early next year. So, like, live selling is a huge concept and hasn't come to independent comics just yet. The good part about that is you are directly engaging with your fans. You're directly engaging with people who are lovers of the medium. And the best part about this is just goes beyond comics. It starts jumping into the category of, if you're a horror writer, you start talking to horror fans, and like you get like people cross over from like prose and novels to comic books in that sense, because you become like part of the genre than anything else. So yeah, I feel like live selling is so underrated right now. I think it'll pick up a lot in the next year, and it will start competing with crowdfunding, so to speak. especially for like books that have already been created. So,
yeah. Whatnot's pretty big. They actually have an entire department just for comics now. But yeah, it's comics in general, not independent comics. But it is something where they actually have a head of comics for Whatnot selling. So I definitely do see that as like a huge thing in the future. And Jerome, what about you? What's something you're doing that is not that other people aren't doing, but you see as the future for comics?
Yeah, I think everything has to be connected. So interactivity, more ability to centralize marketing efforts through community building, and really build an audience that's easily accessible in one place. So for us, an indie book, our whole thing is connecting the publishers with the readers, allowing publishers to build their communities. Also, creating tools for publishers and small studios that they can actually practically use in the process of developing their content. So what we're building now is we have a couple of mini apps inside of IndieBook. One is like a project management app where you can set up teams, assign roles, tasks, and all that kind of thing to a schedule. And also we have a kind of like a Millie Illustrator, design tool where people can also, develop things on that end. And we're also into education. So I think for me, a big thing is creating tools for students to be able to self-publish and learn how to create comics and books and things of that nature. So those are like some of the things that we're working on, and that's in our near purview.
Yeah, very cool. And let's where you go, Mark. What about you? What's something you're doing nobody else seems to be doing, but you think it's the future?
Well, I think a couple of things are being prepped for my next Kickstarter, which will be more not in the lines of live selling, but kind of event management around those campaigns. I've seen a couple of people doing this, but I think we're going to see this a lot more where instead of sort of posting on Blue Sky or Twitter or whatever that your campaign has started, you're going to have a live stream and you're going to build that community and you're going to build that excitement so that your release becomes a big thing and gets excitement and things like that, as well as to help with the middle. Like everybody knows the Kickstarter, the middle part is the hard part. So you do some of those live streams in the middle to give you an idea, to give some exclusive looks and things like that, that again are like, we forget that 6-7 years ago something like this was possible, but people weren't doing it because they weren't used to it. And now everybody's used to working at home and doing meetings and cons and things like that. This now, you get a lot more sign in and interaction than you used to with these things.
Oh. You're muted, man.
Oh, dang, I keep doing that. I keep muting just in case so you don't pick up my keyboard. But Greg, what about you? What are you doing that you think that or what are we doing, that nobody else is doing that we think everybody should be doing in the future?
What are we doing? So next year, a new thing that we're now going to be doing is, I know other people do it, but whatever. We're going to be releasing ash cans because they are cheaper to print. Less pages, and it's just a cool little story that you can tell. So we're going to be doing ash cans for like 2 different horror ones because we're going to be doing a horror imprint. So that's kind of cool. And then there's 2 ash cans that are like in our Mittens verse because people like cats in space. So we're going to be doing that. And we're going to have that digitally on other platforms like Global Comics, our website, eventually when he adds the digital comics to that.
Yeah, it's very exciting. That is something that we're working on, is doing ash cans, because we realized one of the hardest things about getting fans is getting them to read your stuff. And like you mentioned earlier with the digital, that's something that people need a little sampler. And it turns out that aside from just digital, you can actually still get ash cans, right? Little things like that. But then the cool part is then you could digitize the ash cans. And now not only do they have a little sampler, they have a little sampler that's complete that they can go through very quickly and go, do I like this universe or not? Right. I think that's a kind of a cool, another thing to think about is not just making them digital, not just making small ash cans, but doing both where it's like, hey, here's a quick little sample of what we've got going on. I know one of the things that we're doing is we took a collection of our comics and took the first, I think it was like 5 pages to 10 pages of them, and we dumped them into a single PDF that people can download to grow our email list, right? So that's a big thing. You know, being able to grow your email list then allows you to bring them to other platforms like What's Not, like Comics One, like Global Comics, all these different platforms that are going to exist. It's definitely a big deal to own your audience so you can bring them to different places if you choose to move. That's why it's important to have your own website and your own email list. So yeah, I definitely like that idea a lot. Short little stories and owning your own audience. So let's say, where did I go with these questions over here? So what is this one? Oh yeah. So the next question, so outside of just, the industry as a whole, is there anything that you guys are doing in the storytelling space? So actually, first off, let me go through the panel. Who here creates comics, right? You get a little hand raised, right? You all make your own comics. So when it comes to making your comics, what have you seen in the digital space? What are you seeing in the future as an opportunity to adjust either the storytelling itself, how you work on the storytelling, things like that? Like what's something that you're doing now or see will be done in the future?
Definitely, I think storytelling has evolved in the last few years with the medium of webtoon, but I think it's slowly also like I feel like it's more so than evolving in a different direction. It's actually going back to the roots, and I feel webtoon has evolved to a point where vertical storytelling is a thing, but now when people are going back to the roots, saying like, let's actually go back to our original form of Western comic storytelling. So I feel like, and also like we've taken a lot of inspiration from different mediums. Like Mark rightly said, Japan has a huge influence now, and manga, manhwa, all of those influences are coming into Western comics as well. So we're seeing a lot of like, and this is not strictly for digital as well. This is for like comics in general. A lot of like left to right storytelling with English comics as well. There's like mixing of art styles. There's like action panels that look a lot like a Japanese comic, but are inset in like American storytelling. So there's obviously a lot of mixing of styles and a lot of mixing of mediums from like different cultures. Yeah, that's what makes modern comics so beautiful, because we it's all like a beautiful blend of a lot of different cultures coming together.
Very cool. And Jerome?
Yeah, great question. I think people will adjust their storytelling to, like I said, the new types of AI and interactive media that will, I believe, merge with these experiences. So I think it would be more sensory based storytelling, perhaps. I mean, in terms of myself, I really don't want to lend my storytelling over to anyone. I kind of, believe in what I can do and what we do. So, we're traditionalists and we like good old stories, coming from a Star Wars, Star Trek kind of a mentality. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. I like depth, but, with the shortening of attention spans and quick hitters, I think people have to adjust, at least giving people more modular, content that they can digest and come back and make it more of a interactive experience.
Nice. And Mark, what about you?
Well, I think Jerome's probably right. that we're missing some sensory interactions that we could have, including especially audio. I think we could definitely add some audio, and the early versions of that you see are comics that have playlists and things like that. And I think those especially in highly evocative genres like horror and sci-fi are going to really add to that reading experience through that. I also think that we're just at the very beginning of things like really understanding color in comics. Color for comics has been so for color for so long, and now you have colorists who have infinite color palettes basically, and using that color to tell stories and using that color to bring atmosphere that would not have been possible in the 80s and 90s that we now have available to us, along with shading and things like that like we've all seen them. The images we see now are so vibrant compared to what we would have in the 80s and the 90s. So I think that even those simple tools are super great at storytelling. I think again what we're going to get is an education from other voices of stories and story structures that we've never seen before, and that we can then not co-opt, but learn from those story structures and try to adapt them to our own personal stories. I think that the market is really ready for not young guy with laser sword finds old guy and defeats big dark enemy at the end and kisses girl. Like, we've done that a couple of times, and I think that maybe it's time to tell some different stories. That's why I like the Supergirl comic, both the Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow and the new issues of coming out from DC are different stories. They are not like your regular Superman comic. So
Now, this is very interesting. There's a couple things you said in there. The first one was the audio, and Jerome brought that up earlier too. One of the things that's cool is this is a comic that I saw at Independent Creator Con in where was that? New Haven, Connecticut, and you can see there's a little QR code there. And if you look at the subtitle here, one second, let me move myself over there, and I'll do the full screen. There it is. Yeah, you can see it says the musical. This whole comic is a musical, and there are QR codes like this sprinkled throughout. And so this is something Greg and I talked about a while ago that I think is very cool. But the whole idea is, being able to add extra sensory things in there, I think is already possible. If you did that QR code, you can see how small it is on this whole page. It's this big, and it works, which means you could add this all over your comic to add like a 3D element to it, where it's like, imagine you're doing a sci-fi comic and there's like a 3D hologram. You could literally have an AR on your phone and scan the QR code and see a 3D hologram all of a sudden. Like, that would be crazy. But the audio alone is already easily accessible, and I think that's super awesome. Another thing you brought up, which was very interesting, was color. And one of the things that I've talked about with people before, I do web development, and very often people will design their website. They think it looks really cool, and I go, "Who's your audience?" And they're like, "Mostly men." And I go, "That's interesting because 1 in 12 men are colorblind." Whoa, right? That's a huge number. And you're making your website, and it's not even colorblind compatible, right? Now, here's the thing: is comics, like you said, we've been using the same 4 colors forever, and then they get the digital age, and now you have infinite colors. The cool thing is, if you know about television shows, if you look at the old Cartoon Network TV series and you look at the new crazy stuff now, which honestly looks like acid trips, basically the artists back then also had a limited color palette they were working with because they were used to the physical animation and then moving to digital. Now they're using these super bright, vibrant colors, which I'm not necessarily a huge fan of, but the reason they're doing it is actually a marketing tool. These vibrant colors grab our attention and they make us want to stare at it and look at it. So that's actually the reason they're doing it. So I think that the color palettes not only is it something where you can get new stories because you can have finesse in there. The other thing is knowing things like color blindness and which ones are compatible. You can test this stuff out. We had somebody on our podcast. Actually, we had 2 people on our podcast that were colorblind. I think they were either back to back or as every other thing, that were both comic creators. One of which, his favorite movie was The Matrix. And he was unaware that when they were in the Matrix, the visuals were green, and when he was in the real world, the visuals were blue. That blew his mind. He had never heard that because he's colorblind and didn't see it. Now, imagine you think you did something clever in your comics, and you have a hardcore fan, and they literally have never seen it, right? So that's something that I think is huge that we just don't know. I think in the future, people are worried about AI tools creating art. No, like what people should be doing is be able to take art and have some tool that's probably run by AI go, hey, is this completely visible to all people who are colorblind? Right? That's a cool feature I see in the future. And then, what was the third thing? Oh, no. So then the separate thing was, I'll bring Greg up for this because Greg knows what I'm talking about. So on our end, the thing that we're doing that helps with our storytelling. And when I talk with different, fans or potential fans at conventions, they seem the most excited about is we do an immense amount of world building, right? We do an insane amount of world building. I will give you a small example to explain what I'm talking about. We have a planet called Venetia. That is our Earth. We literally drew up our continents, our countries, and various primary cities that our characters will be from, including the cities they originated from, even though we don't show those cities, so that we can have a history of them. So, for example, we have our Russian mafia, but there is no Russia because we're on planet Venetia. Instead, they're from Bana, the country of Bana. And in Bana, they're Banians, and they speak Banian, right? And now it's like, oh, but we have a martial arts in our world, but we can't name it Jeet Kune Do. There's no Bruce Lee. You can't name it that. You can't name it Muay Thai when there's no Thailand. So I literally went through and renamed something like 20 different martial arts by first studying the history of the martial art and learning how they named it and then determining a new name, right? These were all things that would be excessively difficult to do in the past that now I can just Google, find answers to, and then work my way around it. So we do, though, because obviously what I just described is an immense amount, and that was for a singular comic, just to have a singular piece of image on one page, right? That's an immense amount of world building that would be very hard to keep track of. But we use tools like Notion, which if no one's ever heard of it, I use Notion every single day. I use it for my business. I use it for this business. I use it for many other things. But it's basically a note-taking platform that allows you to build databases. So now we can have all of our characters, all of these martial arts, all of the countries, all of the comic books, and they can all be interconnected so I can see who is in what world and what city where, who knows what, how tall they are, who's their best friend, are they still alive, right? So all of these things that are super difficult to track, and instead we have one source of truth, which we use Notion for. So that's what I use, the future of storytelling. That's how I've worked around that to try to use technology to make our storytelling better. We can have Easter eggs. We plan 20 comics in the future that we won't forget about because of how we index it. So I love that.
Hey Dylan, can I say something?
Yeah.
I love that story because I'm an avid storyteller myself, and I'm all into world building. And likewise, I have built a couple of planets, and I have tribes, and they all have different places where they're from, down to the fauna, the animals, the minerals, new technologies. But it's almost like anything you can think of, if you actually went to Google and typed it in, it exists somewhere. So it's like that imagination, and then to be able to research it takes you straight to the point. And like you said, being able to creatively rename things, because it's all like just a big remix, right? All these stories are just remixes, more remixes, different takes, different POVs. But yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, and again, I'll bring it up because I like to scare people, but like that's another thing that AI is useful for. I can look up all the martial arts and put it into a database, and now I can look them up, and I can go take this database and tell me how they were named. Now I know how they were named, and now I can go, okay, what are like for example, we took Sistema, which is the Russian martial arts, and I was like, okay. Sistema literally means the system. So they name their martial arts simple. So now that I know that and I can use AI to figure that out, I can then go, all right, what are other words that mean to fight or other simple words like that in Russian? And I find a bunch of words at once and I go, great, Bajovka. That is now our fighting style for our Banians, right? So like it's one of those things where I think that is so powerful for things like that. You can use Notion for collecting this data. You can use AI for research, right? Not for creation. You use it for research, and you can organize stuff that nobody's ever organized before in one place. So that's why this stuff is. I'm super excited about that type of stuff. But yeah, so that's what we're doing in our storytelling is just massive research and collection.
There's one more thing I would like to add there at the
Yes.
end, right? So I've seen, obviously, I think you already touched upon a few things. I've seen a lot of independent creators do like expansion of their existing world because the main draw for them is the gateway for their books is usually comics, but they want to expand this with additional artifacts that surround the comic books. So if you see, like some of them have started offering case files because they are RPG creators as well, not just comic book creators. So some of their fans would get like a case file that expands their world into, like, brings in additional characters, additional themes, if you know what I mean, and yeah, they basically somebody creates like an RPG game that's tied into the comic, or has, like you said, music that ties into comic, even something really simple as this is a playlist I was listening to, so this is like the vibe around the comic, and you can listen to the same vibe that I was in while creating this comic, so that's really interesting to me.
Yeah, no, I definitely love it. Mark, do you have any thoughts on the subject?
Well, a couple of things, like certainly working with Notion and the tools that are available to us now are so far superior that we've taken things for granted now. I've written comic book scripts out by hand and had to redo pages and stuff like that. Now you just put the cursor in, you insert it, and you move stuff around. I think it makes us both more likely to change things and more welcome to experimentation. I also think that using AI as research assistance is super incredibly useful. You can get everything cited. It is like just a simple thing like character names. Give me 15 character names that are popular in this year based on this location. Okay, well, a lot of times I have things in AI where I look at it and go, okay, that's what everybody else has done. So I'm going to do something else. So that also gives me that kind of negative space example of like, this is the story I want to do. What are the cliches around this story? So I won't do those cliches.
Yeah, it's like how to stand out by knowing what is standing in. It's pretty. That's actually I like that. That's super interesting. I've not heard that usage yet, so I like that negative space research. Very cool. 1 second. Where are my questions?
Oh, I did want to say one thing about trash cans that was brought up earlier by Greg. I do all ages books, and so many of us have been to cons and seen kids who have come up to your table and not been able to either look at the books or not been able to afford or buy the books. So I do my own IP. So I have a coloring book that I make at home. I exploit my children as much as possible for them to build these comic books, for them to build these coloring books that I offer digitally as well. But that every kid that comes to my table gets something, and it's first of all, it's completely all ages, so no parent has to worry about anything. All the artists are cited, so the artists get credit for all the work that I have already paid for. So all that is above board, but seeing a kid looking at your characters and then going and getting their parent and saying, "Hey, look at this," that's so valuable to my books.
Do you know what I love? The thing I love about that is another thing that people anybody in almost any space when they think of AI, the thing I would love to share with you is you should use it to ask, what can I do to grow my comic book company? And one of the things might be make more merchandise. And you go, what else are merchandise ideas? And you might eventually come across something like coloring book, right? One of the things that we're working on, that this wasn't even AI, it just was sheer happenstance. I was at like a Goodwill looking for stuff for like an event we were putting on. So I wanted like random tools and stuff. And I always go over to the book bin, whatever the heck it's called. There's just a bunch of books. And I'm like, oh, look at all these old books. And one of the ones I picked up was an old like I Spy book. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. I used to love these things. I got like 37 of these at home. I even got like the Christmas and the Halloween and every holiday you can think of. And then I put it down and I'm going through other books. And then I come across a Winnie the Pooh book. That was an I Spy book, but like, not I Spy branded, but it was like, find this person in this thing, right? And I was like, holy crap, like we have a kid's comic, Mitten Space Pilot, and we could do that. We could easily make that. So now we're making that type of merchandise, this extra fun thing that allows kids to join our universe and get excited about this and want to learn more. And it's like 100%. But like the cool thing is, again, if you don't ever have that experience, you might not learn that, but you could do something like go to AI and be like, what are 6 ways I can better sell my comics at a convention? Right. And Greg knows one of the things that I did was literally like jumping around physically pointing at our comics. And we did our best selling convention this past weekend. So, and it's just, how can you do it better? It's like, how do you position them right so it's easier to see? How do you get their attention when there's a large crowd? Like, there's so many things that that comic creators don't know that you can learn with technology or do better with technology. And speaking of which, that's actually my next question. What tools, like we mentioned Notion, what tools do you guys currently use to help with your comic creation, with your marketing of your comics, with whatever it is that you're thinking that's going to, basically help the future of comics and definitely, especially independent comics? And Mark, you're already up here, so I'll ask you.
So I use Gemini to do a lot of the marketing stuff for my company. And the way I use it, because of the university I'm affiliated with, I have a pro account and things like that. But so I'll be like, okay, this is what I want to specialize on this week. I have for my fulfillment for my latest Kickstarter is almost done. So I want to put out information about that so that it gets interest in the next Kickstarter. So I'll be like, okay, give me a week's worth of posts around this idea on these platforms with 3 to 5 ideas. And then I can pick and choose and mix and see like, that doesn't work for me. That doesn't work for me. Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about that or that angle. And like we've all had that dreaded, not the blank page. I think we're all great storytellers and like to write stories, but writing marketing copy, maybe not the most exciting thing for us. And if I can have a machine at the very least copy edit my copy so that I don't spell the name of the company wrong or something, like you're doing all this stuff already. Just like I use it as an advanced spell checker. I do grammar and readability and things like that. And especially with kids' books, I want to be able to be as readable to as many people as possible, as well as give me ideas for visuals and things like that. You don't have to use them, but it's like a sounding board that you can work against for your marketing ideas.
Yeah, I definitely, by the way, I agree so much with that, because part of the thing that, again, I loved, again, just poking the AI bear in the comic space. People have been using Grammarly forever. That's rewriting your text. Do you not think that that's the same thing? Because I promise you it is, right? It's a tool that is taking you, the thing that you wrote, and then writing something different that you did not write, right? When you said therefore blah 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 blah, and then it goes, actually you should use this word and move it over here. I like that is as close to the AI beast as you can get with rewriting your stuff. And so, yeah, of course, like there's tools like that are helpful for writing or improving your writing, or even just like, for example, a great one with ads. you should never write ads above like an 8th grade level, typically the 4th grade reading level. It doesn't matter who your audience is. And advertising is supposed to like get someone's attention and bring them in. And so if you're a real, like, let's say you're writing historical fiction comic books, you're going to write in a way different manner than someone who actually needs to write ad copy. So you could write out something like, you know, hey, check out my comic. It is X, Y, and Z. And you're writing out this really complex thing. And you could be like, hey, dial this back to like a 4th grade level. Right, like make this so like people don't feel stupid reading my ad before they even saw my comic, right? So like that's kind of the idea. So no, I definitely like that, and that's the big thing. I suggest people use it for the things that, but not the comics. Like you can use it for research for the comics, but everything else, like what are you supposed to do? You're an independent comic creator. Do you want to go hire a marketer, a business firm, a financial advisor, a lawyer? Like, are you going to be able to afford all of those? Probably not from the beginning. You definitely should hire them later because you definitely don't want to have the robots telling you, yeah, do this, it's safe, and then whoops. But other than that, I definitely agree with that. And Drone, what about you? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think marketing is a lifelong learning experience. I've been through a lot with it, and one of the things, I mean, obviously we use AI for research, formatting, ideation. But I also think like truly understanding marketing is valuable, truly understanding who your audience is, really understanding the principles of marketing. Because even if you get, good stuff from the AI robot, you still might not necessarily be connecting right if you're not a great prompter. So, I think it's a little bit of experimentation. For me, we use interns. We have an internship program. We've been running for like 10 years, a remote program. So I'm now delving into really building out like our marketing department, understanding the proper workflow and just creating a cohesive, sustainable, automated system, I think is the best thing people can do for themselves. So that it's not overbearing or too much, especially for like, shoestring budget indie publishers who don't have a budget to spend on marketing. I think it's about being very smart, being resourceful, learning. Like you said, when I was at the last event, which was DreamHack here in Atlanta, every day I did something different because I was looking at everybody else's booth. I was seeing what they were doing that was better. I was, one guy had like a microphone so he could talk louder because it was loud in there, without him having to talk louder. So I was like, okay, I went and got one, like you said, positioning, just understanding psychology is important. Why do people do what they do? Understanding body language, just sales in general, when, you're in a face-to-face situation. But I'm a student. So in terms of tools, we do use Notion. Other project management software, some more traditional softwares like Trello. We use Discord a lot for a lot of virtual kind of office space for some of our projects. But yeah, man, that's pretty much my thoughts on it. Also, just multiplying your efforts is important. So finding people who have networks and making sure that you're networking with them, and always creating value for every interaction. I think like every time you speak, it's your brand and it's your marketing. So that's the impression people have of you and your company. So every single communication is marketing, and not just to the public or on social media.
No, 100%. Yeah. Well, one of the things you mentioned I wanted to bring up was interns. I just put it in the private chat for you guys to look this up later. It's called Ripen, RIIPEN. I met a couple of the staff members at LA Tech Week. And what they'll do is, if anybody here has ever worked in like engineering or anything where there's a capstone project where you have to build something your senior year, these guys help with that. Basically, interns, depending on what state you're in, many interns have like legal requirements around whether or not they can or can't be paid and what are the rules around that. What these guys do is you can literally have something in your company you have not built yet. You could be like, I don't have a marketing engine yet. I would like one. Here's some of the criteria about it. And you submit it to these guys, and they could find somebody who works in marketing who needs one of these projects for school, and they can actually bring them on board free of charge. It doesn't cost you anything to sign up, any of that stuff. I'm giving these guys a shout out. I'll have to reach out to them next year for sponsorship. But
yeah, there you go.
it was such a cool idea because I did a capstone project when I was in college, and I worked for a organization, and I built something for them with a team that is theirs. I don't own it, they own it, but I get the credits for school. So the cool thing is you can actually bring to them projects even you haven't built yet, and you can still walk away owning it because the agreement is with the university directly. So very cool stuff. So definitely recommend checking them out. And interns are definitely underutilized.
Let me say one last thing about the interns. So I have a new book coming out. It's called Build It and They Will Come. It's basically how to build an MVP for free series. It's a first of 5 books. And it's basically recounting my whole experience, trials and errors of going through and building an internship program and how I've leveraged it to build like multiple MVPs and taking things to the next level. And so
MVPs, for those who don't know, minimum viable product, I'm assuming is what you're getting at. Yeah,
yes,
so
sir.
Like the lowest tier of a product that you can make to give it to the potential audience or target market so that they can you can test if they're interested, which basically is like, you could make an app that's really complicated, or you can make a really simple app and then try to get people to use that. Because if you can't get them to use the basic one, you're not going to get them to use the hard one. So that's kind of the idea. No, that's absolutely great, being able to work with interns and build out these things. One of the things I also recommend to anybody ever trying to build anything is build an email list, because if you can build an email list around a newsletter that is around the subject of the thing you're trying to build, whether it's technology that's advanced or comic books, if you can get them interested in that and get that email list, A, you've tested that your product may work in the market, and B, you're growing an audience before you ever created the actual product. And you can do it totally for free using stuff like MailChimp or other freemium email marketing services. So definitely highly recommend that. No, I didn't get, did I ask you for tools? Sorry.
No.
Yes.
What? But I can go. Yeah. But since both Mark and Jerome have touched upon marketing, I'll spare marketing for now. But definitely understanding our audiences better, we use a tool called Umami, which is an analytics tool focused entirely on privacy of the users. It shaves off all the privacy. Yeah, it's Umami, exactly. Umami.is.
Just to clarify, like the taste that you said, like the flavor sensation of meaty.
Exactly. That's the one. It's a beautiful tool, really. It's privacy aware and really beautiful dashboards to understand your audience, so you can actually create like how people interact with the website, the whole journey, when they came in, when they dropped off, all of that stuff. That's super helpful for us to understand. There's a tool called Obsidian, which is actually similar to Notion. I love Obsidian, right? The connected notes and the Canvas. We use Canvas a lot to actually plan out, like we do like dashboarding sessions where team has to collaborate on a new feature. We just use the Obsidian Infinite Canvas for that. And then you can have like knowledge graphs of like a lot of things that connect together with that. That's a very, very cool tool. And finally, we use something called Gather, which is like a virtual office space. So it's like an 8-bit simulation of an office space. You give
Is
yourself.
Is it Gather.town? Is that what it's called?
That is exactly it.
That is awesome. I was looking at that potentially for next year's convention to have booths that people could walk up to. That is so funny you brought that up, and that's awesome.
We actually did that earlier this year. So we did like a Indie Comics Pride Fair earlier in June, and we gave all the creators an avatar, and gave them a booth, stuff that they could decorate themselves. It was so cool. It was really, really fun.
That's awesome. Very cool. Yeah, that's for anybody who I know I kind of like jumped in there when you said it, but it was just so funny because I literally just closed that tab before this convention because I basically had a bunch of stuff pulled up over the last 8 weeks of gathering everything for this. And one of them was that gather.town. So if anybody wants to check that out, it's basically like a Pokemon quality, like 8-bit. You're looking down at like the slightly ISO'd top level view, and you can see a bunch of tables like you're in like a what's it called, like a WeWork, one of those collective workspaces. But the idea that I had was to set up booths, and then basically people could walk up to them for Artist Alley, and then have like a panel block where you go up, and then this stuff would be live streaming the whole time. So yeah, I definitely love the idea of that, and I'm hoping that maybe next year, maybe the following year, depends on how. Like basically, I want to grow our email list large enough that there's enough people that we're not detracting from the panels. So we'll have some people watching the panels, and some people can explore. But also, committing to sitting at your desk for 8 hours until somebody shows up to your booth is quite a commitment. So I'm not sure if we'll get too much pull on that. But again, it all depends on the quantity of people and what kind. I want to make sure we're not looping.
Well, what we did was we actually got the creators to decide their own hours. So they were not strictly supposed to be there for 8 hours or something. If they were around for 2 hours or 3 hours, they could actually display that on their social profiles and all of that stuff. But and also on their booth that they're available from this time to this time. But and we did it over 24 hours. So there were creators from Australia, from UK, from the US. It was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Did you sleep?
That's a good question.
Ain't no rest. No, that's awesome. Cool. So we're actually overlapping into our trivia section. So before we jump into that, I want to ask you guys to basically share where people can where people can find you, what you're working on. Wait, let me strike that, reverse it. What you're working on, and then where people can find you, or where if you're going to send them to one place, because obviously you can send them to your Facebook, your Instagram, your website, but we really want to narrow it down so that they don't get overwhelmed with too many decisions. So what are you working on, and where do you want people to go to learn more?
Comics.one, that's the gateway to everything. The mobile app, the marketplace, the crowdfunding, everything is there. Just Comics.one, what we're working on, releasing print on demand, hopefully in the next couple of weeks with Comics Wellspring. There's socials coming. There's fan interactions, engagement, lot of new things coming up. But we have a huge backlog, spanning for next 6 months. Comics.one.
Sweet.
All right. Sounds like I'm up. You can definitely follow us, Indie Book. That's INDE-book.com online and on our website. We're the new kid on the block. I've learned a lot from you guys, and I appreciate your time here. But we're here for all indie publishers, all readers, and anyone that's in the ecosystem to help build a tremendous experience that's going to take us into the future, lockstep with all the tools we've been talking about here today, and giving creators an opportunity to really express their talent in a way that's most helpful.
Awesome. And Mark is back. Tell us what you're working on, and where do you want people to go? Just pick one place so they don't get too distracted from everything.
PlagueDoctorPress.com. It's pretty simple. It has both my storylines there, Spirit and Strange Ranger. And Strange Ranger will be the next Kickstarter up in February. Once again, have a look at all the books there as well as what I'm doing.
Awesome. And thank you so much for joining us for this panel. We're going to be going over to trivia in a second. Greg will hopefully be back. I've got some questions lined up. You guys are actually more than welcome to stay for this if you'd like. Feel free to hop out. But we're going to be doing some trivia questions, which I just had a second ago before I shrank them. There we go. So we basically have 6 trivia panels throughout the whole convention. We have 1 today, 2 tomorrow. 1 today, 3 tomorrow, 3 the next day, something like that. Maybe there's 2 today. I don't remember. There's so much stuff going on. But we definitely got 1 coming up next. And so, feel free to stick around and answer the questions. We are doing giveaways. We have free art or $50 art supply tickets at Blix Art Materials. We've got free digital comics from Apollo City Comics, Metal Ninja Studios, from us at Sierra Nova Comics, and we have free digital access for a year, 3 months, and 1 month for Global Comics. And we've got a giveaway from Comics Wellsprings, but they got to get it over to us, so I can't announce what they're doing yet. But in the meantime, thank you so much for coming. And next we have trivia. So yeah, wait, where's my little?
Thanks for having me. You guys have been great. It's nice meeting you all. Definitely.
Thank you for having us.
Definitely.
Have
Nice meeting you all.
Nice to meet everybody.
Yeah.
Ciao. All right, let me over here. Whoop. Oh, it doesn't want to move me. Oh, there we go. And we'll go like this. Cool. Awesome. Do we have anything fun? What do we got on here? What do you got? All right, cool. Let me pull this up here. Where's Greg? Is Greg back yet? He is not back yet. All right. So, I wonder if I can I put the text on the screen? I don't know if I can put the text on the screen. I think I need Greg for that. Of course, Greg ran away right as trivia started. Anyway, Greg's back. Greg, get back in here. I'll put it in the private chat so you can put it on the screen. Here's the first question. And then Greg, join us. Get back up here. There you are. And Jonathan, if you want, you can come up too. You already bring you up? You can come hang out for trivia for the next few. Yeah, cool. He's coming up. There he is. Boom. All right, Greg, tell me when you set it out. We're doing trivia for the next few minutes until the next panel, but I'm going to try to do some speed runs over here.
Oh man, I'm gonna be terrible
In
at this.
Marvel Comics, what metal is Captain America's shield primarily made from? Now, before anybody answers on the call, you got to be the first one to do it on YouTube. That's where we're going to do this particular trivia one. Whoever answers first in YouTube is the one that is going to be getting a point. And I'm going to keep track of points on this paper over here because I'm going to forget.
Wait a minute. I think I'm at a disadvantage here.
I know you got to go find the YouTube channel. Yeah, 1 second. Where's the link? Oh no, man, I can't find it. I'm at a disadvantage. How am I going to answer my own questions? Where'd you go? YouTube. It's like I want to win.
We gotta make sure nobody's already answered.
Yeah,
No one's
I'll
answered yet. I'm looking at the comments. I
I
just pasted it in the private chat for you guys if you want to get there quick. If you guys know, make sure to answer it because we got a few viewers in there, but we don't have any answers yet. And spelling does matter. Spelling matters. And no AI, no cheating. Man, I gotta get where's the little here, Greg, you watch the comments. I'm gonna do sound so I can make fun noises while we're doing this. Like this.
Wow, that was some timing right there.
Wait, who's got the first answer? We got Jonathan with vibranium, and that is correct.
I see. What's
not
going
Facebook. I'm sorry. We're gonna do Facebook on another one, but this one's YouTube for this one. So if you want to, I'll put the YouTube link. Where to go? Let me grab this. Where's the Facebook? He took so long to message that. I would have put it in there. Actually,
you can give it to him. It's all good.
No, he didn't answer it. Oh, there he goes. Now he answered it. Okay. All right, we'll give it to him because these guys are live. So then let's see. Down. What's that? Down. Well, he's got one. All right. Let me get the next question. Crap. I gotta hurry up because we gotta get this to the next panel. All right, Greg. The chat. Oh my gosh, I gotta go so quick. Paste. There we go. I'm going to start getting the other questions in here too. So this will be 3. All right, tell me when the next questions are. There we go. Which superhero is known for the motto, "With great power comes great responsibility"? Someone's freaking out. They're freaking out. They're like, I know this. I know him. I'm getting all the questions in here. And I see comments in the chat. Who do we got here? We got UPG with Spider-Man.
That'd be me.
I know. I remember. I'm looking at it though. Got too much stuff to think about. All right, cool. Greg, put up that next question. We have to do speed runs for these. Boom. In DC, what city does Green Arrow protect?
Ooh.
Ooh. You have failed this city. And Greg, you call out who's in the chat while I get more answers in here.
All right.
Boom. Here. What time is it? Okay, yeah, I'm trying to go through these quicker. I'm trying to get them all pasted in here. Maybe I'll keep it to 10. No, oh, we got an answer, Greg. Who is it?
Calamar, Star City.
Nice.
No.
It's all good. All right, next question. What is the real name of the character who becomes Black Panther? Boom.
Oh, yep.
Same.
I can't ever say it correctly.
There's like a weird delay.
What, T'Challa?
Yeah. There's like 6 answers.
Greg's like, I can't. Too many syllables. It's too vague. Like 6 answers. All right, Greg. Next question. We got to speed through. We got to go through a few more of these. In The Incredibles, what is Frozone's superpower? See, I should have asked. I should have been like, what's the line he's most well known for? Boom.
Oh. Yep. Okay.
You got it?
Yeah.
Cryokinesis. Nice. Look at the specificity. There we go.
That's strong.
Nice. All right, next. Which X-Men character is the biological father of Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch in classic comics continuity? Look at this.
Jeez. That was fast.
The fact that I came in number 2, because I didn't let you finish that question.
Nice. Anyway, who got the answer? Oh, where is it? Oh, there we go. Greg, you got to list out the names because I can't keep switching between these pages.
Jerome.
Nice. Got it. And then next question. In the TV series The Boys, what is the name of the corporation behind the 7?
Oh, Jerome.
He's got the advantage because he's watching it live. All right, next question.
Christian said Vanguard. What is Vanguard?
Wasn't Vanguard, was it? No, it's Vought. Yeah. All right, next question. I just realized that Christian's in here. What's up, Christian?
Yeah. Dalmar got bought.
All right, next question, Greg. What's going on?
I have to copy them. I can't.
Oh, sorry.
Do everything at the same time.
I should be bringing these up like this too. There you go. In the 1990s cartoon Batman, the animated series, who voices the Joker? Man, he's so quick. It's almost like he was there. Luke Skywalker, nice, yeah. Nice. Jerome had too many, so we're gonna give that one to Christian.
All right.
Next question.
I'll stand down for a minute.
No, it's good. It's good because we got to speed run this anyways. Because we got to get to the next one. What superhero comic series features an alien named Omni-Man? Someone's like the Teletubbies.
Here.
Yes, we got Indie Hype Man with Invincible. Awesome. Next question. In the MCU, what Infinity Stone was inside Loki's scepter?
Really? That's a question. Oh. Got Jerome. And then you got Delabar. No.
Who's Indie Hype Man? Sorry, I just realized I muted
That's
myself.
Delabar. He's on YouTube, man.
Oh.
Yeah. He's like, I'll just switch here.
Probably for speed, yeah. All right, and Greg, the last question. What indie superhero comic features an ordinary man who gains powers from a mysterious key tattoo?
That just funded on Kickstarter.
Oh, did it? Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, there we go. Bonus points. What's his real name?
Oh.
I don't know if anybody knows that off the top of their head. First name's fine. You don't need the whole name. I don't know if we mentioned the whole name in the comic. I know we
mentioned it.
The whole name?
Oh, I mentioned it. Like, marketing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Jerome, who annihilated all of his competition, that was awesome. Glad we were able to go through the. Greg, how do I get this thing? Oh, you got it. There you go. Oh, Greg, get rid of it. I keep clicking at the same time you're clicking. There you go. That was awesome. I'm glad. I'll email you after, and I'll show you all the different options you have, and then I'll hit you up to see which one you want. I'll announce it later. What you chose and what's left for the next trivia. But thanks for joining us. Next up, we have. Where's my right here and right here. Next up, we are getting into our panel, Protecting Your Work, Legal Essentials for Indie Creators. And we've got a special guest here. I'm going to bring this down like this. And it is Gamal Hennessy. Welcome to the panel.
Hello, gentlemen. How are things going?
Doing excellent. Oh, there we go. There we go. Let's see. I'm trying to see where else we got. Boom. Perfect. Awesome. Cool. It looks like... it looks like everybody's here because we had a bunch of cancellations last minute. So it looks like we're all here for this now. But awesome. Let me check this one. There we go. Now it's level. Cool. So yeah, I'm super excited about this panel. Big fan of the legal side of most things because I read too much legal documents for all of the other work that I do. So it's always fun. And I also work in music and IP, so it's interesting to hear it from the comic side of stuff. So let's do a little introduction. And who are you? What do you do?
Hello, folks. My name is Gamal Hennessy. I am a attorney, author, and business consultant who specializes in the comic book industry. I've been doing this kind of work since the late 1900s. I have worked for Marvel. I have worked for Amazon. I have worked for I still do work for Global Comics and Mad Cave and Panic Entertainment and a few dozen other ongoing publishers, but I also help a lot of emerging and independent comic book creators protect their legal rights and put their comics in the best position to succeed financially.
That's awesome. And I know you were here earlier, but again, reintroduce yourself. Who are you? What do you do?
Hey everybody, I'm John Medici. I would defer all legal information to Gamal, excuse me, as the attorney here. But I'm a comic book creator, screenwriter, professor, screenwriting professor at one of the top film schools in Los Angeles for about a decade. So yeah, just kind of general knowledge, I would say, but not legal advice from my end.
And Dylan's Moon.
And who's this guy? Greg.
Well, I'm Greg. I'm Sierra Nova Comics, and I don't know shit. So
we're here to ask provocative questions because that's what we're here to do, is to explore what's going on the legal side of comics. And I've actually gone through most of the legal part of your book, actually, which is fun because I'm about to get to the marketing part of it. But and for the book, it's oh my God, the business of independent comic book publishing, which it's so funny because Greg knows this story. But basically, when we first started, I looked all over the internet for information about comic book publishing, and there really isn't anything of like complete quality. It's like there's this over here, there's this over there. There are little segments, but like if you just Googled how to build a comic book publishing company, good luck. Like there was nothing. There weren't blogs, there weren't books, there weren't videos, there was nothing. And it was one of the hardest things to try to learn. And so along the way, we kind of just kept stumbling and tripping up over ourselves until eventually one day I'm at Greg's house and I see a book that's on like laying flat on a shelf so I can see it. And I go, oh, what's that? And I pick it up and I look at it. I read the back. I read the front again. I read the back again. I read the inside introduction. And then I look at Greg and I go, Greg, what the hell is this? And he's like, what? I go, what's this book? And he goes, oh, yeah, that was on Kickstarter. I backed it a while ago. I'm like, what's a while ago? He's like, I don't know, a year or two ago. I go, this is the book I was looking for, like the book that didn't exist. So I was super excited about that and immediately purchased my own copy of that. And it is quite dense. So I have not gotten through all of it, but I have read it. The parts I have read, I've read through quite a few times. Yes, it's right there. Wait, what's that? Let me make you a big screen there. There you go. See that? And mine is right here, easy to grab for reference. Look at this. Where's Greg's copy? Huh?
On the shelf over there.
Now I will say, if you're going to buy the book, you should be warned because the book is like 450 pages because it is a complete guide to the entire process of building a comic book company from the point where you decide in your mind, I want to make comics, and then you have to work through the whys of why you want to make comics, walking you through every aspect of the business. Marketing, distribution, building a company, production, advertising, sales, everything is in that one place because, like you said, there's a ton of books on the creative aspect of building comics, writing, art, inking, editing, lettering, all of that. But there wasn't really a resource for the business aspect itself. There are a lot of books on the legal cases about comics, but that's not going to help you make comics. And there was a lot of stuff out there that was basically personal anecdotes. People talked about how they built their particular company, but everybody's comic book publishing and the way they build their business model is going to be different. So you can't really rely on what one other person did because they did it at a different time on a different set of circumstances. So the book I wrote tried to actually capture the overall structure. So no matter what book you were doing, no matter how you were doing it, the book would be able to help.
Yeah, I absolutely love that too. And I'm just going to read the sections real quick. This thing covers pre-production, the foundation, like he mentioned, the why, intellectual property management, investment, business management, talent management, marketing, which marketing is one of the biggest sections and I approve, distribution, which is another huge section and I also approve, post-production, advertising, sales, and revenue and growth and all of that. It is very impressive. It's very cool. I was super excited learning just little details that I just never even thought I needed to know, which was awesome. And yeah, I think that one of the funniest things is on our last panel, we were talking about the future of comics. And I brought up AI usage for things like market research. And the funny thing is, even with AI tech today, if you ask it how to build a comic book publishing company, good luck. It's still that, like, even the robots don't know how to do this. So the fact that this book exists is such a powerful tool. Again, from what I read alone, you can see the quantity of tabs I have in this book. But yeah, absolutely phenomenal. So before it says 194, it's definitely not 194.
I think the book you might be looking for that says 194 pages, which is a decent segue.
Oh, is that the freelancer one?
Yes, there's a different book. It's called The Business of Freelance Comic Book Publishing, and it is considerably shorter. It might be 194 pages. I don't know.
Yeah, this one is 456 pages. So yeah, it is definitely a giant beast of a book. But enough gushing over the books and Gamal over here. The biggest stuff I wanted to ask actually are, when it comes to independent creators and the world of IP, I would imagine most people are completely oblivious. Almost as oblivious as what it looks like when their comic books get printed, which later we'll be showing that. I think it's tomorrow. Like, most people just never see this. Like, they never think about it. It never crosses their mind. Like, what's going on over here? So that was what I wanted to ask. What is one of the what's something about IP that independent creators need to understand, or that we know most of them don't understand and could hurt them in the future?
The thing that people need to understand about intellectual property is you're going to own the intellectual property that you create at the moment you create it. So if you have an idea for a story and you write down that idea for a story, you have at that point created intellectual property. You have a copyright in whatever story you just made, as long as that story is original to you. So if you make a story about, let's just say, let me pull a story out of the air. A rich young man survives a tragic criminal event and then uses his wealth to gain the skills and technology to fight crime outside the law as a vigilante. That is a story. Maybe not the most original story you've ever heard, but it is still a story. And once you write that down in a little bit more detail than I just said, you have intellectual property. Now, that intellectual property could be Batman, or it could be Moon Knight, could be Iron Man, or it could be Iron Fist, or it could be the Shadow, or it could be Nighthawk, or it could be dozens of other characters, because that idea that I just said, rich man becomes a vigilante, is just an idea. And you cannot gain intellectual property, in an idea, once you write it down in a particular way, in a particular form of expression, like all the characters I mentioned. Now you have intellectual property. But the best way to protect intellectual property is to A, register the copyright, B, make sure you don't sign away the rights to the intellectual property you own in a contract, which is very easy to do if you're doing a creator-owned deal, if you're doing a freelance deal. If you don't understand what it is that you are signing, you could be giving up the intellectual property you have and not getting paid for it. So that is the core idea that comic book creators need to understand. Once you make it, you have a copyright in it, as long as it's original and it's yours. But if you register the copyright and you make sure you don't give away the rights, you're fine. Now, you could give away rights and get paid for it. Like Jonathan is a screenwriter, and he knows if you write a screenplay on spec and then you sell it, well, that's fine, because you gave away rights, they gave you money, everything is fine. But in comics, there's often cases where you are giving away rights and you don't get anything. And that's not cool. So don't do that.
I just realized I'm talking to myself again. Look at this. No, it's a really good point. But one of the things that's interesting is I talk to a lot of musicians, artists in the music space, and I talk to them all the time. Like, it's okay to sell your music. First off, if you're a very young artist, the likelihood that you've made your one-hit wonder already, very rare. So it's okay if you do like a record deal in the beginning, as long as it's not going to tie you up for the next 20 years so you can't produce any more stuff. I would say that's very true in the comic book space as well. That's actually my next question. And you mentioned film, right, with Jonathan. There's ways that people can monetize their IP without getting screwed themselves. What are some of the things that people should look for when someone does approach them for that? When they're like, "Hey, I'm looking to make a video game or a film or a TV series out of my comic, or toys, or whatever else it might be." What are some of the things they should look for, avoid? Look for in the positive space and look for in the negative space when it comes to IP. And yeah, I'll have you go first on that. Oh, you're muted. Yeah, we all get to do it once.
Hello?
Yep, you're good now.
Okay. The easiest way to understand any kind of deal that you're working on for your intellectual property is to look at the relationship between four factors in a contract. The four factors are your rights, your revenue, your responsibility, and your recovery. I made them all start with R, so because I'm not that bright. It's easy to remember if you start everything with the same letter. Rights is what it is that you're giving up. So in this example, let's say you have a comic book, a publisher who wants to come and make a video game out of it. They want the video game rights. Okay, that's very straightforward. The revenue is what is you're getting for what you're giving up. So if they're going to give you, let's say, $50,000 up front and 8% on every copy they sell, okay, that's doesn't sound like the most horrible thing in the world. So you have revenue. Your responsibility is what is it that you have to do to get the revenue. So in a video game context, you have to give them the story Bible, you give them the comic, maybe you do some consulting work on the side that you could probably charge them for separately. And that's your responsibility. And if you do that, you get the money. And the recovery is basically what happens if everything goes wrong or if the deal ends. If they never make a game, do you get your video game rights back, or what happens? So every paragraph in every contract is going to relate to one or more of those four elements. If you can actually understand the relationship between all four elements, you will be able to understand whether or not you have a good or a bad deal. And that's it.
Oh, very cool. And Jonathan, I actually wanted to ask you, have you ever seen any funny shenanigans in your contracts or interesting things as you've worked in the space?
So I feel like I made all the mistakes at least once. I think I won't say the name of the film, but I'm pretty sure I've had screenplays stolen and turned into features. And that was being very, very young and very naive about even like copywriting your work, like Gamal has mentioned, or even a cheaper route where you can go to the WGA's website and you can do anything you want on there. So you can do a treatment, you can do a short story, you can do a poem, there's a little drop down menu and everyone has an associated cost with it. The guild, I don't know, maybe Gamal knows better, but how much they would actually defend you, I don't know, but at least there's a paper trail there. And I think you can do a treatment for like maybe $15-$30. I don't know what the numbers are. And if you're in the guild, it's even cheaper. But I think I made the mistake of, sending screenplay to the wrong people, not even having that, and really no paper trail. And all of a sudden, like 24 months later, I was in the movie theater and I was like, this is what? So yeah, there's mistakes along the way. Maybe a better example would be like right out of film school. I have an MFA in feature film writing. Don't get overly excited about like opportunities or who you're talking to, and kind of get grounded, and if you can afford it or know somebody or have the right connections, absolutely talk to an attorney. I went to I think it was Paramount lot, and this is a little anecdote and a little story, but I didn't exactly know who I was talking to, and basically he tried to option my scripts. Option is different than purchasing. but it was an optioning agreement that would have been for like 36 months, which is a crazy long time. And he wanted to option not only my script, the one that we were there to discuss, but like a myriad of others. At the time, I had like 20 scripts, so he wanted to option all of them for $1. And it was like, luckily I had a background in business, and immediately when I said that, I was like, oh, this guy's full of shit. So like I was able to like backpedal almost immediately out of that, and I was like, thanks for lunch, like see you later. But those are the things you can be wary of as a young creator as you're going out. Like, try to do a little research about who you're talking to. Definitely have your stuff protected. The simplest little things you can even do to even get to that point, like without even getting an attorney involved, is go on Gmail and send yourself an email that just says, I'm meeting this person at this time today, and we're going to discuss this thing. So if anything goes wrong, at least there's some, I don't know how well that really works, but at least there's some kind of paper trail. So yeah, like short of like, I have some friends that are entertainment attorneys, and their advice is always like, what'd you sign? Like immediately. So, that would be, that's buyer beware. Like as you're getting out into this space, like know who you're talking to and don't sign anything like without at least vetting it yourself, or ideally having a real professional, not me, like an actual attorney, look at it and be able to say, the legalese in this document says, see this little like paragraph 3, section C, they're going to own all your shit like forever. And it's like, oops, I signed this. And it's like, they got you because their attorneys are better than yours, or you don't have one and you're screwed. So just be really, really mindful. Like, and it's actually very, very hard when you're entering in this space and you're very eager because you're really excited, right? So just be mindful of that, pump the brakes a little bit. And a book like this that took me years and years and years to produce, it's like, hang on, we're not going fast with anything.
No, definitely. And that's something that's a good point. And Gamal, I want to bring you back up for this. What is the in order to make sure people are safe, like Jonathan brought up a couple different ideas, what is the first thing an independent creator should do in order to make sure their work is protected at the minimalist level? And after that, like, how do we tier up from there to make sure that, if we do get, caught someplace that with our pants down, that at least we can get them up quickly?
Yeah, what you want to do, and this is what the way the book is structured is, first you have to figure out what it is that your story is, and you have to, you build a synopsis, maybe you build a treatment, something like that. You don't have to have the script, you don't have to have the art, you don't have to have the finished pages. You just have to know what it is that you're going to be working with. Then you have to figure out, at least on a minimal level, how you're going to finance the project. And when I say finance the project, that just means get it out into the world. You have to also figure out not only how much money it's going to take, but where that money.
Oh, your mic went muted.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you're back.
Okay. Once you have the idea, you have the investment to kind of get the idea off the ground. The third step is, in most cases, it is very helpful to build or have a legal entity constructed to protect the idea and the revenue. In most cases, with my clients who are independent artists, that's going to be a limited liability company, because that protects you from your personal property from any kind of lawsuits or anything else. And it's a home for your assets to live in that company. Then you're going to go out and you're going to register the copyrights for all of the ideas that you have already created. Now you have, like we said before, you have intellectual property once you create it, but it is much easier to protect your intellectual property and enforce those rights if you have it copywritten. Right? Filing a copyright is not complicated. You do not need an attorney to file a copyright. It is not expensive. It only costs $65. And this is going to be a shameless plug, if you sign up for my newsletter at gamalhennessy.com, I will send you a video that has a screen-by-screen explanation on how to register the copyright for your comic. Because once you do that, you're now going to be in a position you could go out and talk to artists, knowing that they're not going to be in a position to steal your idea because you already have it copywritten by your company. You're not going to be worried about talking to publishers about publishing your idea and having them take it because, again, you will have a federally registered copyright for your company for your idea. So it's all going to be locked up. Now, the next problem is going to be that you could own all of the intellectual property. And then, like Jonathan said, if you sign the wrong piece of paper, now you don't because you just. So it's the first step is to protect the intellectual property. And the second step is to make sure you understand how anything that you're signing is going to impact your intellectual property rights.
Awesome. Yeah, that's definitely something that I know that we need to go through some of that stuff, but I think it's super important for people to really understand that and it's very common in any of the arts for people to not know their rights, not know what they have access to. I definitely recommend people look up what the actual rights are that you have. I wanted to put this on the screen real quick. That's the QR code for his newsletter if you want to sign up for that. And I do recommend that because it is very helpful to be able to understand what rights you have and what rights you can sign away and how you should be compensated for which rights you sign away because they're all going to be different depending on what capability, what access you give them, what access you still retain. That's the whole reason for the Star Wars, merchandise and films being separated because somebody had a good attorney that was like, hey, there's some money to be made over here. You might not want to give that right away. So I definitely recommend that. Where'd my other questions go? Okay, and then something else that was kind of brought up too was just some of the ideas, like Jonathan was saying, like emailing to yourself to kind of do this. What are some misconceptions in the legal space where people do certain things? Maybe they think that they're protected, but they're not, or maybe the idea isn't complete enough and they think that it is, or if their incomplete idea overlaps too much with another idea, like where they're infringing on somebody else's rights and they think they're actually copyrighting their stuff. What are some of the thoughts around that? Like what are some of the problems people typically come across in that space?
Well, there's a long-standing myth that if you take let's say your comic book script and you print it out and you put it in an envelope and you mail it to yourself, but then you don't open the envelope, that you now have a copyright because you have that, the stamp from the post office showing when you wrote the thing. It is referred to as a poor man's copyright, and it is a complete and utter waste of time. Don't do that. In fact, the Copyright Office on their website has a page that says, please don't do that. That's not a thing. It's literally in the copyright law that this is not a thing, but this has been a persistent myth since like the 50s or the 60s. The reality is filing a copyright properly doesn't take long. It's not expensive. And there's really only one way to do it, which is register with the Copyright Office. So that is one misconception that I have spent a long time trying to explain to people. That's not a thing. What Jonathan was talking about, sending yourself a note saying that you were meeting a certain person at a certain place, is an attempt to establish evidence in the event that there's a case for infringement. What you're doing in that instance is you are trying to create a sequence of events, a provable sequence of events through evidence that shows that the person who is infringing on your work had access to the work. They could made their work after they made your work, and they used substantial parts of your work in their work. The problem with that is the problem between the legal reality and the financial reality of intellectual property. Because even if you had a registered copyright and someone stole your idea, for you to actually do anything about that, you have to take them to court. Now, taking someone to court especially federal court, is not a cheap proposition. You're talking about $25,000, $30,000 just to get the case off the ground. and to retain the attorney that's going to try this case. The case itself might take several years, and attorneys bill by the hour. So you might be looking at 40, 50, 60, $100,000 just in legal fees for an infringement case that you may or may not win. Because anytime you take any case to court, you could lose. And if you lose, then you're probably out of the cash, which is why in comics, it is much harder. Well, it's much less likely that you're going to take people to court, only because the sums of money involved are usually so, they don't actually justify the cost of going to court. So, like, let's say you do a book with you do a creator-owned deal with a publisher, and they don't pay you royalties, and let's say they owe you $5,000. If it costs $20,000 to sue, you're not going to sue for $20,000 to get $5. It doesn't make sense, unless you just don't like them that much and you have $20,000 and just
or don't like
them.
money.
Yeah, or you're suing them for fun at that point, which is not a thing. You don't sue people. Well, some people sue people for fun. That's not. I shouldn't say that. But in comics, that's not really what we do. So you have to. The key in the comic book industry, most of the time, is to get the best deal that you can up front and get the most money that you can up front, because the idea of going after someone later in like a lawsuit, unless you utilize methods like small claims court or you do arbitration or something else that actually reduces the cost of going after someone, saying that you'll just sue them later is not necessarily realistic, unless, of course, again, you have that cash sitting around just to sue people.
Just burning a hole in your pocket. I hate when that happens. I just gotta get out of here, money.
Yeah. Exactly.
Also, I saw Jonathan laughing. Have you had an experience with this, or do tell?
I'll be the story time person and not the legal part. So I won't say names of anything, but let's just say within the last 36 months, this was not a comic book. My comic book is just printed and literally just arrived just now. So, but I had through Hollywood connections, I was set up with a meeting with an entity. I don't even want to say who or what it was, but I gave them this whole spiel. Everything was protected. Everything was, protected with the guild and copywritten, all these things. And then interactions were great with the company, emails back and forth, very, very business, within an hour back and forth. And then after our second 2-hour meeting, I got ghosted for 6 weeks, and they weren't responding to emails. And I was like, what's going on here? They're not doing their due diligence. I'm following up. This is odd. And then all of a sudden, these YouTube videos came out where they were just repeating my emails, and my story, and they're making this feature film. So anyway, long story short, talking to, people found out about it. They connected me with, a great entertainment attorney in LA. And this was the conversation. You will win, and maybe you can get $500,000. The cost of my fees will be $2 million. He's like, do you still want to proceed with this lawsuit? And I was like, I think not. So yeah, he just literally said this is going to take forever. These are my fees. It's going to be $2 million. Maybe we can get $500,000. And I was like, thank you. That was a great conversation. Lesson learned. That was dumb.
No, that's it. Definitely seems like a rough go of things when you're trying to just keep yourself safe. And actually, speaking of that, I have I think one more question. What time is it? I don't know if I have. Maybe are we overlapping the next one? Great. What time does the panel start? The next one. Where are we at here? No. We still got 10 minutes. All right, perfect. All right. So my next question is, where'd it go? So there's the idea you mentioned earlier, Gamal, with protecting an idea and protecting a comic, and there's a difference. And that was kind of something I wanted to separate. What's the difference between protecting a specific comic issue with copywriting, right, versus protecting a series title or a character name with a trademark?
Okay. This is something that a lot of people inside and outside of comics confuse the idea between a copyright and a trademark. The easiest way I think to explain it is, let's use the story that very original story I told before about the rich young man who becomes a vigilante. That's a story. You copyright a story and all of the elements within the story, the characters, the setting, the equipment they use, the storyline itself. You are protecting that original work of artistic expression. A trademark is a word, a symbol, a sound, a slogan that you use to sell things, such as comic books. The reason people get confused is that Batman is a series of comics, and every issue of those comics are protected by copyright. But the word Batman is also a trademark because Batman is used to sell literally everything that you could slap the word Batman on or a bat symbol. Because when I worked at it's because it's the same idea. When I worked at Marvel, I worked in what was called the licensing division, which meant people came in to get licenses for T-shirts and body jewelry and posters and hats and games and everything else that had nothing to do with comics. And that's where Marvel made almost all of its money, not in comics. So the trademark is not something used to theoretically, is not something used to protect the company. It's used to protect the public, because the public needs to know if they get a certain product or service from a certain place that it actually came from that place. You don't want to go in the supermarket, grab a bottle of Coca-Cola, and you want to be sure it comes from Coca-Cola, not some guy in the back of the supermarket with a big bathtub full of sugar and like water, right? Trademarks are used to protect the sale of goods and services. Copyrights are the stories that you are protecting. They are related because if you don't have a story, the trademark in most cases is going to be useless. Nobody would going to walk around with a T-shirt with a bat on it if there were no issues of Batman to read, if there was no Batman TV show, there was no Batman anything else. The stories make the trademarks valuable, but they are not the same. A copyright is not a trademark. The copyright is for the story. The trademark is to sell things like the story.
No, very cool. Yeah, because I do remember trying to learn the difference between the two, because with comics it is a visual thing. So like I think maybe that's where a lot of the confusion comes in. They hear trademark, you can protect a logo, you can protect an image, you can protect this, but comics, they're a complete medium. So it's like film, TVs, novels, etc. So yeah, it's definitely something I feel like most people in the arts in general don't understand, but I'd be willing to bet in the comic space it is even less understood than most other mediums, than like film and music, for example.
Yeah, but it's easy to understand how people get it confused in comics because there's this huge overlap. It's like, okay, we're going to protect Spider-Man. Oh, okay, are we protecting the word Spider-Man? Are we protecting the logo Spider-Man? Are we protecting Spider-Man issue 250? Once you understand what it is you're protecting, and in most cases, if you have a large company or even most of my clients, even if they're small or mid-sized, they protect both. They say, okay, we have these 6 issues that are coming out in this limited series. We're going to actually use the title as the title of the series, and we're going to protect it in a trademark. Then when we go to do, let's say T-shirts, we may use one of the images of the cover, and that's going to become a trademark separate from the copyright that you have in the actual issue. So they can serve both purposes. So as long as you understand what it is you're trying to accomplish, it is easier to not get confused between copyright and trademark.
Yeah, definitely. And actually, that kind of gets into the next thing, because I know that if you do get a trademark, let's say of your logo or your character, and now other people, you can license them. That was one way we were talking about, like a monetization method. You can license your product to somebody else. That kind of gets me into doing collaborative efforts and some of the logistics of the legal sides of that. And the two paths I wanted to ask about deal with: A, you are a creator and you're hiring writers, artists, colorists, letters, any of the creative space there. And the second one is whether or not you're a cartoonist and you do it all, or you're any of those other people and you're working in a collaborative sense for something like, let's say, an anthology, right? Mm-hmm. So that's something that I wanted to ask you about. What are what types of agreements should be in place in the first scenario where you're working with all of these people and you're just the creator, in order to ensure that ownership is clearly defined for the creator?
In the first example that you gave, what you're going to be looking at is either going to be a freelance agreement or a collaboration agreement. The easiest way to understand which one you need is to answer one simple question: who is ultimately going to own the intellectual property? If you are hiring an entire team of creative people, but at the end of the entire process, you are going to own the copyright to everything, then everybody in the team needs to sign a freelance agreement, because what's happening is they're exchanging their copyright, because once they do the work, they own the copyright, but they're giving you the copyright and you are giving them money. That way, when the transaction is complete, they give you the work, you give them the money, you now own the copyright. In a collaboration agreement, you are working with other people and you're going to share whatever comes out of that. So let's say you're the writer, you bring in an artist, you're going to share the ownership of the characters and that story. You're going to share it 50-50. But you're also going to share the control over what happens to that story. So if you're the writer and the artist, and one of you wants to make it a ongoing series of 200 issues, and one of you just wants to make a graphic novel, you're going to have to figure out what it is that's going to happen. But you're going to have to do that together because you both own it. Where in the first example, if you want to make it an ongoing series, there's nothing that your letterer can do about it because they signed the freelance agreement, they got paid, and that's the end of it. So once you understand what kind of relationship you're going to have with everyone building the comic, then you're going to understand what kind of contract you're going to need with those people. The other type of situation you mentioned is the anthology agreement. An anthology agreement is basically you are licensing your story and maybe your trademark to a publisher for what's called a limited use. They get to put 20 pages in their anthology. The anthology gets one printing, and they're going to give you whatever it is they're going to give you for that. And that's the end of it. You're not signing away the ownership of the intellectual property. You are not signing away control over what's called the subsidiary rights. Like, you're not, because your book is in the anthology, doesn't mean they get to go make a movie out of the anthology or sell posters or t-shirts or anything else. They get the scope, is what the legal lawyers call it. The scope of what the rights are granted is going to be limited to that anthology, either in print and or digital. That's it. You then retain the rights to do everything else because it's your story. And that's the difference.
Yeah, and that's super important too, because I feel like there's a lot of because we're on the creator side, but we work with a lot of artists, and we do like to educate them if they are new. Like we've dealt with artists who have come to us and they're like, oh, what about this? What about this? I'm like, oh, you should look into this a little deeper. And one of the big ones, you mentioned it briefly, was if they're selling the rights. Like, let's say I'm an artist and I draw a character for somebody. Does the creator who hired me to do that, can they put that on merch? Can they do this? And honestly, very often, I believe it depends on the contract itself. If it's a straightforward, like, I'm hiring you to make this artwork, I can use it for whatever I want kind of thing, then sure. But there are also creators, like maybe it's like some really high level artist and you're hiring them. They might have a little more in-depth contracts where it's like, this is only meant for this comic. If it's film, I want rights to the film, other things like that. There's also marketing responsibilities. I know that you can say, hey, I'm going to pay you X amount, but part of that deal is you're going to be marketing this with me. Like, so let's say you're the creator and you have some artist who wants to charge you a ton of money. Like, are they going to put their brand name behind it? Is that why they're charging so much? Or do they want it in secret and they want to be a ghost writer or a ghost artist, right? Like they're going to use a pen name and you don't even get the leverage of their name. So I think that some of those are important things to consider. And that's the last thing I wanted to ask you is, what are things like that in those types of contract, both as the creator and as the potential artist or writers, that you should look for, consider, and try to get into contracts or out of contracts depending on who you are?
Okay, well, let's look at this last question from the standpoint of the freelancer, because we've been talking a lot about publishers and creators and things like that. If you're a freelancer, part of what it is that you are bringing to the table is going to be not only your skill and professionalism, but also to a certain extent, your reputation. So if you are getting, again, it's a relationship between rights and revenue. If the rights you're giving up are the pages you're doing, and they're giving you a certain amount, then that's fine, because that's all you have to do. If they're going to give what's called publicity rights, or the more elaborate term is name, image, and likeness rights. If they get the right to use your name, or they get the right to access your social media following, or if they get the right to do behind the scenes videos of you, or things like that, that is not either A, you're giving them your name, image, likeness, rights away for free, and why would you do that? Or B, you are using this as leverage to get yourself more work later. So you need to have credit in the book, because the way you're going to get another job is if you had a job already and you did good work on it. So you want credit, and you want to be named in the book in addition to the page rate. If you're giving away name, image, likeness rights, you want to, at most, you want to be compensated for it, but at the very least, you want approval over how your name, image, and likeness is used. You may not want, like you said, and depending on the nature of the book, you may or may not want your name associated with the book. You may not want your name associated with a project that's being associated with other projects that you had nothing to do with and you don't really want to support. So if you could get approval rights, if you could get compensation, you definitely also want credit. These are all things to ask for in addition to your page rate and discounted books and whatever else you're going to ask for. And you can get it depending on what kind of leverage you have. Leverage simply means your ability to add terms and ideas to the contract that may not have already been in there. So maybe the creator comes to you and says, I want you to design these characters and I want to use it for whatever I want. If you have enough leverage, and there's a lot of different ways to get leverage, you have enough leverage, you could say, okay, I'll design the characters, but you could only use it for print comics. If you then use my character designs for video games, I need to get a cut. If you're going to use it, if the character designs then go to be made into a film, I need to get a cut. You also need, once you say that though, you need to be able to put in the contract that you're going to get an accounting statement, because there's no good you telling them they have to pay you for every t-shirt that gets sold and you don't know how many t-shirts are sold. You have to also be able to audit those accounting statements, which means you get to metaphorically kick in their door and go through their files to make sure if they told you they sold 5 t-shirts and they actually sold 50,000 t-shirts, you need to figure that out. So there's a sequence of events, a sequence of ideas that go into a contract once you realize you can ask for certain things. So you can't just ask for, let's say you do character designs, you get paid for the character design. The other things you need to ask for could include your name, image, likeness rights, your royalties for other usage, your limitations on usage, your accounting statements, your auditing rights. And you're not going to know what all of those pieces need to be unless you either A, hire an attorney to actually explain it to you, if and only if that attorney understands comic books, because the vast majority of attorneys don't. And if you actually have the leverage to put that in the contract in the first place, because if you're first starting out and you're trying to get your foot in the door, you're trying to get a deal, and Marvel offers you a deal where you could, do a backup story in the back of, Spider-Woman, you may not be able to ask for name, image, likeness rights because they're Disney and you're not. So It all depends on your leverage. You could ask for whatever you want to ask for. It's just in certain cases, you may or may not get it because they don't have to give it to you.
No, that's super important, and I'll end on that note of yeah. If you want to get leverage, you have to be known. People have to want your stuff and get more stuff out there. Be on social media. Join Nova Comic Con Virtual Expo 2026, right? So things like that to get out there because it really is important if you want to grow in the community is getting that leverage. But also the other thing I would say too is remember where you came from in the sense of like if you started with one creator and you've been working with them for a while, and now you're a big shot, don't forget the little guys, So I know that I've even in the marketing space, I've worked with people where I started off charging so little for these guys and now I charge substantially more, but I'm not gonna, screw over the little guys. So I still help them out. So make sure to keep them in mind. But that was awesome. I'm glad we got to get you on here. And gush over your book and all the other cool stuff you're doing. But yeah, so the last thing before we switch over to the next panel, what are you currently working on that you want people to know about, or what are you trying to push, and where can people find you?
Yeah, there's the two things that I'm working on now is I have an ongoing podcast that happens every 2 weeks. It's called The Business of Comics. It broadcasts on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. And what it does is it actually goes through the ongoing evolution of the comic book industry, because it's one thing to understand the foundations, the basic concepts, like things we've been talking about today, but the industry is always in flux, whether you're talking about distribution or marketing or team management or anything like that. So I go over the news of the recent news and explain how it impacts comic creators on a business and legal level. Then we also talk about different foundational ideas that comic book creators need to know. And if creators have questions, they can always send the questions to me and I answer those questions on the show. The other thing that I am working on is the second edition to the Business of Independent Comic Book Publishing, because the first edition came out in 2021. So next year will be the 5th anniversary. And because there's been a lot of changes in the industry in those past 5 years, I'm overhauling the book from page one. So the whole thing is going to be, hopefully it's not going to be that much bigger, because there's some places I have to cut out and stuff I have to add in, but hopefully that book will be available. I'll probably launch the Kickstarter for that, hopefully around New York Comic Con, so it'll be like September, October 2026. If anybody has general questions they want to ask, they could always go to GamalHennessy.com and send me an email, ask the question, and I will put it on the show. If you have specific private questions about a deal that you're working on or a business you're trying to build, you can also go to GamalHennessy.com, and I provide free consultations so we can figure out what it is that you need, when it is you may or may not need my help, and then structure something that actually works with your budget, because I do not charge comic book creators the same way other lawyers charge like film clients or video game clients. I keep the fees commensurate with how much comic creators generally make, which is not much. So it should all be very affordable, but at the very least you can have the free consultation to at least point you in the right direction of what it is that you need.
Very cool. And one second. There you go. And that's the QR code for it. I think Greg clicked on it too. But yes, yeah, that QR code will get you to GamalHennessy.com. And Jonathan, I know you were on earlier, but for all the people, what are you working on? Where do people find you?
Same stuff. This just literally arrived in the box. So this is the full graphic novel of Eric. So just in time for Christmas, but grab A cover or B cover. This is my Instagram, so you can follow me there, or the website is comicavalon.com. And just I offered nothing to this panel, but I'm glad. Thanks for having me on. The last thing I'll say about this is because Gamal just kind of mentioned it, we don't often make a ton, so just read everything that's in front of you. because some of this stuff is kind of common sense and the legalese and vetting the contracts that you're looking at. If it sounds weird or looks weird, it's probably weird. So like, just be mindful of that when you, tiniest little story. There's another cover for this book, and this was a new comic art cover artist that I was working with. Sent them the work for hire contract. They vetted it with some random attorney that charged them more than the whole contract was worth. They sent it back to me in the language. It was ridiculous. Like, I didn't need an attorney to know that this was the stupidest contract on earth. It said in there in one of the subsections, it was like, I am liable for all the costs associated with the production of this cover. They could have charged me for their iPad, their computer, their paint, their like everything. When I talked to the person, I was like, "Did you see this article? You could charge me whatever you want." Like, and I was just like, "No, thank you." So just read stuff. Some of it's common sense, and when you get into deep water, reach out to Gamal. That's it.
Definitely, yeah. No, I agree with read your contracts. I had what was it, an apartment contract. One of them was only 1 page front and back, and that one was real easy to read, and I understood everything in it. One of them was 14 pages long. I was like, "What the hell's going on?" So, no, agreed. If it looks fishy, it probably is fishy. What is it? If it walks like a duck, talks like a duck. Anyways, that was awesome. I'm so glad that you were all here. This again, one second, where'd the panel list go here? So yeah, this was protecting your work, legal essentials for indie creators. And next up is the Funnies Foundation. So thanks everyone for joining, and we'll see you in the next panel.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Ciao.
Happy holidays, everybody. Thank you.
Cool. There we go. There we go. Awesome. And I gotta go back to regular view. There we go. Awesome. And without further ado, because that one went over by a few minutes, but that's because we were late on the the trivia. The next up is the Funnies Foundation, which we are going to bring Christian up now to explain. But first, Christian, give us a little bit of an introduction.
Hey, what's up? This is Christian here. Coming all the way from the other side of the ocean on the freeloaders of Europe. The whole idea of the Funnies Foundation is to create a new channel for distribution. And I know Greg for many years, over a decade, I suppose, by now. And we always agree that, I always say that from the beginning, that two main issues of independent comics is one, quality, and second, distribution. So this is a way to establish, to solve that big issue that all independent creators have, that's distribution. Finally, Diamond is bankrupt and gone, thank God. And so we want to establish something that is fair to creators, and also something that we can work on directly with stores, So that's the whole idea of the foundation. The idea is to create an NPO that establishes a channel in which nobody's really making any money in that distribution, but offers all creators that have a book completed a chance to be seen by stores, and they will eventually pick it up if they like or not. That's the whole idea of the foundation, is to be a channel for not only distributing comics, but also to reach places that normally a private company wouldn't reach, like public institutions and library, universities, stuff like that. So it's something like we are very used to here in Europe, especially for big festivals, and because we see something I will talk also with Dylan in a long time, that culture is not only a monetary thing, but it's also art, and it should be available and accessible to everyone as much as possible. It should be, involved with the government, involved with a local institution, involved with sponsors. So it shouldn't be not just only a commercial thing, but also a way to propagate and disseminate the words, the stories, and the art of everyone involved. Because comic is a big umbrella in which anything can be, everything from education all the way to the most mainstream stuff, and everything in the middle, historical and episodic, and way to use to for. And I have some friends who work in like illustration for companies using comics, or to explain complex concepts. So it's an art, on itself. So it should be regarded as art, and it should be seen as that, and it should be used as that, not just something for kids or just something based on superheroes. So it should be the whole umbrella of different things that can be expressed and used in that context, used in that form.
Very cool. And one of the questions I wanted to ask you is, I know that you started working on this where you are across the pond.
Yeah.
And I was curious to, like what's the current status of what you're building over there? Because I know obviously we want to bring it over here as well. But yeah, just share a little bit about where you've gotten so far, what you've noticed along the way of building that, and where you see it headed, where you are before it skips the pond.
Yeah, that what we have. It has already been established in several countries. Associations of comic creators, not only normally divided by guilds, like artists on one side and writers on another side and publishers on another side. So we want to. That's also been already been established in I would say almost all countries in Europe, Italy, France, Spain. So the idea is to create something just for distribution to start with, and what we're doing as a now, we are already working with a couple of stores here in Ireland locally, and in which we are developing. Well, they already developed a couple of years, some a huge panel of artists, not only comics but animation and cinema and all that. So the idea is to bring that kind of content throughout a foundation, and they're all obviously everybody is working on the medium. They all have their own companies, but it's a way to introduce people and show them what we do and how we create them, and in a fun and collaborative way, not just directly a whole very commercial approach like a Comic Con. So it's more in Europe we tend to do, especially anything that's related with culture in a much ease way, I would say, not so much thinking of selling something. By the way, we do also. But for example, the second biggest convention in the world is in Italy, and the third was in France. Okay, so and the first was in Japan. So none of them are in the US. But because it has that approach. The thing is that people know the commercial one because they have the logo and they have the famous people and all that. But where there are more participants, where there are more books sold, where more people go to see what's cooking, is conventions based in this type of model, in which you have the commercial side from one side, the artist side on another side, the government on another side, everybody comes together in order to disseminate and give out the word. So that's how we're working already. So as I mentioned, we have a couple of stores here who are already doing initiatives, local initiatives, and the other holidays that we want to work with them, and in order to expand that brand they already have, by incorporating the foundations and incorporating artists and creators, not only here in Ireland, but maybe those type of foundations need to be national because they need to depend on the laws of that country, and also, but we also always bring like creators from the UK, from the main continent, in order to come here and show their work and showcase, and we have to build those relationships. So we want to, the whole idea, it's something that we want to do back with you guys, not only you guys, but everybody who's interested in the US. It's a big market too.
Definitely. And one of the things that we had talked about before was in order to help make sure that this can grow steadily and get more and more people involved, is to have basically districts where people are responsible for heading, because obviously the US physically is massive. So being able to cover the entire US is just unreasonable or unfathomable for most people to comprehend. So being able to go, okay, here's Europe. We can even break this into sections. Here's the states. We've got the East, West. We got the Midwest. We got the South. Like there's these districts where people can kind of, get involved. So what's your ideas on that? How are you looking to see? Obviously we were talking about the U.S. So there's also the globe, but let's start with the U.S. How are we looking to get this broken down? How do we want people to get involved, and in what ways would they be involved?
Yeah, the whole idea, we were talking about it when we started actually this idea. It needs to be in areas, especially because people know this, especially creators have been doing it for several years. They already know the stores, they already know people who are involved, more or less the more they know the scene, and every scene is a little bit different. For example, like you mentioned to me one of the meetings we have, the scene in the South is more linked to stuff like music, but then the scene in the Midwest is maybe is more linked to things like wrestling or stuff like that. So, or then the scene in the West Coast is linked to I don't know some kind of outdoor activity. So it's gonna be conditioned by the weather and conditioned by the culture of that area. So the idea is to have several chapters, at least 3 or 4 to start with, like East Coast, West Coast, South, and the rest. I call them the Midlands or whatever you want to call it, and those people develop their local chapter of that idea. But again, not to overload anybody with anything. The whole idea is to have like a website in which people can just upload, and then digitally the stores that would like to participate will have access to that catalog. The idea is to make it as simple and as easy to possible to start with. In Europe, we're doing it by language, so it's normally divided by country. So because most of the countries here have one languages, even several countries like Spain or other ones that have several languages like Belgium, stuff like that. So it depends. Mainly it's going to depend on countries and on languages. So that's the main thing. And that's how we see it. That's the whole idea. We want to start little by little, maybe one area first, and then we can expand from there. But the idea is to make it a national, and in your guys' case, because it's the same country, a national thing, and also in Europe, a national thing, but also interconnected, to make it a European one. So we're all kind of on the same page. That's what we'll be working on, for sure.
Yeah, and you mentioned the different languages. I know something I've wanted to do in the past, and I'm curious if you have thoughts on how you might go about this. But one of the ways that independent comic creators can expand their audience, this is true in music as well, but typically in music they don't need to deal with people reading it. It's just listening and vibing with it, for example. What are your do you have any ideas on how the Funny Foundation, other than the help with distribution, might be able to help with something like translations and language barriers, getting from different countries? So like if you've got a French writer or a German writer, that they can bring it to the States and maybe have somebody, not who's English based, but American English based, that can actually go, oh, like, hey, this makes sense in our grammar of how you would say this and how this, in the way that you want to tell your story. Do you have ideas on how things like that might get implemented?
Yeah, we already working. For example, one of the latest projects we have some French directors, and also we have some German writers. So everybody was kind of like bringing their language to the project. And in Europe, it's basic because we have so many languages and so many different cultures. So it's very important to have that kind of background. But it's not that complicated, in which we know that we have different languages and we know we need to adapt to different situations, and also the markets are a little bit different too. I think are more transferable than not. The format, for example, of the comics also need to be taken into account. It's not the same, and the size that you have in France and the size you have in Spain and the size you have in Italy, for example. So all these type of formats, we can also orientate and give people some ideas and some pinpoints, and some things that need to be aware when they do that. And yeah, translation nowadays is getting easier and easier, especially when all this AI models, stuff like that. But it's also important to have somebody to correct and overview that, just in case something is not done properly or something's done literally and doesn't make any sense, or people don't speak like that, or especially if you're doing historical comics and stuff like that, or you want to applicate that to a specific area, a specific age group, and you want a specific dialect, then forget about it. That how computers gonna do that. So it's important to have that kind of backup for sure. That's why we want to have kind of like an international hub in which we can help people with different formats and different ways to see things. Me been working here for living here for most of my life, half of my life, I will say, and also been to a lot of conventions there. I have a lot certain contacts in certain countries and people that I know that are legit and been doing it for a long time. So for me, it's kind of easy to navigate, especially if you're coming from the States. It looks like a big puzzle, because it is, it's like a maze. But it's not that complicated once you already here and you kind of know it. So it's kind of the same with you guys. If somebody in Europe that doesn't have any contact there, US is gonna look like this amazing and huge maze. But once you are there, you kind of navigate. You need to know a little bit more what your audience like, or what the audience in that area likes, or what is the scene there. So as I always say, it's hugely important, especially in the indie community, that we are connecting and we kind of help each other and we collaborate, because that's what I know that's a fun about this was the future of comics. I think the future of comics is that one too, to have stronger international communities, especially nowadays with technology and all that. We need to have that kind of exchange, and that's why we have also a couple of friends also in Japan to help us with that market, because that's another huge market that's very complicated to enter. But once you know how to enter, how to navigate, it becomes a lot easier because they consume a lot of material. But again, you need to have friends. We have a saying in Spain that you have to have friends even in hell. So it's very important, So
yeah, one thing I was going to say actually that on what you just brought up too is the collaboration of things. I remember you briefly mentioned before the idea of exactly how you're going to get a collection of independent comics into a shop. And I think at one point you mentioned basically doing like almost like cohort bundles of them. Like, hey, like we don't want to just get like X, Y, and Z comic into your shop. Like here's a collection of 10 comics that we're trying to get into a collection of shops, something like that. I don't remember if you fleshed out that idea thoroughly or not, but I'm curious what your thoughts are on like, how do you get potentially tens of thousands of independent, comics into shops around the world? And are you prioritizing them? Obviously, things like language. If they haven't been translated, you're going to keep them in language or in countries that only speak that language. But yeah, what are your thoughts on that? Like how to actually get the comics into the shops?
The whole idea to begin with is to show like a catalog back in the day, like Diamond used to sell. I don't know if people know this, but the traditional distribution is to send physical catalogs month or 2 months. I think it's 3 months in advance to show, oh, this is what the new batch is bringing, and then the shops do their orders. So the idea is to do something similar to that. And then according to whatever the store thinks is more likable or less likable, or they know the clients, they can offer them. Because for example, what we normally work, this my seal, my company, my publishing company does is we don't work with all stores, we just work with stores that know that are kind of interested in the material, because that's something that happens with a lot of big distributions, that you send the books out and you don't know if they're gonna sell it, if they display, if they care about, if they maybe they return it and it's broken, or they pay you half, or so you don't know what's gonna happen, And then you have all that capital, all that material there sitting there, and maybe at the end of the year they pay you or they don't pay you, they return you all this. So that's like for any, especially for a small studio, that's like a killer. You cannot have all this material there. Oh, we're gonna sell it. We're not gonna sell it. No, that's one thing that first is to have some kind of offer them by, it could be like by genres or by topics they are interested in. But the beginning is just like offer them everything that is already done. That's important. That's something we talk about when we were dealing with this. It needs to be books that already directly they can buy directly. No, oh, we have this project and we're gonna kickstart it in 3 months. So no. The book is already done, printed, and then you can ship it to the store. That's like the only condition. Then they will decide which one they want or which one they don't want. And then also, but that's something that we'll do in the future. That's something that I know several organizations in Europe do it. It's like you go into conventions under that banner, like under independent distribution or the Funnies Foundation, blah blah, and then the Funnies Foundation brings the 10 most seller on that year or the last year or whatever. So in every convention, somebody goes under that banner, and we kind of share the expenses, and it's easier if we have people already in those places, so nobody needs to move, just the books move to a certain degree, not really, because we have a catalog. So that's the idea with time, The idea first is to establish who is gonna dealing with what area, and then set up the site, and through there have the orders filled and the stores set up.
Actually, yeah, and speaking of having like different locations, the other thing that that got me thinking about was what like let's say I'm a comic book shop, or I'm a comic book printer, or I'm a comic book creator, the different ways that we would get involved in here. And you were mentioning, like, obviously, if we're trying to get these around the world, shipping costs, things like that are going to be crazy. You mentioned getting like pools of money together from members to be able to do conventions, things like that. I love the idea of basically being able to it's kind of like, what's it called? There's the organization that helps comic book creators in need when they're struggling. I forgot the name of it.
Oh, you mean for the retired ones? They have issues with medical bills, stuff like that.
Anything, right? Yeah, like maybe a comic creator gets crippled or something, like they're paralyzed or in a wheelchair, whatever it might be. I forgot the name of the organization that helps people like that. Man, that's driving me nuts. I literally at one of the events, I remember them talking about it. Now it's just totally slipped.
I know exactly what you mean, but I don't know the name.
Yeah.
But I know exactly what you mean.
But anyways, that organization, which I'm sure I'll that I forgot till later. It kind of seems like that, but for instead of just basically helping people when they're down, it's trying to help bring people up. Like it's kind of like, hey, you're trying to make a comic book, that you're trying to get it out in the world. How can we go about basically growing and promoting that from the ground up? And one of the things that Greg and I definitely know is, we can go online and shout into the ether all we want, but it's pretty hard to get somebody who's never heard about us to stop for a second and look at our stuff. Where when you're at a Comic-Con and you're standing in front of people that are specifically there to see new and shiny things, it's so much easier to be like, hey, look at our stuff over here. And now you can get potential lifelong fans from somebody that's never heard of you before. And so but the problem is, I do know, like, there's some conventions like the one that we go to. It's a great convention. We love it. We go to it all the time, but it is a little expensive, especially for new independent creators, to try to put that amount of money forward and then hope to make just that money back. But that's not going to make the cost of printing the comics to begin with. So they have to make at least the cost of their comics, and they got to make the show pay for itself. And if they traveled there, travel expenses, all that stuff has to get made up. And so if it was possible where instead of, Sierra Nova Comics having to have a booth at these conventions, if we're part of the Funnies Foundation, there could be a Funnies Foundation table where a bunch of creators who are local are like, okay, we're going to host a table together because there's this funding that goes towards it. And now that we're at this particular convention, like let's say Baltimore Comic-Con, which is really good for independent creators, that's a really good way to get independent creators into the ethos of people interested in finding them when normally they couldn't make it there. So I do like that idea a lot.
I think that's a path forward. The whole idea is to bundle together, because it's going to be easier for logistics, it's going to be easier for printing, it's going to be easier for taxes, it's going to be easier for a lot of things, especially nowadays with the printing costs. Well, so the shipping costs are sometimes even as much as the printing, or even some cases more. It's ridiculous nowadays, but it is what it is. So it's important to have that kind of this local distribution or micro distribution, within the indie comics. That's why I was saying we need to have some areas like east, west, south, so it's easier. People can drive, or people can move around those areas. Not having a lot of stock, obviously, because nobody has a huge warehouse to have thousands of books stored there, but have a couple of copies of a selection, and that is something that will be a second phase, I would say, or after we have the first part of the regular distribution, quote unquote, and we can have physical distribution. We can, share expenses and share spaces under a banner that pulls all together in. It's not gonna be like Sierra Nova or Unpopular or Comic Strive or Ninja Studios. It's just the foundation. This foundation is all for independent comics. So we have all this channel. We have this sci-fi here, superhero there, and children here, and Vinceland there. So we have like a selection of a little bit of everything, and maybe the booth can be a little bit bigger, and then we have local people. They're selling not only their books but also their colleagues and their different books. So I think that's a way forward. And you were mentioned Baltimore and all that. I've been to New York Comic Con, which is one of the most expensive ones. And the thing with those conventions is that you need to have a very strong presence. You need to have like a 2-3 tables. You need to be in a corner. You need to have a huge screen. You need to have so you need to call attention, because there you are intoxicated. It's so much input that there's a small table with that creator there. Nobody cares about you. Oh, let's see what the studio is doing. So it's so much input. You need to have a strong space in those type of conventions, in order to attract people. So it's the other way around. It's not people go there to see the big fish, and by the way they see you. So you need to offer them something really compelling. So it's a combination of things, like small shows, mid shows, and big shows, and also areas, and also like you mentioned, languages, stuff like that. So yeah, it's important. And I think the only way to do that, you guys know this because you've been also in this a lot of years, is when you have a studio, you have a small production company, you have to do so many things. You need to wear so many hats and master so many things, that as much as collaboration you can have, the better. That's why we do the studio. That's why we work with people who do the 3D printing. That's how we do cinema. That's why we work with people who do animation, because we cannot do everything. We can do a part of it, and then we need collaboration and people who want to integrate in our ideas and jump in on ship in order to get big projects on the way. That's why even movie studios take that many years of production and that many years, even then with the funds, you still need, it takes a long time to launch everything, especially if you want to do it the right way. If you want to produce simple things and not very good quality, yeah, you can produce it every 3 months or every 2 months. But if you want to take your time and deliver something with quality, it takes time and funds. So it's better to share that load, and then also to share the rewards, obviously.
100%. I guess a fun question would be, how did you come up with the name?
Well, that was something that when we were talking about it, we were looking into, okay, so what's a historical thing we can allude to? And I think you suggested it, hey, what about back in the day when they say in the newspapers, the funnies? That's how the comic started in the newspaper back in the day. No, that was a long, even I'm more than a little bit older than you guys, but not that old. So when it started, like when it was like black and white, when there was no TV, stuff like that. So imagine, don't forget about the internet, kids. Imagine no TV. So that's when the thing started. So, and in Europe it started even more than that, because in France you have, well, in Japan it's even crazy. In Japan you have things in the 12th century, the 13th century, they were starting doing illustrations, So that's the name that we got, because that's the name of the pages that we have Lulu and Peanuts and all that, back in the day, and the Felix the Cat, all those very, very, very old black and white, simple, funny, that's what the funnies is, it comes from there. So yep.
Awesome.
So it's a thing. For example, in Ireland, we want to nominate it. We still were debating about it. We want to put the Wilde Foundation, mainly for Oscar Wilde. So it's gonna be each country gonna have their own initiative and their own way to explain it. But at the end, the backup story is the same in everywhere, because it's very important to have that sense of community, and that sense of giving out sending the same message, that hey, we're independent creators and we want to show you stories and to tell you what we're about. Maybe.
Yeah, 100%. And I wanted to share the QR code on the screen will lead to a little contact form if you do want to get involved. Just scan the QR code. We'll put the link in the description of the video at the end as well. But yeah, just if you want to get in touch with us, let us know. Are you a creator, publisher, shop owner, printer, school, library, whatever you're looking to be. And yeah, we'll, try to get in touch with you and see how we can get you involved, learning more.
Yeah, we want this to be a community project. We want to be this a grassroots movement. More than, hey, we are from the top and we're gonna bring down. No, the whole idea is the opposite. So what are you doing locally? What are you creating locally? Because I know there are a lot of people creating a lot of things everywhere. The main issue is that we're not that connected. So even you guys and me, we have been doing this for a long time. We just know a handful of people only, a handful of store, a handful of convention, a handful. So it's huge, this world, and it's also like you mentioned, only libraries and oh my
Schools,
schools. But also like there I know that universities, I know there are some other type of elements who use comics to express, and galleries, and so something can spawn to a lot of places, not just the typical or convention store, library, so it can be, because at the end of the day, as I mentioned before, is an art. For example, in France, which is one of the places that's best organized, there are several museums of or in this case, band dessinée, they're not calling comics. So in which you have like the story of the creators and how they started, and they have like pages, and then they do expositions, and then do retrospective, and they talk about the historical time of those creators. So it can be a nice way to remind people that this is not just something that is, main in ties or the typical thing, Marvel, DC. This is go way beyond that. Like it's a complete art form. So not only illustration, it's art, it's stories, it's history, it's sci-fi. So it's a lot of things, not just one box.
No, definitely. And like I said, that's the QR code to sign up and learn more. And before we get to intermission, is there anything about yourself that you want to share? What you're working on, what you're doing? What's next, even outside of the funnies?
Yeah, we're working on several things. There's Pinocchio #2. Hopefully, we're gonna launch it next year. They're still working on it. The second number of the series of the Popular Tales.
And what's Pinocchio about, for those who don't know?
Yeah, the whole idea of the studio is to bring back the classical folktales with a 21st century spin. And we started with Red Riding Hood. That was the first volume. It was violence against women. That was the whole idea behind that. And the second one is Pinocchio, that is AI and robots and sci-fi. So the thing that's gonna happen after we lose the battle with the machines, that is what the story of Pinocchio is about. It's about reconciliation and learning that what makes us humans and what we do things that we did, but looking up, everything is looked upon from the point of view of the machine, not of the humans. So it's a machine that is created to trying to bring peace to these two factions that have been on war for decades now. So that's Pinocchio. So yeah, it's beautifully illustrated by Carlos Sanchez, who is a wonderful artist from Spain. And it's a pretty cool book. And I'm also working in a cinema project that I cannot really say anything yet, because we are still in pre-production, and there's a couple of big players involved, so cannot really comment, but we're working on that.
Awesome. So yeah, before we cut to intermission, which that's what we have coming up next, where can people find you, and what action would you like them to take? Is it follow you on Instagram? Is it buy your book? Is it what is it? What are you looking to get?
I would love to go visit the website. It's sunpopstudio.com, and there you can get a copy of any of the books that we have, and also from there they can see the Instagram, the TikTok, the Facebook, everything. Again, I would love to. They can follow us if they like our stuff and want to be part of that crazy mindset that I have, and all the crazy idea that we have in the studio. And they can check out how we work already, and we're gonna keep working on. So for sure, the website is the easiest way, because from there they can spawn to anything. but of course mostly active on Instagram nowadays. But we have all the rest. We have Twitter. We have X. Sorry, we have X. We have Facebook. All the shenanigans of social media, for sure. And the action, yeah, we love if they can buy one of the books for sure. Support us. That would be fantastic. If not, just at least sign up for our mailing list and to get special discounts and special offers that we do only through the people who are in the mailing list. So, and they get a free comic if they join in. So.
Comic on there, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, buy all the comics here. Yeah, you just switch the QR code out. So there, just scan that QR code. Other side. I think it's a mirror.
Oh, okay.
Awesome. Anyways, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for sharing about the Funnies Foundation. Up next, we have our intermission, where we're going to have some video trailers of comics that Sierra Nova Comics has worked on over the years. I hope you enjoy, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Pleasure, guys, as always. Take care, man.
Yeah.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
We all try to live our lives free from pain. But true terror, my friends, comes from places we least expect. It could be hiding down your safe little street, or even in your own garage. Do you feel the fear bubbling up from your own imagination, corrupting all the things we hold dear? Will you be able to handle the silence when the horror has begun? Tune in to Chronicles of Horror to find out.
Greg, you ended it soon. You got to finish playing it out.
Watching, we're having fun. You better be too.
Sorry, you got to rewind it. They missed the whole whole dialogue at the end of that.
Yeah.
Okay, go back and play it. I told you I would get it.
What?
I told you I was going to cut it for you. Don't worry. Just play it out. Play it, screen share it again.
I forgot that there was a thing after.
That's the whole point of it.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Sierra Nova Comic-Con Virtual Expo. We're really excited that you guys are watching all this. We have tons more content coming your way. We got Spilled Ink coming up in a little bit too. Make sure you stay tuned to the very end because we got lots more content, a lot of creators. Keep on watching. We're having fun. You better be too.
All right, now we can come up. Anyways, welcome back to. Yeah, I'm not muted. Welcome back to Sierra Nova Comic-Con 2025 Virtual Expo. We are all over the place today, but we got all these awesome videos. I don't know if you were here in the morning when we had our first video, and now we just had that intermission. These were brought to you by Blue Rock Media. You got to talk to Eric. Actually, where's that link? I gotta get the link. Oh no, where's the link? Greg, I got a QR code for you to make real quick. Here, put this. Boom, QR code. But yeah, Blue Rock Media, media made. It's Blue Rock Media made easy. There it is. And I definitely recommend checking them out. Obviously, you can see from our fantastic trailers that we have going on that this guy's pretty good at what he does, making these the intermissions, not the video trailers that we did for our comics, but specifically the intros and outros we're doing today between stuff. So yes, we got tons of stuff going on. But if you want to check them out, check out that QR code, click the contact us button, and fill out the little form, just your name and email, and he'll reach out to you about whatever needs you have in media. So that'll be fun. Anyways, before I get down too many rabbit holes, oh, wrong one. Gotta send that one out. Send that. To this panel that is coming up right now is Small Press, Big Dreams, Navigating Self-Publishing. And I'm not sure where everybody else is hiding today because they're all I sent the links late. Maybe that's probably why, but I did send the links out. So now we have at least one guest that's coming up right now, which is Anna. Nice to see you back here again today.
Hi, how's it going?
Doing good. Yeah, I meant to finish creating all those what's it called, the calendar events, so that everybody would have the link. And then I saw your email and I was like, oh no, I didn't do that. So yeah, we're kind of just running around with our heads cut off, which is really fun. But at least this year, we have other stuff this year that's planned really well. So that's what's good. That's what matters, is making progress. Actually, in the meantime, while we potentially wait for other people to join, who's messaging over here? Very cool. Awesome. In the meantime, do you have a link that we could put up on the screen with a little QR code?
Yeah, I do. Give me one sec here. Over. Yeah, usually best place to find me is Instagram. So it's in my handle also. So
that is good. That makes it easy. Instagram is the place for everybody to. All right, cool. And Greg, you're getting this set up. Oh, private chat. Here we go. Yeah, Greg, you got that link? Cool. Look at that. Boom. We got QR codes. Yeah, it's fun. Maybe one year StreamYard will sponsor us for, using all the fancy tools for 8 hour, 3-day conventions. But yeah, so we're definitely playing around. If anybody's watching us on vertical. If anyone's watching us on vertical, by the way, Anna, do you see that? Do you see the vertical screen that we're also doing?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, that's cool. That's like a brand new feature they got where they do vertical displays. It turns out they just stream simultaneously, which I didn't know. So we just have 2 YouTube streams. One's vertical, one's horizontal. So I don't know how people are enjoying it today, if they're doing vertical or horizontal, but it's very fun. But yeah, anyways, without further ado.
So I'm pretty sure people are in the Google Meet because they created Google Meet.
Oh, they removed it.
People are waiting. Yeah.
Oh,
pretty sure she actually warned you earlier today.
I thought I removed it from the other ones. I didn't remove it from this one. I'm such a spaz. Look at this. Remove it. I got rid of it.
Yeah.
Did it again. That's all right. They'll be here shortly. In the meantime, I'm gonna describe what we're talking about for this panel today, because again, we're good. We're doing big things. We are that small press doing big dreams over here.
This is a look into small press world.
So yeah, you now have an inside scoop. This is actually the behind the scenes panel. We actually tricked everybody. This is just to show how chaotic it gets. But no, this is basically to discuss the realities of small press publishing, from production to distribution, marketing, budgeting, and basically building a connection with readership, because that's super important. That's why we do things like this. We want to give people a platform to get connected with everybody. We want a place where people can, go, oh, there's new things to discover, where it's not just having to go to conventions. So the whole reason we even started this expo was basically because our first year that we planned on doing conventions was 2020. So as you can imagine, there was tons of them. And we just couldn't decide between them, so we did none of them. And so basically, there was none. They all closed down at once. All the ones we planned to go to shut down, which was very exciting. So we decided to do this virtual expo that same year. So this is our 6th year doing it. As you can see from the nice, fun purple scroller on the bottom, we've got tons of sponsors now. Our first few years, it was just Greg and I torturing ourselves slowly, slipping into madness. And now we've got other people that have joined that same slip into madness. It's great. Anyways, Anna, I guess I'll start with you, because everyone else is definitely where they should be in this call and not in Google Meet. Greg is emailing them to let them know they're in the wrong place, but Yeah, that's happening, right, Greg? Greg's got it.
Sure.
Good, Greg's got it. Anyway, so in the meantime, Anna, while we've got you on the big screen, what are some of the most exciting things that have happened as an indie publisher? Not exciting as in bad, not yet. What are the exciting things as an indie publisher you've got to experience? Whether it's with fans, whether it's with some sort of notoriety, whether it's with some deal that's happened, fly away.
For sure. I'll do my best too. My voice I could feel starting to go a little bit in my last one, so I'm hoping other people will also show up for nothing else, so you don't just have to listen to my gravelly voice the whole time. But yeah, no, I think just the amount of opportunities it's yielded for sure. Before I started doing self-publishing or working in like the indie market, I hadn't really left the state that much for traveling. I've really I live in Minnesota, and I really hadn't gotten out of it much. And I think one of the coolest parts of it was just getting to go to these other places, to meet all these other people who loved it the way that I loved it. Getting to go to Portland and Seattle and Houston and North Carolina, and just like getting to meet all these people. Going to Connecticut has been really awesome. Just because I haven't gotten to get out and meet other people, and it's also been really cool being able to talk to people that I've known for 5 years but I've never met in person. I think has been an awesome thing. So it's been really cool to be able to do that. And then just like the surprise at the amount of interest that I had when I was first putting stuff out, and I did my first Kickstarter. I assumed that I was going to be just begging people for money for 3 weeks and like barely scraping by, and then to have it get filled in like 3 days was awesome. So just that's definitely been just a really cool thing. I think just getting to be able to meet so many different people through this medium that I really love, for sure.
No, that's awesome. I definitely agree with that. I know Greg and I have gone to conventions now. Most of our conventions were all like upstate New York, and now we've kind of gone to a few other ones. Where the most recent one we went to, or I guess the second most recent one we went to, was Baltimore, where we got to meet people. Yeah, like you said, you get to meet online for years. Like we Timothy Fling, who will be here tomorrow. He's been helping us with this convention for like 3 or 4 years now, and we knew him before that, but he got involved in the convention, and according to him, this is the best convention around. So that's the Timothy Fling, for anybody who knows who that is. And if you don't, you better find out, because he has a "the" in front of his name for a reason. So but yeah, being able to meet other people, being able to travel. You mentioned Connecticut. Was that the IC3?
Yeah,
that's awesome. I wonder. I met so many people there. I almost wonder if I talked with you, because I met with I think I met with almost 100 of the 175 people there.
There's probably a pretty good chance that we ran into each other at some point during that convention, for sure.
Wait, actually, I know how to tell. Were you in the main room or were you in the hallway?
I was in the main room. Okay,
now in the main room, were you in the front or on the right wall or in the front row, or were you in the back left?
Do you know where Apollo City Comics' tables was?
Were they right up front?
They were like right up front by the door, like the big door.
Yeah.
Like I think I was like basically 2 rows right behind that. Like they were kind of straight in front of me.
Dang, so now I didn't get a chance to talk to you. So that's cool that you're here today, because that's awesome. I literally, Greg knows, I was like, hey, Greg, I'm going to run around real quick to see if I can meet as many people as I can. And halfway through the show, I realized I'd only finished the hallway. And I was like, oh my God. And I was only spending about 5 minutes per person, because I wanted to like not be like, hey, where's your card? Thanks, later. I wanted to like get to know people. So I was like, hey, what do you do? Oh, this is cool. Oh, I like how this is set up. Can I take a picture? That's cool. Like I was like, every single table I did that through, from the very first room when you first walked in the hallway all the way down. I got outside the main room, and then I started the main room. I got that first row in the front, and then I did the whole right wall, and I started the left wall a little bit. But I didn't get into those inner rows. I was like, oh my God, there were so many creators. And I think that's kind of the
Yeah.
cool thing, like on topic of the small press, big dreams. I think there's a lot more creators out there than anybody really knows. And I've been fortunate enough to kind of get exposed to how many groups there are. So IC3 and a lot of the creators there are part of this one group. Brandon from Apollo City Comics and Comics Wellsprings, he actually knows most of the people at IC3, where Greg and I knew about 2 of them. Greg knew maybe 7. Like, we barely knew anybody there, which was awesome. So we got to.
It started growing as I kept seeing more people. I was like, oh, there's that guy.
That's what I was saying. But eventually, I think it was only like 7 or 10, but like out of 175, that's nothing. And then yet Greg and I know a few hundred people ourselves in the indie comic space. And then I got introduced to another one of our sponsors, Metal Ninja Studios, Joel, and he's in the comic book production side of things. And he has a whole other collection of people. And again, Greg and I know a couple people from that group and a couple people, but not the whole group. And it turns out there's this whole super large group over there. So now one of the things I really like that we're doing this year with this convention is because we brought both of them on board, we were able to reach into these pools and go, hey, let's try to combine these 3 giant pools of creators and bring them to, one place where, it's a free table, right? We're not charging to come up here. So we're just trying to get people out there. We're trying to get people to know each other, because my belief is that if we can get a large enough pool of people interested in indie creators, Steve, who likes sci-fi, can now check out all the sci-fi creators and go, I like that one specifically. And maybe, Benjamin, who was following Brittany, is like, oh, actually, I like, Anna's stuff better. And now they can basically overlap and people can find their like favorite stuff. When you go on Netflix and you got 1,000 different things, it's like, oh, here's my pool of stuff that I like. Right. And that's kind of what I'm hoping, is that if we can keep bringing these communities together, keep shining lights on them and going, hey, like, here's where everybody is. Here's all the stuff that's out there. I think even some small stuff, we joked about it with Christian before. Christian always busts on superhero comics because he's like, they're ruining the industry. He's being, a little hyperbolic, but he's just saying, like, there's so many other comics out there some people are missing out on, like romance, sci-fi, martial arts. I didn't even know that was a category, like that's just that. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I used to watch martial arts films with like Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan. I'm like, oh my God, I never even considered that a whole category of stuff. So I think
I was shocked at how many people, like how much overlap there is between like wrestling and comics. I never knew about that up until I started going to all these conventions. There's this like huge overlap between the two. So it's always really cool to see like what interests people have outside of comics and like how that kind of brings them together.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and that's the thing is the one thing that's interesting is, so I work in marketing and I work with a lot of different companies across different industries. And typically, as long as your product solves a problem, it's pretty easy to find who you serve, right? But when it comes to entertainment, novels, films, comics, music, you could be the janitor or you could be the CEO and you could still enjoy the same media. So it's one of those things that, when you're trying to find your people, you kind of have to go where the collective nerds are, essentially. You know what I mean? Comic space is like, conventions are a huge thing, online forums, things like this. It's like just finding this place to bring people together and be like, oh, these are my people. I already shared that, Greg. Get out of here. You're over there doing your thing. But that was Christian I was talking about earlier. So very cool. So now we've already talked about the exciting stuff that we've got. And actually, I've got John up here real quick. Let's introduce yourself. I know we're all over the place today.
Sorry about being late. I was trying to get in. I don't know if it was my problem or what the problem was. But,
no, it was our fault. That was a technical issue on the Seernova Comics / Dylan's side.
I'm not very technically inclined, so I figured it was me.
No, you're good.
But,
So
I'm a writer. I'm self-published, and I publish through Diebold Comics.
Awesome. Very cool. And very quickly, what is one of the most exciting things that has happened to you in the indie comic space?
Oh, in the indie comic space? I think just continually publishing my books, seeing the books out there on a regular basis. I'm up to about 25 books I've published through Diebold Comics. So, just continually to get them out is excitement enough, I think.
Wait a second, I got to do remember these sound effects, they're fun. Anyway.
Actually, though, one of the I could say one of the most exciting things I think is when I've been at conventions, when I've had somebody come back up to me and say, "Hey, I bought your book last time you were here and I read it and I liked it." You know, because you sell so much and you see so much go out, or not really so much, but and it's sometimes you wonder if people are actually reading it or enjoying it or something. So when somebody comes back and actually says they enjoyed what I did, that's probably the most exciting.
100%. Greg and I actually recently had that experience where someone came up to our table. We've had other people come up and be like, "Oh, you have the next issue of Blank Out." That was very cool. The coolest one that I think that happened to us recently somebody came up to our booth and I was explaining to someone else how, hey, we actually created a language in one of our books that you can actually transcribe from the book. And somebody else who was there was like, "Oh yeah, I actually transcribed the first page of that book that's in the comic." And I was like, that is awesome. So just for quick reference, our comic book Inc. In issue 2, we have 2 pages. There's a double spread where there's like blood writing on the wall. Someone's been kidnapped and there's these ancient glyphs. And it's a very short sentence. So we gave a decoder in the back of the book, and only the physical book, so we make value for it. The very next page is him having a flashback, and there's an ancient book on a table, but I actually wrote out the prophecy that's going to come to be, and I wrote it in that language, and then I took our creator's artwork, I told him to leave blank spaces for the writing, and I laid it into the book so it looks like it's on the book. And so some of them are easily read, some are covered by, like, let's say a talk bubble, and some of them are completely skewed so you cannot see them. But the cool thing was that somebody still went ahead and tried to transcribe and physically see, which is like, I think that was one of the coolest things I've ever heard, because the time dedicated to do that, to create it alone was really hard. I can't imagine actually trying to transcribe it.
With our trade though, one of the back matter things is going to be like those pages are going to be flattened so people can actually transcribe all of it,
which is live on Kickstarter right now. Anyways, shameless self-plug. So now the next thing I wanted to move on to, and we'll start with Anna. What is one of the worst things that has happened to you in regards to the indie comic space?
I mean, I don't know if I've had any like really catastrophic things through this process, but I think because I kind of started in more of a background in wanting to do screenplays and get into directing and editing for movies, and I found that during that process that I really enjoyed the storyboard aspect for me more than the actual other elements I was working with at that time. And so, I thought one of the coolest things that I thought at the time was like, oh, this is so awesome. I don't have to worry about budget anymore because I'm just going to be drawing everything. And then when you all of a sudden sit down and realize you're going to be drawing everything and you don't know how to draw everything that exists. And so, or at least you haven't been doing a lot of, like, I realized I needed a lot of work on interiors and kind of relearning some of the classes that I took on perspective in college. But I think just coming to the realization that, it's great when you don't have to necessarily lean on other people's talents to get you through, and it can be more your vision, but there's also the drawback of like, it's all on you now. Like, you have to do the entire thing. Like, or in my case, I did. I know a lot of people work collaboratively, but yeah, it was, I think just underestimating how difficult it is to do it as a one-person job. That was definitely a learning experience for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's definitely something where when you first get in, you're like, wow, there is a lot more to comic creation than I originally thought. So yeah. I definitely agree. And John, what about you?
I think it's setting up at conventions, because I try to do a lot of conventions, a lot of local conventions, even, further out sometimes. But especially like if I do a convention, I'm set up, like I'm outside of New Orleans, and I've like done one in Atlanta I can think of specifically. You know, spend the money to go to the convention for the table and all that, and then end up maybe, I think I sold one book for the entire convention. You know, it's just that can get very discouraging. You know, when you sit there and you go for the whole weekend, you don't sell anything. When you think about the expenses you've had too of getting to the convention and nothing sells. You know, so that's probably, you know, conventions can be, you know, hit or miss. You know, I've done conventions that I've did really well at, and I've done other conventions that just, you know, you sit there and everybody kind of walks by you, it seems like.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a big thing I hear in the indie comic space, and something I very much recommend against sitting down. Greg knows I basically I am standing the entire time. In fact, this last convention we just did was our best convention we've ever done, and I was basically jumping around getting people's attention, like, look over here, look at this stuff. And I swear to God, we had at least 6 purchases where all I said was mittens, space pilot. And they walked up, they looked at it, that's cool. How much? I'm like, $10. I'm like, awesome, I'll get it. And they bought it. That was the whole interaction right there. They were walking by, I got their attention. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's cool. How much? Here you go. And then they walked away. Right. So like, that's something, that's why I wanted to ask, like, what some people's experiences have been, because I think that one of the things that I see in the indie comic space is people have a lot of ambition, but not a lot of drive, is how I'll describe that. They have these lofty goals, but they don't got the engine needed to get there, or they, you know, their engine's off and they're not really driving there, right? So they're like, oh yeah, I can't wait till I'm huge and successful. And it's like, you're not going to do that sitting down. Like you gotta really, really, like, think about it. If a food cart, sustenance that feeds us, that makes us stay alive, has to have a sign spinner say, look over here, we've got food, right? Imagine what you got to do to sell an independent comic book, right? It is much more way up there. That, like, and Greg knows, we've seen, oh man, what's their name? What is it? Two Land?
Yeah.
Oh, I have this thing right here. Yeah, these guys. I'm gonna shout them out just because of how. Yeah, it is just Two Land. Yeah, this is, look at this. This is the bag that they sell their stuff in, right? Like, it's crazy. And they've got like giant statuettes. Now, don't get me wrong, that's outside of the scope of most independent creators. But they've got those, what are those things where like it spins really fast? Be a maniac, yeah. What are those things that like spin really fast? They kind of look like holographic, you know, fans. Do you know what I mean by that? I don't know if you guys have ever seen that. But
yeah, I see them start popping up more at more conventions nowadays.
Yeah, it's just a bright, shiny thing. Like it says, look over here. It's like, how can I stand out? I know one of the things I mentioned right before you hopped on the call with us to Anna was when I was at IC3, I meet those cats in here. Yeah, they've been everywhere. I bought their stuff only because I ran into them at 3 completely different locations. And I'm like, all right, you guys are literally everywhere. I'm going to grab this just out of respect. That was it. That's what I told them. And they were like, awesome. And I'm like, cool. I'm like, I hope to see you guys at other stuff. But yeah, I saw them all the way up in upstate New York at one of our conventions. I saw them come down here to Nashville, and then I ran into them at Baltimore. I'm like, all right, you win. Like, that's crazy. Like, you know, Greg and I are crazy, but like, you know, not like we also don't have that big of a setup. Like, they were bringing, like I said, like full human-sized statues of their characters with like lights and a whole corner booth that they got. Is crazy. So, and they have like an animation, like, I don't know if it's a full animation or if it's just for one comic or something. My ambidextrous art gig sold lots of tequila. I don't know if I understand that. But what's it called? Yeah, so it's been super cool, like, doing that. So, all right, we got the best and worst experiences. What is something that you guys have learned while doing your indie creative scene that you believe other people would benefit from knowing? So like I mentioned, don't stand behind the table or don't sit behind the table, because people aren't going to come up to a table of a brand they've never seen, of a book they've never read, and basically be like, hey, can I give you my money? Right? Like, you really got to be like, hey, get over here. You know, I bring fishing line, lots of fishing line while I'm at my conventions. So, John, what's something that you think you've learned working in the space that you're like, I think that if indie creators knew this, they could do better?
Well, one of the things I do at the conventions too is I have written and printed a 8-page comic that I actually give away free. So that attracts a lot of people, and the comic is Marie Laveau, which is about voodoo, which is a very interesting. A lot of people see that subject and that character, and they know her, or at least she's familiar with them. So it attracts a lot of people up to my table that have no idea of comic books. Even like I do a lot of library shows, and that's it, they just come up there, and the only thing you have to do to get the free comic is sign up for my email list. So I have grown my email list from. I used to struggle trying to get that email list. I'd have a thing out there and I'd beg people to sign up for my email list, and every now and then you get 1 or 2 people would sign up. But just in the last year, I think I've already got almost 500 people signed up for my email list just from giving away the comic. So and it's a little 8-page comic. It's black and white. Originally, it didn't cost me that much to print, but I went back recently to kind of check up to see how much it's going to print. And printing costs, it's like double what it's going to cost. But I think in the long run, that's way paid more than itself, because it's attracted so much attention. And like you said, you can't sit behind the table. You've got to have something to draw people in. You got to I usually stand in front of my table almost the entire convention. And just I used to give out postcards with the cover of my comic on, and people walking by, I would just hand them out to people just to try to attract. But a lot of those would just take the postcard and they keep walking.
But you gotta be that wacky, wavy, inflatable arm flailing tube man.
Yeah. But the free comic really draws people in, and at 8 pages, black and white, it wasn't a whole lot to print, and as far as the cost. And I've actually made a banner up for it too. So I put the banner on the table, put the comics right in front of the banner. It says free comic, sign up for my email list, and you get the free comic. And and it's worked really well. It's brought in a lot of people. Like I said, my email list has jumped big time since I've started that.
And that's huge. I would say that's probably 2 in 1 right there. Like, so 2 things people should learn. 1, having a small, cheaper comic is a great way to get people to get past the friction of going, hey, want to read my 24-page comic you've never heard of? Exactly. Greg's showing our little, I'll bring you up, Greg. This right here is the little 8-page ash can we have. And every once in a while, we'll just also see like a little kid who's interested in comics, and their parents are kind of like, oh, like we got to check out other stuff. Be like, hey, here you go. And just get them a free little comic. Parents love that. And the kids, hopefully the next time they're at that convention, they're like, hey, you're the guys, right? And we've had people come up to our booth like, oh, you gave me a free comic on my birthday last year. Like, that's so awesome. Oh, you have the new issue. I'm going to buy it. And we're like, awesome. Like, that's cool. Like, it's funny too, because like we might not even remember that, but like that's what we do. Like we're like, obviously we want to make money so one day that this can be self-sustaining and grow and become a big thing. But it's also like, hey, like we're also just trying to get people to read our comics. Like, I think they're cool stories and we want people to read them. So no, I definitely like that. And Anna, what about you? What is something that you've learned that the second thing was the email list. So yes, the free small thing that's inexpensive is a very good idea, and grow your email list. That is huge. Yeah. That's something Greg and I did at this last convention. Anybody that came up to us who is a very specific, unique person, like somebody who's come up to our booth literally every con, I'm going to shout out Jerry if he ends up watching this. So Jerry, who's come to all our conventions and bought, or not all our conventions, he comes to the main one we go to, Saratoga Comic Con, and he's bought all of our comics, and he always gets us to sign them. He's taken pictures with us, printed them up, brought them back the next day, and had us sign them. He's awesome. But there's other people like that too, that they'll come and grab like a whole series of ours, and like, getting them on an email list and going, hey, Steve, hey, Jerry, like, I know that you like our stuff. We're going to be at this convention. We have a new comic book release. We're partnering with somebody. We've got a live SNCC 25 virtual expo going on. So come check us out. So yes, email list is huge. Small thing is huge. Anna, what do you have that other people, if they just knew this would make their indie comic careers so much better?
I mean, definitely a lot of the stuff that was already brought up for sure. I think sometimes you can get a little bit creative. I think people think that the only way they can get their indie stuff out there is either online or at conventions, but you can actually find more opportunities if you look. I know you mentioned doing either giveaways or like signings at things like libraries. A lot of comic shops will just if you go in and be like, hey, I have this indie comic, will you let me sit here with a table on this weekend and just, you know, sign and sell stuff? A lot of them are pretty cool about it. Like, I've had that experience a couple times, and I know it can be kind of intimidating to go into a store and be like, hey, I know you have no idea who I am, but can I ask a favor of you? And you'll probably get no's, but you'll also probably, if you do it for a while, you'll probably start getting yeses. Like, and also sometimes we can work, like one of the great things about the indie community is that you can work together with people to boost each other's stuff really well. When I was at my last convention, and there were 3 of us that were tabling next to each other that we all went through lesser known comics, and so and we weren't selling very well for a while. So on like the last day, we each put up a little sign at our booth. It's like, you can get a 3-pack bundle from us for a discount. Like, you can get 3 comic creators, and you can get it for like basically buy 2 get 1 free essentially. And we actually ended up selling quite a few that way. And yeah, freebies are great. I know, and it can be costly to do stuff like that, but you can also get creative. I've had things that I've printed badly, and I just cut them up and basically gave them away as bookmarks. Just like some of the parts that weren't all messed up. You can organize like kind of comic get-togethers. If you have like a community space, you can get people who are interested in comics but maybe haven't made one before show up and not only get excited about making comics, but get excited about hearing about how you made comics. So basically just kind of like thinking about ways, you don't have to limit yourself to just conventions. You can do lots of other cool stuff to get noticed too.
Yeah, 100%. I love that, because I think that people feel like, oh, I'm not making it because I tried X, Y, and Z, and it's like, there's what is it? I think the book's called The Third Door. Alex something, I forgot his name. But basically the whole idea is like, when you're trying to get into a club, like there's that front door, right, where there's like this huge long line, you got to wait for it. Then there's the back door for the VIP where they can get in. And then there's that third door, which is that slightly ajar window in the bathroom on the side of the building that nobody's watching. And that's how you get into the party. And the whole point is that if you're really trying to get into the space, you're trying to be creative, you're trying to, you know, get your comics read, like you gotta try new things. I love the library idea. That's a huge thing. You mentioned collaborations. That's the first I've heard at a convention, doing it on the fly. That's a great idea. But that's what like anthologies also help with too. Like doing an anthology with a group that maybe they have a larger following than you, but maybe you've got a good story and they're interested in putting it in there. I mentioned this earlier on we were talking about legal and protecting your rights and all that stuff. And, you know, that's very important, but sometimes it's really important to just get your stuff out there. Like get it, like even I tell this to music artists, like, you know, if you think that this is your best song ever, like you should probably quit now. Like get it out there, like share it now. You know, no one can like you if they don't know who you are. Like that's like the big thing I say in marketing is obscurity is your greatest weakness. If people do not know who you are, they cannot like you. They can't get to the know, like, and trust if they've never met you, right? If 7 billion people know your name, or 8 billion people, however many people there are now, right? A penny a person, you're a millionaire. Like that's all you need. So that's definitely a huge thing. Although they don't make pennies anymore, so now you got to get a nickel for everybody. But yeah, so that's definitely a big deal. What was the next thing I wanted to ask? We got the best stuff, the worst stuff. We got, you know, some suggestions and tips.
I have another suggestion going off of that. Totally. Back when I first started self-publishing, I published my comics magazine size, which it kind of, because it was a mistake, I screwed up and they came magazine. So I said, well, let me keep trying this. Well, they didn't really do that well. So after I did a few of them, I decided to go back to regular comic book size. And also, when I first started publishing, I overprinted big time, because I thought, you know, oh, my first book I published, I'm going to print like, you know, thousands of, I didn't print quite thousands, but, you know, a lot more than I should have. So I had like boxes of this one book that was sitting, you know, in my closet. And I got with one of the local conventions. And basically what we did is we gave away a copy of everybody that showed up at that convention to the comic book. I made up some shopping bags. They were red with my Diebold logo on the front of them. Put every comic in there. Put a flyer in there to, you know, kind of with my email address and all that. And everybody that came into that convention, when they came into the convention and paid for it, they gave them one of those bags. And it was really cool watching throughout the day. All you seen was those red bags everywhere. Everybody in that convention had one of those red bags in it. And, you know, it was a comic that was just going to sit in my closet and gather dust forever. So I figured, well, let me get a little good out of this and try something different. It's you always got to keep trying something different and think of different ways to do things.
Yeah, totally. I think one of the important things you just hit on too is you're going to spend money advertising no matter what, but it doesn't have to be on like Facebook ads. Everyone thinks that there's just one place to run ads. You can just as easily print off a comic book with a QR code in the back that leads to your website and your sign up to your newsletter, and just give that out for free. If you can get those ash cans printed for like $1.75, isn't that cheaper than running ads, right? Like that, like you could print up 500 of those and hand them out over the next couple of conventions. And all of a sudden you could end up having an email list that is of people who actually like to read comics and not people you think or hope actually like comics because you ran them into ethos and hope that, Zuckerberg landed it in the right pocket. So I think that that's a very powerful lesson, is that, if you're going to grow, you're going to spend money, and realize that, advertising costs money, but it doesn't have to just go to the hands of, Google and Facebook and Instagram. You can spend that on physical things. You can spend that at going to conventions. Like that itself is the cost, like an ad. But that's the point. You could spend $300 on meta ads, and once it's done running, that's it. Or you can spend $300 on a table and you can shout and holler the entire 8 hours you're there saying Mittens Space Pilot, and you can get a few extra sales in there and break some records, which is awesome. But like that's really powerful. Like the whole point is like you can amplify how much that stuff is. Like you could give out that free comic, or you can make a show about it and then give out the free comic, or you can do something simple like collect their emails. Like that's a huge deal. And I think it's a really cool idea though, to be like, hey, here's all these bags and a free comic. You should hand these out to your entire convention. Like, oh, that's great. Because like maybe they didn't have anything to hand out. So that's a super cool idea. And yes, also, I wouldn't recommend printing 1,000+ comics if you.
I learned that the hard way. Yes.
I think Greg and I were asked that recently. Like, oh, how many comics do you guys print? Like 1,000, 2,000? Like, maybe Mittens, maybe collectively, but definitely not in one batch. It's not something that you want to jump the shark too quickly with that. And Anna, do you have anything else? I think we're almost actually at the next panel. Now that you've been inspired by all this stuff.
Kind of just jumping off of freebies are always great. I think the ones that I've seen do the best are either or I've given away freebies as part of purchasing a comic too. One of the things, like if somebody purchased my comics, I'd be like, if you purchase any of my comics, you can choose from these little things. I had like a little pins that I had made that were I made in bulk, and I'm pretty sure I lost money on those, but it's an advertising thing. You can have sticker packs. People go like weirdly nuts for sticker packs, and they weren't even fancy stickers. They were like the ones that I printed at home on the sticker paper and cut out. But yeah, you'd be shocked how excited people will get if you tell them that they get something free when they buy something from you. So definitely anywhere you can afford to make that happen, it can boost things pretty significantly. So
yeah, I'll say that that's something Greg and I do all the time, where like someone's at the table, they're like, oh, like how much for this comic? And they're like $10. I'm like, oh, okay. And I'm like, oh, but you also get like a free bookmark and a free sticker and a free this. And all of a sudden they're like, ooh, and it's like each of those things collectively probably cost $1, like, all together. And so it's like, for me to lose $1 on the sale to make the sale is better than making nothing. And not only that, the big thing, like I mentioned earlier, is like someone can come back and buy more comics next time. Right, they can be excited because they finally got it. Like I'll say the second coolest thing, it might even be the first coolest, but was the Nashville story where we had these two guys come up to our booth. One of them bought our comics that day, specifically Ink. They went home, read it. They brought their friend back the next day and like, you have to buy this comic. It was that good. And this was somebody who we spent like, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes, which is way too long to talk to a single person at a convention. But we were stuck in like a corner where we were off the corner. Like, here's the main convention floor. And we were like behind the corner. It was very dumb placement. But he mentioned like he likes, we were talking about like Venom and the Green Lantern Corps and other mainstream comics. And then he liked ours enough to get his friend to come back and get it. I was like, yes, we're doing something right. So that was super cool. So anyways, before we move on to the next panel, where can people, or what are you working on and where can people find you?
Well, like I said before, you can mostly find me on Instagram's easiest place to find you or to find me. I've got links to my current one, Book of Rifters, up here. And I'll be announcing on my Instagram when and where you can buy issue 2, looking at probably early 2026.
Very, very
Or
cool.
you can scan the QR code and go to her Instagram and follow her.
Yes, yeah, because we had that up earlier. And John.
You can go to my Substack. It's jholland.substack.com. That pretty much kind of like ties everything in. I have, a buy me a coffee site that connects to that. I am working on probably about half a dozen different projects right now. I'm always working on more than I can get done at one time. So working on the second issue of Alma, which has been overdue for a while now, and a few other things. Probably one of the closest things we got coming out is 2 Tons of Fury, which is going to be coming out beginning of next year. Hopefully, we're going to be doing a Kickstarter for it.
Awesome. Well, it's very exciting having everybody here. Definitely go and check their where are they at? Check their stuff out. And yeah, we look forward to having you here on any other panel. I don't remember if either of you on. I think Anna, you're on a bunch of other panels. I think I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm on at least one tomorrow, and then I'm on a couple on Sunday. So
sweet.
I think I'm on your next panel. I think I'm on your next panel too.
Sweet, awesome, cool. So I'm going to get to the next panel. But again, thank you guys for coming so much, and it's awesome to have you.
Thank you.
Boom. All right. Cool. Nice. We have the next panel that is up, and that is Indie Comics on a Budget, Thriving with Limited Resources. And first, we will bring up to the table Jeff DeMars. Is it DeMars? I'm assuming it is, but... Oh, you're muted. There he is.
Hold on a second.
All right, we can hear you now. I wonder if he can't hear us.
All right, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. You hear us?
Perfect. Sorry about that.
I was saying the last name, obviously Jeff, but DeMars, or is it how you pronounce it?
DeMars, yeah. Yeah, the way you think it would be.
Awesome.
And it's said many ways, so.
So really quick, who are you? What do you do?
My name is Jeff. Currently I'm with Apollo City Comics. I work on 2 different books. One, Tales of the Mariner, where I do everything but pencils. I work with a long-term collaborator, Nolan Nesbitt, on that. And I'm working on a second book, should be out in June, the first full issue through Apollo City Comics, called Finding Kismet. And I'm solo on that one, doing everything from writing all the way through coloring. So it's kind of what I do.
Very cool. And also Apollo City Comics is one of our sponsors for today. So I figured I'd just shout that out. Brandon has been super helpful.
Yeah.
And now time for John back to the stage. Who are you? What do you do?
I am John. I write. I've been published by a lot of different indie publishers like Fantagraphics, Kitchen Sink, Innovation, Malibu, whole ton back in the day. Now I've pretty much self-published. I do work with some publishers, working with Antarctic Press and a few other publishers in the pipeline. And I self-publish under Diebold Comics.
Awesome. I just heard Antarctic Press in there, and I was thinking I chatted with, I think, the founder of that.
Ben.
Ben, yes. Yeah, I was chatting with him. Yeah, where was that? I think it was San Diego. I think that's where that was. But yeah, he was very cool. He was like one of the nicest dudes. He was like super excited about everything. We're just like, hey, what's up? He's like, what do you do? And he's like, oh, I'm running this stuff. We're like, oh, that's cool. Like, because I'm that guy who's like super ignorant in the comic book space of all the legends. And I was just like, I have no idea. I'm like, what's up? And so I chatted with him for a minute. I'm like, oh yeah, we're here, doing this, doing that. He's like, wow, that's exciting. What do you got? Show it to me. He's like, yeah, he's the nicest guy. So that's awesome.
Oh yeah, Ben is really nice and gets excited very quickly. But Antarctica's been around for like 40 years too, so they've been around since the beginning. So they've done a lot of different projects.
Oh yeah, no, they're definitely very, very cool. Cool. So to the panel, we are on indie comics on a budget, right? We are trying to figure out how do you grow this little tiny thing we call independent comic book, publishing, production, whatever you want to call any parts of this. And how do you take that when you have about that amount of money and grow? And one of the first things I actually want to ask is, John, do you write, draw? What's your involvement with the comic creation process?
I write and publish. I can't draw a straight line with a ruler, so I have to use artists and colorists. So yeah, I just do the creating and the writing side of it.
Awesome. And Jeff, what about yourself?
Right now, I'm kind of doing everything from writing all the way through. One of my books, I literally am everything other than having a few editors. So kind of self-made shop at this point, but it took a long time to get here. But
so like a true cartoonist, meaning like you can do beginning to end.
Yep. So my first main book that I've been working on for a long time, I worked with a penciler and somebody I just met in college. And we've been making comics on and on for 15 years. And I think with this last one, I finally just wanted to take that last step and do the penciling part of everything, because I would do the writing, I do the inking, I do the finishing, the lettering, coloring, and then getting ready for publishing and all that, but I wouldn't actually do the pencils. So I'm finally kind of taking that step with this next book I have coming out. Yeah.
Very cool. And speaking of being on a budget, that is probably one of the best things you can do to save lots of money if you're an independent creator, is learn all of the trades. So I think that's a pretty important thing. That, like, if you really, really want to get into comics and you don't have the money, like, it's not like people can afford a pencil and paper. So like you can definitely get into comic creation. But I do think that, yeah, it's important to know, like, these skills are all learnable. You don't have to have been grown up as an artist. I know plenty of people that, couldn't draw at all, and they take a course and suddenly they can draw better than the average person. And honestly, when it comes to comics, I've seen comics that have won awards that are drawn by what I would consider amateur artists. Now, I'm saying artists at the end of that as opposed to hobbyists, because they are, in fact, of at least some level of professional caliber. But they're definitely not like, the Marvel, DC, Image, Dark Horse, IDW that you're expecting to see. It's like just an okay comic, but the stories are really good, and that's a huge part of it. So I think that's definitely one of the biggest things is, yeah, if you want to save some money, become the artist, become the writer. The one thing that I would suggest not saving money on is the editor, though. That is the one thing. I don't know if you all agree with that, but I think that no matter how good you are, an editor is always worth it, because you are gonna mess up. Like, it's impossible. Like, unless you're the first independent comic creator or artist or, I don't know, person on earth to not make a mistake, it is unlikely when you're writing your own story that you're not gonna miss something. So definitely agree with that. And for John, obviously, if you're literally only on the writing side and you're working with artists to help with everything, what are you doing to try to, like, basically reduce the amount of cost? Are you worried about, reducing cost on the art, the printing, getting it out there? Like, what's the yes, you're here. Where are you looking to try to reduce how much you're spending?
I don't know if you can really. I mean, it's hard to like reduce the price of the artist, because I mean, you don't want to take money from the artist, and the less you pay the artist, that's also maybe the quality of the artwork you're going to get also. So it's hard. I retired a couple of years ago. Before I retired, I had a pretty decent job, and I was able to, and I don't have a lot of expenses, so most of my money went into my comic creating. Since I've retired, it's been a little different. You know, it's like I don't have all that extra money coming in. So the biggest, I think one of my biggest things I try to find someplace is like with the printing. Printing costs have just went up so much since the pandemic. You know, I keep trying to find a printer that's not going to want my firstborn. It's you know, the artist, when I work with the artist, I always try to find out what they want, and we work out a what we can. And a lot of artists I've tried to work with, my budget is not going to be for them, and that's fine. It's you just have to find the right people to work with, and people that will work within your budget that you feel comfortable with. I've talked to some artists that want $200 a page for artwork, and some of those artists, their artwork is great, and then some of that artwork I've seen that want that $200 a page is really very beginning. They're 5 steps ahead of themselves, I think. So I try to find artists that that what they're looking for is what I can afford, so we can come to an agreement, and neither side of us feels like, well, I'm paying him too much, or the artist feels like, oh, I had to take a pay cut to work with this guy or something, because in the long run, that's not going to help. Either one side is going to get, tired of working with the other guy because they're going to feel like they're getting ripped off. So, you've got to talk, you got to look around and find the best deals with people to work with. And, I've worked with some really good artists that have worked with the budgets that I can come up with. There's been some really good artists that have gotten away, but that's just the way things goes. And so it's taken me a little longer right now to get the money up. And Kickstarter has been a big help because I kind of stayed away from Kickstarter for a while, and I've just really started getting into it. But that helps pay some of these bills.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that one of the things you mentioned is, finding artists that work within your budget is huge. One thing that Greg and I have also found, you get an artist who's like, hey, I want X number of dollars. And we're like, oh, wow, can you show us your work? Like, what comics have you worked on? They're like, oh, I haven't made any comics yet. And they're like, sorry, what? I definitely think that, this is, I'll say to the artist out there, if you're trying to get work in the comic book space, your art is not that valuable yet if you just started, because part of what makes your art valuable is your name recognition. So, for example, one of the artists that we work with for our series Ink is Adam Fields. And even he'll admit his first comic with us was not his best work. It was his best work at the time, but it's not his best work now. Right? He is much better now. So he's actually grown with us, which is awesome. And so that's kind of the other thing too, is you can find an artist who's kind of like just getting their feet wet, as long as their artwork meets a certain standard. And you can really get some awesome artists that kind of want to stick with you and work with you and go through a series and all that. And maybe over time, like you said, you also don't want to get that saltiness. So you kind of increase, you can, hey, this comic is selling better, I'd like to pay you more for it, right? Like, because we're getting more of these, we're selling them in bulk, we're selling trades now, whatever it might be. That's kind of how I see it growing. Jeff, I know that you do everything now because you're the everyman, but what are your thoughts on that? Like when you were working with hiring the illustrator, for example?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm in a different place than John is in terms of where I've always been with creating comics. It's always been collaboration. So trying to find people that want to collaborate with you. And with that, you do give up some of the creative control. But you can also find people who are incredibly talented. We're kind of in the same space. I work a full-time job. I'm doing this on the side. I'm doing this at nights and weekends when the kids are asleep. Finding people in that same sort of headspace that just want to draw and don't know how to write, kind of in the same kind of like landscape you are, like I want to make comics, but I'm missing a vital piece, and partnering with them. And I think that got me a lot farther the way. And I'm with a kind of a collaboration here in Minneapolis, Minnesota, local Minnesota comic creators. And it always kind of shocks me how many people just would draw a comic like with someone else if they could get a script. and someone who has a script and would just do a comic if they could find an artist. And there's a lot of that out there. And if you really can hunt for it, you can find people who are like, yeah, we can go 50-50 on this. We're going to produce something. We're going to actually get it out. And then you can take it to cons. I can take it to cons. We can pitch it together. We can do it there. And it's less about maybe so much the kind of nuts and bolts of a business venture, and more so kind of the, I don't know, kind of DIY. I want to get this done and I want to see where I can take it from there. And then from that, you can kind of see if you can have a partnership long term. I know people who get that kind of taste for drawing a comic, and then they're like, no, I'm an artist full time, which means I got to make money, and that ain't gonna stick for that long. But writing's always been something I could do like in the cracks of my life and find people to work with. And I was lucky enough to go to college with the only one I ever had to work with until where I am now. But some of that luck is out there. And I think if you're going out into the community, especially the local community, a lot of the larger cities, if you're in one, they have a strong community of art. And I know Minneapolis is one I can really speak to, is having a great culture for comic book creators and people who just want to make stuff, not necessarily about, I need X amount per page. So, if you can save up and get that, or if you can make a deal, say the Kickstarter will do this comic, the Kickstarter, the first $800 we make or $400 we make is yours as the artist. And then after that, it's me. And I've seen some sort of deals like that where the first part of it's get everybody paid and then do the actual kind of profits from there on out. But yeah, I don't have a lot of money. I'm never going to be able to afford to pay anybody per se. So it's very much been about like building relationships, building skills personally, and kind of taking it on myself. So.
Yeah, I'd like to run that too, because he makes a good point. I actually work with a couple artists that neither of us are getting paid until the book comes out. I'm working with one artist that we've actually did work through Antarctica Press. They've published some of our stuff, and he doesn't charge me for. We work together, and then if we make any money, we split it. However, we decide to split it. We've got a Kickstarter coming out, probably the early next year. So there is that possibility. And some of it, the way I found this one artist I'm working with, I actually had a sign up on my table at a convention, looking for artists. And he walked by my table and seen the sign, and we started talking. And next thing, we're working together. Facebook groups, I've found another artist I'm working with without pay right now that we're working together through a Facebook group. So there is that opportunity of, finding artists, like Jeff said, that, you can work as a collaboration and not have to, put out the money until you start printing the book and things like that.
Yeah, no, that's definitely, I think that's probably one of the biggest ways. I feel like a lot of people are worried about giving up their IP. Like you mentioned, Jeff, like you're going to be giving away, part of the control that you might have over this idea. But in reality, it's like, if you want to get something done, there are ways to get it done. I think that's a really important thing that a lot of independent creators need to understand. I mentioned this before, like when there's like a music artist that's worried about signing a record deal. It's like, hey, if you just started, as long as that record deal isn't going to, own your soul for 10 years, if it's like a 2-year contract or less, and they could end up blowing you up, and like, there's no way you're going to do that on your own. The likelihood that your first song is the biggest song you're ever going to make is super unlikely. I would take the shot. You know what I mean? Like let them do your thing. Like, again, make sure you have a lawyer read the contracts so they don't own your soul from now on. But, really, that's why one of the best pieces of advice I ever heard was that if you're just getting an independent comics, you have no idea what you're doing, try to work your way into an anthology. You get access to an audience that you'll never have had access to before. You get a chance to write a very small comic, so even if you make a mistake, it's not a big deal, right? You can make a 4-page comic for an anthology. It's just it might not cost you anything if you're the artist, and if you're a cartoonist, right, you can get the whole thing done. So like, let's say you've been practicing both art and writing and lettering and all the fun stuff that's needed to make a comic. Now you can get it done in one small place and get it out there and get feedback on it. If you're just a writer, maybe there's an artist you can partner with to get this short story out there. Oh yeah, it was Jim. That was funny. Yeah, it's definitely there's so many ways to get your stuff out there. We actually mentioned on the last panel getting stuff like what are they called? Ash cans, small little versions of comics. That way you can just get the story out there. You can make them on smaller paper. Yeah, like Mittens over here. It's definitely something that there's so many ways to get a comic book out there to start getting recognition. But definitely one of the big things we mentioned in the last panel that I'm going to bring up again now is if you really, really want to become an independent comic book creator that makes money and can grow and continue to do something you enjoy without just draining your bank account, you absolutely need to be building an email list. And email lists are free. You can use a Google Sheet, right, for free and just collect names and emails. You can do this by running Kickstarters, which are free. As long as you budget correctly in your your funding goal, and you're not like, hey, I'm selling comics for $2 even though it cost me $3.50 to print, right? Don't do that. But if you do it properly, it can be completely free for you to run a Kickstarter to fund your stuff, and now it's not costing you anything up front. So like one of the things that Greg and I do is we pay to make our comics made, right? So Greg writes, I edit, and we world build together. We pay artists and letterers and colorists to get our comics put together, and then we fund the printing of them. So that's how we go about it. So that's where we save our money, is the printing cost, because we've already gone in the red. We don't want to go in the red again just to print them, so we're double in the red. So now we can get some money, we can get some merchandise made that we can now bring to conventions that we can either sell the merchandise itself, or we can use it as a giveaway to make our comics more enticing to sell. All of that stuff is super valuable. And one of the other big things that I learned, and I've told this to so many creators that I don't know why they don't take this advice, but there are independent comic creators that make a 24-page comic and they try to sell it for $5. I don't know if you two do, but I'm going to let you know right now, you can easily sell your comic for $10. Just sell it for $10. Like, people understand that it is an independent comic. Like, people understand that, like, if they're looking at you and they're like, oh, this is your comic, that's super cool, and you're like, $10, awesome. Greg and I have zero sales, increasing from I think we did $3.99 and $4.99 up to $9.99. We have lost zero sales. In fact, we've made more sales. We made more money, and we've sold more comics. So not just like, we're losing the difference. Made more overall. And so it 100%, that's another way. Yeah, if you are on a budget, I also recommend just sell your comic for more money. And if you're trying to get into a convention, like, that's a whole other thing. I'm pretty sure it's your dog that opened your door, but it looked like
it is. I was just looking at that too. I seen the door moving in the background.
He actually writes horror comics. That's what this is. It's all about the ghost he hangs out in his house with. But yeah, like, that's a really big deal, is like selling your comics for more. And if you're trying to get to a convention, I don't know, is there a skill that you can offer the convention host where you can say, hey, I'll do this skill that only costs me my time, but I won't charge you if you'll let me have a booth, right? Like, that's a great way to potentially save money there. By the way, speaking of that, have you guys had any luck or any things like that where you've kind of gotten your foot in the door? Jeff, you've mentioned already, obviously, partnering with somebody where you give up some of the rights to the comic, and now you don't even have to pay to make the comic, which is amazing. Have you guys had any luck with conventions, getting out there and being able to broadcast yourself for free?
Yeah, like I think in the last podcast, the last episode we did, I mentioned giving away the free comic, putting it in the bag, the old comic I had, I partnered with the convention, and they gave away, the copy of the comic. They gave me 2 free tables for that too, so that helped. I love
that, because, by the way, so just in case people are missing that, he got to have his comic book distributed to for free to every person in the comic or in that convention, and it was a comic he was struggling to sell himself. He now gave it away for free, so free advertising, and it covered the cost of the table. Ironically, it probably cost as much as the comic books cost, right?
Yeah.
So you probably use the cost for the comics for the table, but you immediately got it into everybody's hands. Where everybody else who got a table, they'll spend that same amount of money on the table, and nobody has seen their comic yet. So, like, understand, like, that's a brilliant way to be able to get yourself into a convention. is to give away the equivalent dollar amount that it cost you. Now, if you get real clever, you could potentially go, hey, I sell these comics for $10. I'll give you 30 of them. Now, you might not have some wiggle room with that, but the idea is that you could easily say, these comics I normally sell for $10, so I'm going to give you $1,000 worth of comics, even if it only costs you $350. And you can even tell them, cost to me is $350, so it's the same cost of the table, but I'm giving them to you at cost. You can give them to anybody that's here. I just want to do that in exchange for the table. That's a huge thing because now the convention looks good because they're giving away freebies, right? Yep. And they have to make those same freebies, so it would have cost them money to do so. If you paid for the table, they'd have to take that same money and pay to get other stuff to give away, but you're giving it away at cost. So that is a very, very clever way to get your way into a con for free and get marketing, which is awesome. And I'm saying
I've also, especially local conventions, smaller conventions, I've become very vocal about like asking the people, telling them, I don't want to pay for a table. The artists, we're the creators of the draw for the show. And I have a certain, I don't have a lot of experience, but, I've worked with enough of the smaller publishers, Fantagraphics and Kitchen Sink and a lot of these guys that, I'll tell them, I think, I should have a free table. And, some of them will agree with it and some of them won't. But, some of these tables, I'll see them bringing in people and giving free tables that have no experience, that I don't know, how they get their free tables or whatever. But, I figured the worst they can do is tell me no, or tell me that, you can't come to our convention now. But especially these small conventions, they're just, I come from the day when I first started doing conventions, the creators always got free tables. That was the draw. That was, that was before you started having wrestlers come to conventions and actors coming to conventions and all these other people that, they pay so much money for. They have to charge, the comic people for the tables now because we're not the draw, the other people are the big draw now.
It's like they're bringing, they pay to get those celebrities there, and then they have us pay to level that out. So now every ticket sale is actually profitable like that. It is an interesting dilemma because, over the years, I think now, coincidentally, there are a lot of people that are interested in comics, but I think that there was a time where that was really fading and they needed these celebrities to bring people in. So the comics were no longer the draw to the convention. And then I think that if, there's some, like, for example, Baltimore is very comic book heavy and they get tons of people there. Right. So but that's also not a 40-year-old convention, right? It hasn't been around forever. So they might not have gone through any lulls where they were like, oh no, we were losing people. We had to bring in, John Cena. Anyway,
but I'm not talking about the conventions that, bring in those big, I'm talking about the small little local guys that are, that they really can't afford big people to begin with. But, I usually try to, worm my way into a lot of those conventions, without having to pay a table. I know, and some of them have worked and some of them haven't worked. But and then especially there's a lot of local conventions in the New Orleans area, and I have to look at it that if I pay for a table at a convention and I keep going to it, and my after a while I kind of defeat my it's like people have seen me at some of these conventions so many times. The people that are interested already have everything they want from me, and I'm not getting enough new people coming by. So it's like it doesn't pay to keep paying for a table every couple months at a local convention.
Yeah, I definitely think the smaller ones. I did this classification of some of the cons that we've gone to, as well as other ones we're looking at going to. I kind of break them into, what was it? Micro, small, medium, large, and then what would I call mega, probably. That kind of breakdown where it's like micro is like a couple hundred, maybe, like, or less than 100, like just a small little place where it's like a gathering. Small would probably be like, I don't know, from 500 to a couple thousand, where medium might be like a couple thousand to like, I don't know, 5,000. And then large is hitting that 10,000 to, 30,000 range or 50,000 range. And then anything bigger than 50,000, I would consider like, a mega con. Like that would be like, San Diego, New York, MegaCon, any of the big ones. But I think that as a independent creator, like you just said, there's ways to kind of expand over time. I think that it's actually smart that if you're first off, if you're a cartoonist, do those small ones, try to get in for free. I think that's a really good idea. If they're super small, be like, hey, you're trying to get people to come here. Like, let me come and table for free, and I'll do some free marketing for you, and I'll share it with my email list and tell my friends and family to come visit. You know what I mean? Like, what are they going to do? Like, again, what I just pictured that was it straight through jail. Straight to jail. Yeah, that's kind of a really good idea. It's like, yeah, go to those little micro ones. First off, it's way better than a large one and then like losing, right? Just like losing all this money because you've never gone to a table and you're sitting there all shy and timid or hiding and hoping no one talks to you even though you're trying to make money. You know, it's so funny. I've seen so many creators that are like that, and it's like, man, like you're there to get people to read your stuff, look excited. So yeah, that's definitely a big thing. But then, yeah, as you work your way up, you know, you're going to have to pay for some of them, but eventually, if you build enough attention, if you've got 100,000 people following you on Instagram, guess what? They might want that influencer power more than they want your money. So that's kind of the idea. It's like eventually you might have the leverage, but you gotta really work for it. But in the meantime, yeah, do those little ones, like grow up, like do the micro, small, medium ones.
Yeah. I have found over time one of the best conventions I do are library cons. You know, they're library cons are free. Every one I've done has given me a free table, and I make more money, I think, at a library con than I do at most of the regular conventions.
Yeah, or in show or in store type signings or whatever. Yeah, where you can just get a spot in a store. It's more so, that it's less. It kind of feels like it's, oh wow, this creator's here, I'm gonna buy this stuff just because I was here for, my Marvel stuff and all that. So yeah, finding creative ways like those library cons. I've heard of them in our area. I've never done one, so it's cool to hear that maybe that's a pretty successful thing. I should try to check out.
Yeah. One advantage you have with the library con is everybody that comes in there is interested in reading. You know, people you're getting a lot of people that never go to a comic convention because they're just in the library. And I've found more people that didn't even really read a comic picking up some of my books just because I was there at the time.
That's something. That's something that I think is interesting. Greg, that just made me think of the. There was somebody that was walked past our table at our last con, or like, Mitten Space Pie. They're like, oh, I don't read. And they're like, oh, that's great. It has pictures. And then she's like, I'm actually colorblind. I'm like, that's great. So is Mitten. She's like, But no, but it is funny. Like, libraries, are still going to be filled with nerds, just different types of nerds. And I think the biggest thing that is truly fascinating about the library con is it tax exempt? Do they require business license? That's interesting. I don't know. First of all, I've never heard of library cons until today, which is cool.
I did, because there is one in Schenectady. But
cool, didn't know that. We should do those.
Well, it's always around when I go to Lake Placid. So.
Oh, what a nerd!
That's a little more important for me. Is just not being around here.
And to answer the questions, I've never paid taxes from a library con, and they don't require a business license.
Interesting.
So now there may be somebody looking for me to pay taxes on what I've sold, but nobody's ever said anything to me. Every other con I get, if I forget to pay my taxes, I'm getting emails and letters, from the tax assessor telling me to, pay my taxes, but I've never paid anything on any library con that I've been at.
It's like, don't forget, this is live.
It's hard to know your last name there, John. Yeah.
Either way, like I love the idea of they're readers there, like they're people that like it, and I think that the big thing is that, especially if you're not just a superhero comic creator, because there are a lot of there's way more superhero comic creators than any other types of creators, but if you make anything other than that, like we do superhero, but we also have horror, we have sci-fi. And if you go to a library, there's people who love sci-fi, they love horror. And so if you can get in front of them and be like, hey, I have this comic book that's a sci-fi comic, they're like, wait, there's sci-fi comic books? Like there are so many people who are completely unaware that there are any other comics other than superhero comics. So I think that's a huge that's a huge deal to get into libraries. Greg and I have talked about getting into libraries, but not because of cons, more because I think that just getting them on the shelves there would be incredible. So I think that that's such a cool idea, is going to a library con, which now I'm going to have to go make a whole database of library cons. Thanks for homework. But I love that. Super cool. And Jeff, I just realized, because we tangented a lot. What about you? Have you had any interesting luck getting into cons for free, or reduced table prices, or anything like that?
No, I mean, that's brilliant. I never thought of just saying, "Could I come in here for free?" And mostly because I think it's a common thing probably in people I know who are indie, is like, we don't think that someone's going to be like, "Oh yeah, here's a free table," so we don't bother to ask. So yeah, having a little bit more gumption would be a great thing. But for me, I think in terms of like operating on a budget, when I do shows and cons, my focus is making sure I have a lot of really items with really good profit margins on them. Because honestly, the comics, even though selling them at $10 is like a legit thing, and people will not balk at that. I totally agree, Dylan, on that. It's still not making you the type of money to get back your table to then also get back your costs. Things like prints are, telling people, if you don't have prints, get some prints. Just do your cover. Just print your prints as a cover. People buy that for $10, and that's costs you $1, if that, to print a print. And sketch covers, if you're like me, I'm lucky enough to be able to do them. I mean, you can sell a sketch cover for $50, but your is, if you're not counting your time, which I never do, is just the cost of the comic. And those are easy ways to kind of build back the cost of getting to that con and getting in out of the red with some of that stuff. And it was mentioned early by John, Kickstarters. I think if you're doing a new book, start it off with a Kickstarter. I think it's such a good way to kind of get out the gates with a new book ahead of like what you expect to be. I did one for my last book, Tales of the Mariner. I only got around $800, but that $800 allowed me to fulfill all the orders, get all the materials to fill the orders, pay the shipping. Ended up with $100 left over to get me into a few cons, local small cons, as well as all the stuff I needed for the table. And that's the Kickstarter. So I come into those first cons and I'm already at even. So everything I get back is pure profit. And it kind of snowballs from there. And if you're smart about paying attention to cons and not repeating a con that wasn't successful, you mentioned categorizing cons in terms of size. I also categorize cons in terms of who's coming there and what are they looking for. And if they're not into indie comics, it's a hard day, and it might still be like a $50 table, but if nobody wants any comics and all they want is toys or autographs from somebody, you just keep the $50 and maybe try to call a store, see if they'll let you do a free table at, a signing, thing like that. So I think the profit margin is a good thing to keep in mind. And, if you are just the writer, seeing about if you can get some sketch covers completed by whoever you partner with at a lower cost, so you can still you might be all in at $25 on a sketch cover that's completed, but you can sell it for $50 at your table. And nobody really will balk at that either. And I think those are really kind of easy ways to kind of bolster the small kind of budget you have. And I operate under no illusions that I'm going to make money. My hope is always that I just break even and get enough to just keep going. And I probably don't have as much content as John and some of you other ones, but I think the name of the game is keep going. And once you have a table with 3 or 4 offerings on it, it's a way different ball game than your first few when you have just one thing. You're trying to get people to buy that one thing, and then they've seen you 3 times over the course of the year at different cons. And having those different things really help you. So whatever you can do to keep going in the early stages with some of the things that make you a lot of money would be clutch. So
yeah, and one of the big things that you mentioned was like when you first start off, you might only have 1-2 things on the table, and definitely I agree that you should over time get more. So like Greg and I, our first convention we went to, we borrowed like my grandmother's tablecloth and laid it out. I mean, the next convention, I got a printed tablecloth with our banner on it. The next convention, actually we were doing a virtual con, and it was our third or fourth, and Comics Wellspring sponsored us with credit to their store, and I'm like, hell yeah! So we used that. Now we got a retractable banner. So now we've got. Eventually, we got a rug, we got other stuff. So like we just slowly expanded like what we had. As in that whole time while we're doing that, we're also making comics. So now we have a dozen comics on our table, which is way better. We've got plushies, we've got prints, we've got stickers, we've got pins, we've got all this other stuff that, again, you can either A, make money by selling, which Greg likes to just give everything away, so I have to yell at him and be like, hey, they asked how much money, then no. But it's funny though, because like, yeah, for real, some people will just be, oh, how much for the sticker? $2? Okay, cool, here you go. Like they just want to give you money, which is awesome. Like there are people that want to support independent creators, but they don't want a stack of comics at home. Cool. Don't. I would say the biggest thing, if you're an indie comic creator on a budget, do not tell somebody no, right? For them. Like don't tell them no and they haven't spoken. Tell them like, hey, this is a comic. We sell this for money. Would you like to give us that money? Because we would like you so we can make more of these things and then make more money, right? Like that's kind of the whole point of all this, because we've had plenty of people, and Greg knows, because I'm a sales guy, I'm a marketer, so I'll have people at the table where they're just kind of looking around like, hey, it's $10. Do you want it? Like ask them. Like there's been times, like I said, where I'm like, look at this, and they're like, cool, how much? $10. Like cool, a transaction done. Next, like let's go. Like I'm loving it. And the thing is that even if some of those don't end up being repeat customers or anything like that, the point is you've now gotten your comics into the hands of somebody else. You've paid off the print of that comic, and now you can print more comics for other people. And you're just growing. Like, and there's that whole, what is it? If you're not growing, you're dying. Like you gotta keep getting yourself out there. Whether it's to break even or eventually to have a comic book publishing company that's like, making money. Either one, like you're still going to start from ground zero. Even if you're, I don't know, a doctor that decided you should make comics. It's one of those things where like, yeah, sure, you have all that money, but even still, if you just spend it all at once, trust me, you can spend a stupid amount of money in the comic book space if you are not careful. Whether it's, accidentally hiring an artist for $300 and it's their per page and it's their first job they've ever done. And it turns out that they're just the illustrator. They don't do inking, right? Like, whoops, like, yeah, you've made a mistake. So, 100%. I think that's super important to, make sure you're keeping an eye out for ways to not just drain your bank account, as well as ways to fill said bank account. So I think this is a pretty good panel. Like I said, we've covered increase the cost of your comics, try to get into conventions for reduced costs or free, or like John had an amazing idea, exchange the cost of your comics to give out for free, especially if you've got a comic that you overprinted, or which first off, if you overprinted, you probably got them at a reduced rate than you normally do. So it's even cheaper. But give them out for free in exchange for a table. Like that's such a smart idea. I love that. Doing smaller prints like ash cans, and because it costs less to do it, get it into the hands of people. Doing free library shows, library cons. Again, didn't know that was a thing. That's awesome. These are all great ideas. I love this. Awesome panel. Before we go, let's get everybody to reintroduce themselves and before we head out. So John, who are you? What do you do? Where can people find you?
My name is John Holland. I'm a writer, publisher. You can find me. My Substack is jholland.substack.com. You can look under Diebold Comics. I'm pretty much on Facebook, Instagram, everywhere else. So if you look for Diebold Comics, you'll find me. That's
what's the thing you're working on right now that like either people can go out and look at right now or purchase, or like a Kickstarter? Like what's the thing
we're going to do a Kickstarter coming the first of the year, actually, with one of the artists that I'm working with that's not charging me. We're working together. It's called 2 Tons of Fury. It stars Herbie and Fat Man the Human Flying Saucer. They're old characters in the public domain now. We've actually got covers from some of Bob McLeod is doing a variant cover for us. He's the co-creator of the New Mutants. And we've got a few other covers like that. We're not going to go crazy with variant covers. I've learned that's not a real good process, but we're going to have about maybe 4 or 5 variant covers, and we're trying to find, some pretty decent artists, with some recognition on that. Should be coming out the beginning of hopefully January, February.
Awesome. And Jeff, who are you? What do you do? What are you working on? And where can people find you?
Yeah, my name is Jeff Demars. You can mostly find me on Instagram at Jad_Inks. I'm also on Blue Sky in terms of socials. I'm currently with Apollo City Comics. I work on 2 different books. Tales of the Mariner, we got our first issue out now. There's links in my bio on Instagram to pick up that issue if you like. And working on a new kind of solo venture book called Finding Kismet. And we're going to be doing a Kickstarter, I think in June of next year, provided I can get it all done. So keep working.
Awesome. Well, thank you both for joining. Up next, we've got I believe, where is it? Yeah, Comic Book Collecting 101, which is exciting. That'll be hosted by Brandon of both Apollo and Comics Wellsprings, both sponsors of this year's expo. So super excited. Again, thanks for you guys coming, and we'll see you in the next panel.
Thank you.
Boom. Awesome. So like I said, this upcoming panel, we've got, where is he at? There he is. He's hiding. We've got Brandon. There he is.
Hello.
Who are you? What do you do?
Hey, good evening, everybody. I'm Brandon Blocksdorf. I am the brand and community director for Comics Wellspring. I've loved that we got to come together and help put together this con for everybody. And I've been hanging out with Dylan a lot. I haven't hung out with Greg a lot, but I've been watching him all day. So it's like we've hung out and we caught up on old times. And we've also been hanging out with Joel of Metal Ninja Studios to bring this con to you guys. So hyped to be part of Comics Wellspring and all the cool stuff we're doing. We had that great Inspired Ink earlier today. And now I'm dual wielding it because I'm also the editor-in-chief, I guess, CEO of Apollo City Comics. A really awesome punk rock. Everything behind me is Apollo City Comics. We're actually giving away a bundle of all of our anthologies to one of the viewers today. And maybe however we do it, I'll give.
We're doing it. Yeah, we're doing. So I think it's 6 trivia. There's 6 total trivia things. We did 1 today. There's 2 or 3 tomorrow, and then 3 or 4 on Sunday. And so, because I can't remember the number. Wait, actually, I got it. Wait, I got to open up right here.
Schedule's right there.
Yeah, 1 today, 3 tomorrow, 2 on Sunday, and those winners are all going to get a choice of prize because I don't want to give an artist certificate to a fan who doesn't draw, and I don't want to give comics to an artist if they could use the money to get some art supplies, which would be great. So yeah, the first winner this morning was Jerome. Oh my God, I forgot his last name. Jerome. We're gonna say Jerome Dodd. Is that what it is? Jerome Dodd. I think that's what it is.
That sounds super familiar. I think.
And he answered all of the questions correctly, but he also was first to answer them for more than half of them. So he gets to pick a prize. I got to email him later, which was exciting. But yes, next up we've got Eric C. Jones. Who are you? What do you do? And tell us about yourself. Oh, audio. Do you got a mechanical mute? No, you're not muted. Well, now you are, but you're not muted in here. Is your microphone the right microphone?
Oh.
No, we don't hear nothing. On the bottom, there's the little microphone button, and there's a little drop down arrow, and then you should be able to see what microphone you're connected to. All right, and Eric, I'm going to chat with you in the private chat to get you hooked up. But if you're on mobile or PC, let me know. I'm going to bring Chris up real quick. Chris, who are you? What do you do? Tell us about yourself.
My name is Chris Poirier. I'm currently the marketing manager, director, insert marketing word here for Comics Wellspring. I just joined them almost a month ago, which is wild. That's why Brandon's smiling. Like, we've both been cranking on the machine because you've probably heard throughout the day there's lots of cool stuff going on. But in a previous life, I was a comic book store manager in North Carolina for Ultimate Comics. I managed for 3 years down there and also ran North Carolina Comic-Con as their media director, Greensboro Comic-Con as their media director, and Oak City Comic-Con as their media director. So everything from vending to grading and selling comics, being a collector myself, and now being one of those marketing dudes that tells you why and how to buy things. Like and subscribe, kids.
Nice. And you can see the little banner we got going on, sponsored by Comics Wellspring, Blick Art Materials, Global Comics, Blue Rock Media, Apollo City Comics. So Brandon gets to be up there twice. Metal Studios. So yes, we are.
Heard a few of those. Yeah.
So yeah, it's super, super fun.
But I'm also waving to you guys from Vermont, so I can almost throw a rock at you guys. I should come see you. It's only like 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, Greg, you can see Greg. I'm in Nashville, so it's
well, then I'm not coming to Nashville. Not soon. I would like to. Nashville's a cool town.
Nashville's awesome, and we've got a lot of direct flights here now, which is pretty awesome. Let's see. Yes,
I'll harass Greg at some point. Then I'll go hang out at SPAC, and then I'll come see you. Yeah. See. Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Greg just went there for the first time.
Really?
Blink 182. Yeah.
Oh, that was probably a good show.
Yeah.
Last show I saw
That was one of my favorite concerts ever in my life. So.
Well, mine was a minute ago, but it was Stone Temple Pilots and Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, nice.
Same night. It was dope.
All right, one second. I'm still helping Eric over here. In the meantime, let me.
Technical difficulties.
That's a technical foul. All right. In the meantime, we've got. I'm going to put Brandon up top, and because he's the host, and I'll have you start asking questions. I'm going to be chatting with Eric in the background, trying to figure out what's going on.
I'll just be in the background.
Yeah, give you guys a moment to breathe for a second. You guys have been at it all day today, just hacking away. I've been dipping in and out of watching all the streams. It's been fantastic so far. But I was really hyped to kind of host and lead this panel a little bit, especially for our guests here. Chris, we're kind of getting acquainted a little bit. It's our new work buddies. It's been fun hanging out. I get to poke your brain a little on air.
Yeah, now we get to have the fun. We get to do the fun stuff instead of the work stuff.
Yes, exactly. This is why we did this job. Sorry, Dan.
It's why we wanted to make money doing the comics, because we have debilitating collecting habits that we want to share with the world.
If you can't tell, it's one of the topics, over collecting. And if you look at, Eric's background, he is also, suffers from the syndrome of over collecting like many of us. But
it's even worse when you're at a store though, because stuff comes in and you're like, this is going in me pile. This is going in customer pile.
Yes. And so, there's so many avenues to collecting comics, and how to collect, what to collect, where to get into collecting. And it's one of those crazy things where it's I got into collecting basically because I was trying to find a way into the industry. And through finding a way into the industry, I started going to conventions. And going to conventions, I wanted to meet all my favorite heroes. So then I realized it was really cool to get their signatures on stuff. And therefore, I'd go and meet them, hunt them down. I met a group of people that actually collected comics. I got really into CGCing stuff for a bit. Eric probably hates to hear that because he's not a CGCer. And that led me to so many avenues, and it led me into journalism and comics as well. And it all came from collecting. But it kind of rooted to figure out what was my collection about, because then you're just collecting a whole lot of stuff. How did you kind of figure out how to navigate your collection?
Oh, geez. Well, probably similarly to you, mine was I fell into comics and I don't do anything halfway, and my wife will tell you that, and also say that it's a disappointing thing for my bank account. But I did collect a lot of the different stuff. At first, it was random keys, what we could afford. Let's be honest, a lot of collecting is what can I afford. And for me, it was Firefly. My wife and I are browncoats. We absolutely adore the show and everything. But as I got deeper and deeper in comics, I found out that Joss basically sold the rights to the show to Dark Horse to create a comic series. And it was basically the story of the show continued, because the show got canceled and they had all this stuff and they didn't have anywhere to tell the story. So they started writing comics. And so, being a completist, which is a terrible thing to do as a collector, I went and found every issue, every variant of everything that Dark Horse published in Firefly, and I still have a box that's nothing but that. But then I did the same thing. I went to shows and found out that all the
Ooh, maybe Chris might have froze for a second.
Sorry, is my mic working, Brandon?
Oh, I hear Eric now.
Oh, he exists. He does exist.
Oh, let's give a cool. Chris, you froze for a second too. I think at least on my end.
No, it was all of us. It was doing.
I know, because I heard Brandon and then you froze. So it's so funny because your camera is so crisp And like, so you froze perfectly, but yeah, it was like, yeah, the audio completely cut out. But Eric, can we hear you now?
Can you hear me now? That's the real question.
Nice, we can hear you. That's awesome. Let's get you a quick little introduction. Oh,
let's do it.
Nope, there we go. Boom. Who are you? What do you do?
My name's Eric C. Jones. I'm the manager here at Four Color Fantasies in Winchester, Virginia. Comic shop's been around since 1987.
Nice.
Are you at the shop right now?
Yes, I'm in the back room, tucked into a hole. Right.
That's amazing. Four Color Fantasies is my local shop. That's how I got acquainted with Eric here. And it's a tiny shop. It's a little tiny house, blue like shop, and it's the most adorable thing ever. It looks, like in a fairy tale where it looks like you're walking into like a house, and it's probably evil. This is just like that, but it's a comic book shop, and it's full of just magical comics. Even the basement, it looks all dark and scary, but it's just pure long boxes to the eye can see.
With also evil, that's great.
Right.
Anyways, I'm gonna let you guys handle this, Brandon, so then I can walk away for 3 seconds from the table. But I just want to make sure that the technical issues are gone. Looks like we've got Eric, Chris is unfrozen, and Brandon's under control. We've got this.
Chris was just saying, we were just talking about what kind of got us into collecting. For me, it was through avenues of trying to find a way into the industry. Chris was talking about the Firefly plan and how that led you into the. Do you want to continue that until we bump into Eric?
Yeah, no, for sure. So, like I said, got to meet all the creators and really fell in love with them as human beings because they were all brown coats too, which was really fun. Was finding out that just the people that were also doing this weren't just collecting a paycheck; they were fans. And so, over the years, I've just collected lots of stuff from that. I even have the convention banner of the inker of the series from Carl, because he was retired at Baltimore in 2018. And I stopped by and said hi because I always check in all of them at every show I went to. And he's like, "I'm retiring the banner. Do you want it?" And I was like, "What?" I should have brought it out just to have it behind me for this talk. But what was really cool is I was vending, so I was busy, and he had everybody sign it, and he didn't tell me. So when I got it home and I pulled it out, it had everybody's signature on it and said, "From your fellow browncoats." And I was like, okay, I'm set for life. Like I am now a comic book fan through and through because of this. And here I am. But then I fell in love with original art and the rest is history. And I don't have enough money on planet Earth to buy all the stuff I want to.
Vibes, 100%. Eric, what got you into the realm of collecting comics, and how has your comic book collection kind of taken shape after the years?
I mean, as a kid, I lived out in the country, like in a trailer, like the last stop before the West Virginia border. So usually I just got my comics at the gas station, just whatever I could get, and it was usually Marvel, sometimes DC. And then I knew Four Color existed because they've been open since I was 3, but like never came here for whatever reason. And then when I was 11, my brothers and I were in the Blockbuster Video Game Championships, and one of the prizes was like a coupon for the shop. And my brothers were like, "I don't care about comics," and I was like, "I want comics." So I came and I got 1 or 2 things, and I've been shopping here pretty much ever since. If I live in town, I moved away for a couple years, but it was just. Yeah, I'm 41, so 1995. It's Spawn and Max and things like that, and I was too cool for superheroes, so I got Vertigo and Slave Labor and things like that, and then started working here when I was 16, and even a little bit before that, I read Wizard, and Wizard just talked about everything. I was like, well, I want to read Crisis on Infinite Earths. I want to read Dark Knight Returns, and now I just read everything, and that's. It just, you know how it is. It snowballs. You go, well, I'm not really into that. Well, I'll give it a shot. And then next thing you know, you're buying everything.
You buy 2 issues and you need all 197, whether you were planning on it or not. They made variants?
How do you guys control like over collecting? Because with my collection, I realized I had all of the Batman runs, and I was buying some variants, and then you go online and you start buying variants of things that are online from certain shops and whatnot, and certain artists doing exclusives with them, and then you realize that when you have to move across the country, you have to pack up 40 boxes of comics, and it's not that fun, and that's not including your hardcovers and trades and regular books. So how did you guys filter out over collecting in general? Chris, we'll go with you first.
Sure. So moving the first time is what helped me realize that I needed to figure this out. Because same thing, I was like, I don't want to do this. I started identifying for my runs, it is the things that I'm truly dedicated to. Do I still have every inch of that Firefly run and all the variants and everything? Yes. But I was collecting Flash and Batman at the time as well. Nope, I'm good. Like, started pulling key issues out, or variants that I really liked. I started focusing on the things that were either harder to get, so key issues, or something that had sentimental value to me, something that I did get signed, remarked, anything like that. That, you know, half of my collection now is just stuff that I had brought to cons, that were just cool stories from creators that I had met over the years. And otherwise, a lot of just my read stuff now I circulate back to my shops, or I donate. So I now create long boxes of stuff of, I read this because I read a dumb amount, to either give away to kids, to be like, hey kid, if you, like right now I'm living in a place where there is not a comic book shop except for in 2 hours. Like in some spaces, like Sear might be the closest one in Schenectady, other than Burlington for me. So it's weird right now, but most of the other places I've lived, you know, I was reading 20 to 50 books a week, and yeah, that'll take up a lot of space. So my goal was to donate and just focus on things. And then, like I said, I'd rather start saving my money, and I would put it into original art or commissions with people that I really want to support, or indie creators that I've followed since the day that like they hit the scene and I just fell in love with them as human beings. I then take my money and I support Kickstarters, Patreons, and stuff like that instead. That's kind of how I started organizing my stuff. Is original art and commissions is a lot easier to keep and move than an entire thing. So
And Eric just went through the same strife of moving and processing and organizing your insane comic book collection. Where did over collecting, has that even hit you yet? How does that even happen when you run 4-color?
So, I mean, moving. I had 72 long boxes when I moved, and some of those were just full of trades because I had nowhere else to put them. But at the moment, I'm at like 52 long boxes, and that's after whittling down, trying to get everything in order. And as I go through, I go kind of like you, Chris. I go, am I going to read this again? Do I have it in 6 other formats?
Mm-hmm.
Why did I buy this in the first place? And not because they're bad, just I enjoy reading something once and then I'm just not going to read it again. And then I've got shelves and shelves of trades and hardcovers. And for me, it always boils down to collect what you want to read. There are certain books I have variants for, just for whatever reason. I like this cover or whatever. It's not generally my thing. But I like to read comics. So my collection, I have read everything in my collection, and I would like to read it again, eventually. But and also I realize that I'm sitting in a place of privilege because I read almost one of everything that comes in the shop, and there might, I might not want to keep a certain book, but I like reading it, and I can read it for free. I realize not everyone has that ability. So I'm definitely luckier there, but my eyes are definitely bigger than my wallet. Than I always have. And like you, Chris, I love collecting original art, so it's like I also want money for that. So,
yeah, if I had to choose at the end of the day, and a lot of people ask about that, and I was like, because I think it's one of the things that Brandon, you'll probably veer us off to, because you said one of the things that struck my mind is collect stuff because you want it. Because the big question that we always get asked, especially as retailers, is this book really worth X right now? Well, yeah, probably right now. Well, will it be worth this much tomorrow? Dude, I couldn't tell you that if I had a crystal ball. Which
Most
means
random issues will go up in value,
right.
and you're just
with,
like,
with speculation and all that other nonsense that goes on. That the hardest thing for me as at managing a shop and talking to especially new collectors. So like, I really like this, but $600 for a comic, and it's like, well, first of all, that's cheap. Second of all, Are you comfortable spending that much money on this to make you happy today?
Yeah.
If you're going to be upset tomorrow because that book is $400, leave it right where it sits, which makes me a terrible salesperson. But I'd rather have people know that I'm being honest with them, because I'm like, if you think that that's a good deal and you've done your homework and you know that's right today, I know that that's what it's worth today. I was like, I cannot look in my crystal ball and tell you what it's going to be days, minutes, months from now. And I was like, so if you always pay what you want for something you really want and enjoy, you will never overspend.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's a great comment. I love that.
Yeah. For the longest time, the most I had ever spent on a single comic was $20. And that was for Preacher 1. I don't
Nice.
remember. And then I got into older Thors, and the most I've spent is like $110. But again, I'm poor.
Yeah.
You know, I don't, it doesn't have to be a fantastic grade. I don't like CGC books. If I can read it and it's not falling apart and it doesn't smell, that's a perfect book. I've got plenty of books that don't have covers. Like
I started doing that as well. That Flash is like I am slowly building stuff, but I love middle run Silver Age Flash in low grade, because you could buy that stuff in high grade and pay $300 to $1,000 per book. Chris is not made of that kind of money. But I can put a lot of that stuff in my collection at like a 4 or below. You can still see that it is a book from 50 plus years ago and go, mine. Like I have a bunch of the series from that, of the races between Flash and Superman. Like super cool covers and things, but in perfect condition, you'll overpay for it. But in mid to low grade, nobody cares.
Oh yeah.
So for a lot of folks, I'm like, if you just love something, go find it in low grade.
Yeah.
You can put that thing in your hand. If it has Carmine Infantino's signature on the cover, it's probably really cool. So who cares what condition it's in?
You don't need to be so precious about them.
Right.
Like they're meant to be read. Like you had mentioned, like people, is this gonna be worth this? I don't care what a comic's worth outside of this job. And we try to be pretty fair. We use Overstreet every year, and we'll see how long that lasts. But like when the new Overstreet comes out, it's more of just a fun thing to go, oh hey, I own this. It's worth X. That's cool. Well, okay,
100%.
And you get a customer and they'll go, well, what's a good investment comic? And I'm always like, get a savings account. That's
right. Yeah. This is not the place to do that. This is gambling in the worst kind of way. So
yeah, unless you have a Superman 1 or an Action 1, that you don't know.
I think what really turned me off from grading when I was into collecting and I was like learning all that stuff from CGC, and I was young, you know what I mean? I was just like, oh, this is how you take care of a comic. This is how you do it. But then you realize the pains that go into that, and then you start really fixating on things that kind of ruin the fun for you. Like getting a 9.6 instead of a 9.8. Getting weird stuff like that threw me off, or having people buy original art that I got CGC'd. I remember I got a Kevin Eastman Batman sketch done at San Diego one year, and I had to sell it off. I needed a couple bucks, and then I sold it for like $200-300. Like I just threw it up on eBay. It sold, and then I found it later on eBay for like $800. And I was just like the flip. Like I thought I would go to cons and even flip on eBay just to make up the cost of the con for me. And I was one of those.
Don't
dudes
play the
for a little
game.
bit. Yeah, dude, and it's dangerous. One, it's like gambling because 100%. You have to be so fast, and it just kind of kills it. I have a lot of stuff that I'm like, I probably didn't even need to buy that now, but I didn't want to part with it either. Tons of action figures, even talk about value of comics. I brought out a book just to kind of annoy Eric too. But I have one of my CGC books, and like, remember Bat Dick? This was one of those crazy books that was
the
just
Batwang. I have 2 copies of that. Yep. Mine are not CGC'd because I'm like, nope, I don't care.
And see,
like $50 just to sign that book that weekend because he knew everyone was going to turn me through. And so I was like, well, I'm not going to get mine signed. So.
Dude, the Liber chasing signatures also kind of ruins stuff for me, because when you're getting charged $50 just for a signature and that's it, and it kind of like,
So check this out. This is my hack that I learned very quickly. is a lot of creators, except for like the super hot on fire, like right now creators that are always going to have the line at their thing. A lot of creators have gone to the, if I'm signing this for you, it's $5. If I'm signing it for CGC, it's $75.
Yep.
So I now have most of the books that are signed in my collection are signed to me or my wife, which means to Chris, to Rebecca. And I have little remarks and sketches from those same creators because they know that's going back into my collection. And that even if I was going to try to turn it around, it's going to be like, well, only Chris and Rebecca are going to win on eBay to get this. And so I started doing that if I want a signature, it's because I wanted 3 seconds to talk to said creator.
Yeah.
And because I'm literally doing you can sign this to me because I love what you do and I want this in my collection.
It ruins chemistry you have with them after a while because, you know, as someone that was trying to get into the industry, and I thought it was fun to get signatures, but the way I was helping getting, because I would sneak in my books with other people's books, and they'd have stacks of books.
Yep.
And so it was cool because
The
I got to
person
hang
with the
out
trolley
with the
of books,
Yeah.
just that everyone gives the side eye to. Like, don't be
Yep.
that guy.
Yeah,
I know you're
that-
out there.
Rich.
So
know
I
you're
have
rich.
nerd that you showed. Like I've got like my nerd cart 3.0, but it's just because I like to bring a bunch of shit to get signed.
That's different.
I like having my stuff.
I can support that.
There's nothing worse than when the guy comes in and they're like, "Can you please sign all of these today?" You know, or they have the things in the envelopes with the squares blocked off.
Yep.
where the signature-
Yeah.
Prepping books
And I will
does
say,
that.
There's no wrong way to collect. It's just not for me.
I think the most fun I ever had was I watched somebody do that to Marv Wolfman. And Marv is like the kindest dude in the world to begin with. And the dude just like drops the stack and you can see the signature things and he's like frantically looking for the CGC person on top of it. And there's literally a kid behind him with like 2 books in their hand. And Marv's like, "You over there."
Yeah.
"I've been waiting this whole time." And he's like, "And you will continue to have a nice day." And I'm like, "You've just returned all faith."
It's a matter of courtesy.
I don't want to turn into complaining about convention people, but
sorry.
There's nothing worse than like, hey, this guy charges $5 a signature. That's it, flat rate, no matter what. All the money goes to a charity. And the people are like, "Well, what if I get 10? What would you cut me a deal then?" And it's just like, "It's for charity, man." They're like, "No, but like, what if?"
Read the sign. Yeah, literally all my money's going to Hero Initiative. Fight me over me helping other creators that are in need. Yeah, that's a good argument point.
But you know, speaking of original art and actually really cool charity, Eric, why don't you tell us about what you do with 4Color and the sketch cover charity you run?
So we do a thing called FCF Covers Literacy. We started it in 2019, I think. 2019, and it started because I wanted to do something charitable. And so I asked Mike, the owner, I was like, "Hey, what's a good charity?" And he's like, "Hey, we always give to Literacy Volunteers Winchester area. They're a local program. They're amazing." And Diamond had a sale on sketch covers for like $1 a piece. And we had an event coming up, and I was like, "Well, what if we had some of our local artists do them? And what if we had our guests do them?" And we had an auction, and all the money went to LVWA. And it's the first year I was like, maybe we'll make $1,000. You know, that'd be cool. Like that'd be a massive success for me. And the first year we made $2,200, and then the next year we made $4,000. And since 2019, we've raised over $50,000.
Nice.
But mainly sketch covers. I have 2 long boxes and a half of sketch covers right now.
Nice.
And we send them all over. I go to shows and bother people. We put them all up in store. We have a gallery on Facebook. Hopefully this year we're gonna have a dedicated website. But all the money goes to Literacy Volunteers, and we've already got about 50 pieces for next year. And we've had artists from little kids to Eisner winners to Emmy winners, things like that. And it's mainly sketch cover still, but we get some original art. We get signed things, things like that. I'm probably rambling at this point, but yeah, it's my favorite thing we do. So if there's any artists watching that would like to take part, please hit us up.
Nice.
Yeah, I did orchestrate this just so Eric can say that in front of Chris, and then I could talk about it at Chris at work later. So that's perfect. I needed that pitch. Thank you, Eric. Yeah, it's so cool to find a way. Yeah, again, that note. It's so cool to find a way to interact with community members all across the board, like you were saying, from kids to indie creators to big. Did you get like Sean Phillips and whatnot? I've seen some of the craziest sketches in front
We
of
got a
me just
Swamp
being at the
Swamp
shop.
Team this year, by the way.
Oh man, that's sick. That's so sick. And it's a great way to also get original art that you probably wouldn't be able to get at a decent price anywhere else. Because there's so many pieces.
Angie got a Terry Dodson sketch cover, a quick sketch for $20 a couple years ago.
Oh wow!
Our highest bid ever was a David Finch Joker, and that went for $675, which is still cheaper than you would pay for that somewhere.
Yeah,
This
no,
year,
for sure.
For us, we've had a Daniel Warren Johnson. Trad Moore has owed me a cover for 2 years now.
Trad.
But no, I mean it's everybody and people you'd never expect. I mean, the Emmy nominee Thomas Lennon from the State and Reno 911 did a cover with him. Who else? I'm blanking. We got one from Jeffrey Allen Love the other day.
Mm-hmm.
We've had Mike Burrell. Who else? Everybody. Just I will bother anybody because it's all for a good cause, and most people say it.
I love that. And so I think we're approaching towards the end of our episode here, the last couple of minutes. And so regarding collecting, I have a bunch of prized possessions, everything from like, I have a Bruce Timm Swamp Thing and a Bruce Timm Spawn that even Todd signed. And I have some really cool, like, jam sketch and, signature covers. But what are your guys' prized possessions in your collection? You can name a couple, you can name a few. I even have some cool Grant Morrison signatures that I just like die over every time I see them. So it's hard to pick. Eric's giving me some. Actually, Eric might have given me my coolest thing in my collection. It was the Coheed Year of the Black Rainbow book.
Yeah.
So that was it's such a rare find, and it's just like, damn, that's a treasure. That's definitely a high treasure up there. But like a little round table. Eric, you can go first with any.
I mean, my copy of The Stand is signed by Stephen King and Bernie Wrightson.
Nice.
Big. I've got a Steve Dillon, Jesse Custer sketch. I have the cover to The Mask, Hunt for Green October #1, which was the first comic I bought off the shelf here at the shop. What else? I mean, those are probably my big ones. I mean, I got a full run of Preacher. That's my favorite comic ever. My first issue of Spawn, I got my subscription that's signed by Greg Capullo.
That's cool.
Some cool Thors that I've gotten. Some cool Flashes that I've gotten because I love Flash too. But yeah, I'd say those are the big ones. And I'm sure if I look through my original art, I'd be like, oh yeah, this. But it's out of sight, out of mind for me most of the time.
That's probably the hardest part of collecting stuff, is that once it goes in a box, once it goes in a drawer, into a closet, you move a couple times, things get shuffled. You kind of forget like kind of the coolest stuff you have until you're going through it, trying to organize again. I'm sure it's been your journey the last couple weeks as you've unpacked and organized some of those boxes.
Yeah, I'm definitely finding stuff that I'm like, oh yeah, I do have this. Cool. All right.
Chris, what are some of your treasures in your collection?
So I don't know who has access to it on the stage. I actually uploaded 2 of the pictures of my 2 things, but so if the powers that be, there it is. So I do have a terrible grade copy of Flash 105. So against Mirror Master, but so why is this book important? This is first Silver Age appearance. So yes, it says 105, but this is kind of that first Grail book of there are previous appearances and all that, but this one, the cover's really cool, but this was literally found at a dude's. It came into the shop and I was like, this needs to go over here for a minute while I figure this out. But it holds 2 meanings to me. That number 1, it being cool, but 2, you can see it's like I took a picture of this in the cab of my truck as I was leaving work because this was my last day at Ultimate Comics. I was moving on to my next thing after 3 years, and the owner had gifted it to me as my gift for years of service and everything. He's like, I know you were staring at this book from the minute it came into the shop because of the Flash fan that you are. So I'm thankful to Alan and Ultimate Comics and all my family down there. So in North Carolina, because I got to put this in my collection of, again, it's a terrible grade, but enough of it is intact that you know what this book is.
Yeah.
And Flash 105 came out December 23rd, 1958.
That's amazing. That's kind of cool. The Flash was one of the books that got me back into collecting during my like post high school trying to find comics again. Rebirth was the series that dove me back into the Flash, and then I went into Blackest Night, and I just became a Flash fan. And I have 2 boxes of Flash comics that I obsessed over. So I love hearing kind of the OG heroes that kind of brought some people together because they get overlooked sometimes, I feel.
100%. And then my second one is a piece of original art that was just a fun story. So this is Daredevil watercolor. Alex Maleev had done a show with us, and I had a 3-hour conversation with Alex while I was going through his book. And we were going back and forth, and finally, like 3 hours into it, he's like, "You came here to buy something from me, didn't you? Not just like chat me up because you're like show running and all that." And I'm like, "Yeah." And I flipped through his book and I stopped on this one, and he smiles and he's like, "It's the only dark version of that I did." And I was like, "Yeah, I noticed." But we had a really cool rapport, and I won't give away what I ended up paying for it because he cut me a good deal, but that's why he re-signed it, because that was the other thing is, you know, he could have sold it, and I could have at that time I probably could have turned around and made money on it, but I was like, no, this is going on my wall. It's on my wall. But it's one of those that was truly watercolor, so like the pages are like, you know, kind of crumpled in because water has absorbed into it. I love the folks that were doing a lot of watercolor during this time. So this is Daredevil's another one of my Flash, Daredevil, and Captain America are kind of my 3 big, you know, big name, big 2 folks. Hellboy is my next if I had to stack all my stuff, but getting something from Mike one of these days is going to bankrupt me, but it will happen. So I just love this watercolor stuff. So those are my 2 really cool ones. Just because, and then, like I said earlier, that standee that I got from Carl Story, from Firefly, just because he's like, I know you're a brown coat and I know it's going to a good home. You know, he could have made a lot of money on it, but he sold it to me at a bottom price just because he's like, I know you're a brown coat. I know that you'll continue to support all of us that are part of this journey. And he's like, and it's just how Mal would want it. And I'm like, oh man, don't be that way. And it means I get to tell cool stories like that afterwards, that just like I think all of us have been saying, kind of the thread of this talk is that's what this is about, right? Is the community of creators, the community at the comic shop where we get to go and share these stories of, hey, were you at that show? No. Well, I got to meet so-and-so. They're actually really cool. I love hearing from my other friends. I have a friend that like Sean Murphy and him and his daughter like have this thing, and he gave her a sketch like really early on during the Murphyverse like really exploding, and then she drew something and gave it to him like at the next show. And I'm like,
rad.
those are just cool stories that I was like, that's what collecting's about. I could have spent 45 minutes like talking about how terrible speculation is and what it's done to our industry, but I'd rather talk about why Flash 105 is really cool and means the world to me, not just because of what it is, but because that marked a huge moment in my comic career. So
I think that speculation buzz is something that like a lot of creators like work through too, or a lot of fans work through. You know what I mean? It's something you kind of dive in, and there's a lot of FOMO that goes on. There's a lot of every issue is now like worth $50, and you know Thor #5, the first appearance of Black Winter, is sold out before, and you can't even get any copies the day it comes out. Stuff like that. Just you have to learn lessons. You know, you have to kind of get beat up with it. But once you find your groove and you realize, like, I'm really into Swamp Thing. I just uploaded a picture. I just took a picture of where I'm sitting, so maybe it'll show. Oh wait, maybe not that one. But there's another one, or the one I just did.
It's like there.
But
that looks awful familiar. You got one too?
There we go.
There it is.
I have a little Swamp Thing wall, and so this is a Bruce Timm Swamp Thing I got done at San Diego one year, and a David Lloyd Swamp Thing I got because I used to hang out at a table that hosted David every year. So I've heard dozens of his stories. He's such a great guy. And Bruce Timm, I think this is one of the last times he did commissions or sketches at cons. And he was even pissed at me for getting this because I walked up with a friend and it was a mystery thing. You just put down like a character and then he decides who he wants to draw. So if he draws your character, you could go and buy the sketch, but sometimes he doesn't choose the character, so you didn't get a sketch. And so I put down Spawn and my friend put down Swamp Thing. And so we went to go pick them up and he picked them both. And he was like, "Oh, you guys are together?" And we're like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Oh, that's not cool. We need to give people a fair chance." And I was like, "You picked the characters, so thank you. Take my money." And I would take the sketch. But stuff like that. Once I found a groove with Swamp Thing, I just love getting swampy stuff now. It's my favorite, like, in the world. And it gives me a focus to go off of. You kind of need at least one focus if you're going to be collecting, so you don't just go crazy with it all. But find the stuff you love. Don't go off of speculation. Don't go off of, every book that comes out every week. Sometimes it's just not worth it, but find the love. What are you going to say, Eric?
And I was going to say, absolutely. Read what you like, and you'll never be unhappy.
You'll never be unhappy. You'll never spend too much.
If you're not enjoying something, stop.
Right.
I was the biggest Walking Dead fan for the longest time, and around issue 100, I just kind of stopped enjoying it. And I was like, well, Mike, maybe I'll just ride it out to the end of this arc. And he's like, you're not having fun. Why are you going to spend another $30 to not enjoy it? And I was like, yeah, read what you like, man.
I love that. I think we're about wrapping up this panel. We're hitting that was it? Oh, is
right
it 40 minutes?
threshold.
But I was looking at the wrong time. We actually have 6 more minutes. I mistimed that. I was looking at
great. Well, then I'm gonna I uploaded something so I can show you one of my other things. He'll find it. It looks a lot like yours. That's my Swampy.
Oh, man. That's
so Rich Fight, who did what was that, the 80s and all that. But what's really cool is Rich is from Vermont, which is where I am now. But at the time, I was in North Carolina. And I was like, hey, I'm also a Vermonter. And he was like, okay, well, then you need to come over here for a second. And I was like, how much are you doing commissions for? And I will say this, because I looked at him and I was like, you need to quadruple that number. He does commissions on the spot at least. Well, this was 8 years ago. It was like $200, $250. This is ballpoint pen. And I watched him do it, and I'm just like, that's freaking amazing. I told him I wanted Swampy coming out of the swamp with the moon behind him. And he's like, got you, fam. And he had like the moon part done like in the first like 10 minutes that I was standing there, just like talking to my wife and I was just like, what? But this is my point. So I said, they always say, who do you sign it to? And I'm like, this one's to both of us. Because the only way Chris gets to go home at the end of today is that this is an us thing, as opposed to Chris drained the bank account on Swampy. But
I love that, dude. That's gorgeous. I mean, that's so rad. Finding original art like that and meeting a creator who's cool and kind of hooks you up. Chris Burnham does that whenever he was doing I think $40 for a 20-minute sketch at San Diego, and I have a Batman and I have a really cool Orion of the New Gods sketched by Chris.
Oh,
and
that's cool.
It's rad. I think I might be able to dig it out real quick if you guys want to see it. But
I lied.
We could show you some stuff, but
I lied. I have one more because I have to share this one, because if my wife is watching, if I don't, she'll be like, you didn't talk about the one. One of the last cool things, also while I was there, was we had Neil Adams come through a lot of our shows. And if anyone has had experiences with Neil Adams, usually you get everyone either loves him, hates him, and that's about it.
Because it costs $20 to look in his direction. So some people just...
So I found out part of the secret of this, and I will give my free advice to collectors in general, because I think this was a great example, is Neil's wife managed him, which a lot of married creators, that is the truth, that the spouse, the partner, is the one that usually manages their business and everything. You need to be kind to both of them if you expect to be treated kindly. Because I've watched people that were like, whatever, you're married to the talent. I was like, you're dead where you are standing right now, and you have no idea. And a lot of this is just treat people with kindness instead of sign my books or negotiate for the things. But when we met Neil, we hit our 10-year anniversary, and both of us were like, we want to get something cool for each other. we're both comic book nerds. And so my wife was going through his book while he was in shop for a signing before the show. And she found something, and she basically was talking to his wife at the time, and they were going back and forth. And I was like, well, I think it's been decided. And we got another pen and ink, which I fell in love with these creators that are just really cool with it. And I wasn't a Green Arrow fan until I went into his era, because, you know, I mean, Neil will be the first to tell you. It's like, oh yeah, he's like, the goatee, you're welcome. And it's like, okay.
Yeah.
It's like, well, we'll take that for what it is, Neil. But yeah, that's the other one I uploaded there. If it floats into existence, I can.
Oh, nice.
So that one
I
is
love that.
congratulations, because that was the other thing. He's like, what's this for? And we told him, and he just kind of looked at both of us. And I have the picture because he did a bunch of pictures with us. And from that moment on, if I walked past their table at a show, his wife stopped me.
Oh, they were so sweet. She was the sweetest. I still say hi to her whenever I see her at shows. She's sweet. I used to get her Starbucks at San Diego and whatnot. Whenever
That is the secret. Like, so
Yeah,
many
it
people are
is.
like, oh, that Adams, they can be so difficult. I was like, no, they're from New York, man.
Yeah.
That's all that is.
I put together a sketchbook for Mike for the 30th anniversary of the shop. I just got whatever creators I know he loved, and then creators that I liked. But I got him a Ra's al Ghul from Neil, and he couldn't, like, I was like, hey, he's like, you want to go walk around? I was like, can I just hang out and watch you draw? And he's like, sure.
He'll loves to do that, or just to tell his stories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dad jokes forever.
Yep.
Like, and always.
For me, that might be my final tip, is that era we're losing.
Mm-hmm.
Neil's gone. I'm thankful for the time that I had to sit and listen to him. Some of those guys are to the point of, you know, they're going to look for Tom King or for Jason Aaron or for whoever, and those are all talented human beings. Don't mishear me. Don't freak out, chat. But there is the era of bullpen paid pennies on the dollar per page creators. Bring it up with my talent later. It's fine. Chat was freaking out. They'll be cool. Sit down with these people, because they're not going to be here forever. And so that show that Marv Wolfman was at, I sat and talked with him for 2 hours before anyone was standing in his line.
Well, I'd hang out with David Lloyd, dude. Like, just hearing him talk and share stories. I'm like, dude, you're David Lloyd. Like, you just came here from Britain. Tell me everything.
Right?
I'm just, and as he gets his red party cup, fills it with a thing of wine, and just starts talking to me for 2 hours. I was like, yes, like, let's hang.
Some people are like, you did what? And I was like, had the best 2 hours of my life.
Yes.
And that was another one that George Perez had started getting sick at that point. And so he didn't make that show. And Marv was just straight up like, I miss my friend. And now I look back at that and I'm like, okay, I'm not going to cry, but I'm not crying. You're crying. That these creators that co-created stuff together, as they are getting up there in age, are aware of their mortality. And but to hear the stories of like Teen Titans coming out of like literally people just throwing ideas back and forth at each other, and that the people that guys like Tom King and Jason Aaron and all those guys can stand on the shoulders of giants today because of these people. And all you got to do is ask. Because most of these guys would be more than happy to talk your ear off to tell you about how it used to be.
And you know what? Speaking of old school creators, I uploaded a photo. We could pop that up real fast. I will tell you my prize that I can't ever sell it because I'll never be able to afford it again. But this is first appearance Punisher, signed by Stan Lee, Jerry Conway, and John Romita Sr.
Romita. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it was just, man, epic meeting all them. Epic. I mean, even that was the last year Stan was around too, and you could tell how beat up he was and how his handlers were. I was in a room full of money that I probably shouldn't have been in.
You're like,
yeah,
looking for security.
I saw stuff exchange pockets, and I was like, I don't know if I should have seen that, but I'm just here with some friends. But I did, yeah. So, But this is, stuff like this, you can't get any of that anymore. And it's like, I'd never be able to replace something like this. They start to become timeless and treasures and whatnot because these creators are gone. Only Jerry's around. Jerry's still around. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's still around. He's the last one out of this trio. But also, it's always fun to, meet Tom King, and I get all my hardcover signed by him no matter what. But yeah.
I give the guy garbage, but at the same time, like, no, like, come on, like, it's why I make that point of, like, we probably have a few more years to catch up with Tom, and that's just why I give that advice to some people. I was like, if you really want to know what this industry was like, a lot of what has been still is, interestingly enough, that a lot of the struggles are still the same. So it's pretty neat because a lot of those guys will share their wisdom, and I think that's awesome.
And even I met John Paul Leon at a convention too, and that was like, I didn't realize that was gonna be one of the last times I ever got to talk to him. I did a short interview, so it's like, also when you're finding your way through collecting, whether you're doing just trades or hardcovers, or if you're going out getting signatures, finding some prize stuff, like, it's always good to go to cons. It's always good to meet some of these people. I don't think I've ever had a truly bad interaction with a creator that made me ultimately. There's only one. And that's it. That's it. Yeah. I think we might all have one if you've talked to enough people. But for the most part, like, I met Grant Morrison my first San Diego Comic-Con, and my dream came true. And I was just like, Grant's the nicest dude in the universe, and I met him 4 more times after that. And I was like, I could die happy. Like, that's it.
That's it. I'm good.
Cool dudes, like, and that's the fun part. Are there any people that truly Grant's my number one? If I ever got to meet Alan Moore, that'd be great. But is there someone that you guys loved meeting through collecting?
That I haven't?
Or like your top person, I guess you would have met?
Bernie Wrightson.
Never got to meet Bernie.
That's a dude that I can't believe I was alive at the same time as him.
Right?
When you look at that art. And the fact that I got to meet him and tell him what his work meant to me multiple times, still, it's like it doesn't seem real. And then I'll look at a signature and be like, oh, yeah, I did meet Bernie. I wish I could have met Steve Dillon. My friend got me a sketch. David Lapham, the one time I met David Lapham, was awesome. Neil Adams. I mean, all those, like you said, those Silver Age guys, like the guys that changed everything. Like, it's crazy to think, like, oh yeah, no, I met them. Like, they existed at the same time. But yeah, those are probably my big ones. Garth Ennis was the first person I ever like. I don't get starstruck after like years of going to concerts and being wrestling for so long. Like, I've met my heroes, but like certain, like meeting Stephen King, I could barely tell it. But and Garth Ennis. Now I've met Garth Ennis enough that I'm just like, oh hey man, like, I'm a big fan of your stuff. But like the first time, I was like, comic books.
Yeah. You just hold the thing out. You can't even speak. Marv was probably mine because we just had this really long conversation, and it was during vendor hours at Baltimore, so like there wasn't a lot of people around, and he just rolled in kind of late, and I was like, do you need help with anything? He's like, no, absolutely not. And like, he's setting up his booth on his own. He's like, he doesn't have staff kind of thing. But sat and talked, and then his daughter lives in that metro area, so she showed up. And the best part of the end of that conversation, other than, just like Marv just not stopping talking for like 2 straight hours, and it being pure gold, and it's like, I get to be here. He asked me what other things I was excited to do, and I told him my Firefly story because all those folks are going to be here, and he's like, what's a Firefly? And his daughter looks at him and she's like, oh no. She's like, we need to fix this. And I was like, are you a brown coat? And she's like, yeah. And Marv's like, what's a, and she's like, later. And I was like, did I just teach Marv Wolfman what a Firefly is? But
meeting Todd is a big one for me. Sorry.
I still haven't met Todd. That's going to be up there for me.
So
I haven't made a lot of shows from the East Coast. I'm either chained to a vendor booth and I can sneak out during vendor hours, and it's usually the old school guys that show up early. So yeah, Marv is probably the big one for me. There were lots of other folks that I've just loved over the years. I was a huge fan of Valiant Comics. before everything went crazy over the last couple of years. So Jim Shooter, Jim's a lot of fun to talk to because he is not shy about his exit from Marvel, creating Valiant or leaving Valiant. So and that was fun because Jim was another guy that would just tell you everything about everything. And he flipped to the back of his Valiant book that he had at his table at a really small show in North Carolina that I was visiting. And it was a Jack Kirby page that he said that he had mangled. And it was when he was interning at Marvel, it was like, well, what do you want to do? He's like, I have no idea. And he's like, ink? They're like, cool. Go to the rejection pile, pick up a bunch of stuff, ink them, and we'll see how you did. And it was this Fantastic Four / Doctor Strange crossover. So it had all of the four in it, the Fantasticar, and Doctor Strange, and it was Kirby. And he had inked it, and it had been rejected. And I'm looking at this page going, it's freaking magic. And he's like, yeah, apparently it was trash. And so I became an editor.
Oh man, that's wild. Some of that, it's crazy to have thought, like, you know, Kirby passed away when I was like 2, you know, 94 or something. And so just like missing out on some of those creators is just like, that's the heartbreaking part. Like, I would have loved to get just like a minute worth of insight of just wisdom. You know, that's the cool part too. When you meet these creators, you can kind of get some insight. Morrison was great, controversial now, but when I met Neil Gaiman, it was super freaking awesome, and he spoke great words about writing and creating and whatnot. But that's the cool thing, is that now, even being an artist, like hanging out at 4 Color Fantasies, hanging out with Tom Scully, just getting, you know, just points and tips on art and creating and Procreate tips and whatnot. It's just like, that's the best way to do it. Hung out with Donnie Cates and Nick Darrington, and we just talked about scanning in pages for a while. And that was just like a crazy moment of just standing there, just being like, this is insane. Like, I did both of these guys just talking about the coolest, intricate parts of creating comics, which I think that spirals into a whole different direction, because collecting and creating, I now know there's such a big difference between having different mindsets and where to invest, where to put your money. Even Eric knows, like, I go in and buy an issue, like, probably like once or twice a quarter. I'm not a big spender at 4 Color. 4 Color supports me so much more.
Tomorrow is Small Business Saturday. You better get down there and support your local business.
Yes. Yes. And I think that's a great way to start to wrap this part too. I think we're going to be spinning off into, hey, Timothy, what's going on, my dude? We're going to be spinning off into Spilled Ink in just a little bit. But Chris, this was great to talk comics, just regular comics with you. Hope we can have more combos like this. Eric, this is just like a typical weekday when I swing by the shop.
Yeah.
So
This is called Wednesday. Yeah.
Thank you for having me. This is awesome.
Before we switch off, let's do a round of who you are, what do you do, where can people find you? So let's start with Brandon.
Yeah, don't forget to check out Comics Wellspring for all your comic book printing needs. If you need anything, just shoot us a message. We're doing a bunch of cool stuff. Great POD insight just went up on our socials. Check that out. Make sure to check out our shows. Monday night, I'm interviewing Alex Segura on Inspired Ink, so tune in for that. And Spilled Ink every Thursday. But if you want a taste of that, stay tuned, because we're doing Spilled Ink in just a little while. And of course, check out Apollo City Comics at apollocitycomics.com. We're actually giving away this Comic Kills Fascist for free this weekend, going against all Black Friday deals. We're just going to give you a free comic. So go check out our socials, get the code, download a digital copy of this Comic Kills Fascist, and pick up another book while you're at it. Other than that, stay tuned for more Apollo releases coming in January.
And Eric.
4 Color Fantasies. Find us online. We're either 4 Color Fantasies or FCF Comics. We're not the one in Rancho Cucamonga, California. We're the one in Winchester, Virginia. But coming up on 40 years in business. Same owner the entire time. I've been shopping here since I was 11. We've got over 60,000 back issues. We got our big pre-Christmas sale next Saturday. We're up until midnight. Always work on FCF Covers Literacy. If you are an artist or if you know an artist, send them our way. And let's raise some money for literacy.
Chris?
I am Chris Poirier, also known as Crispy, because trying to say my last name can be absolute garbage if you're reading it. I am the marketing director at Comics Wellspring, comicswellspring.com. Just as Brandon said, there's lots of cool stuff coming down. We know that I'm pretty sure you all saw an interview earlier today that told us a little more about what our future has to bring, that I really have joined this team in an effort that we can continue to support creators in every way possible, from literally an idea in your head to print it in a page and hand it to somebody. That is what we exist for, and that's what Brandon and I are both very passionate about, and all of us at Comics Wellspring are very passionate about. But you can find me on just about any of the socials at CGPOIRIER, my last name, which is down in one of those corners. Hit me up. I don't bite. I like to talk about comics and all the cool things. So if you see me out there, feel free to add me and talk about a lot of comics, because that's what makes the world go round.
Nice. I just realized, is it crispy or is it like crispy? Like, like.
So it started as Chris P, but to be fair, I am a ginger. Just, I lost all my hair being in retail, which means I'm a ginger. And if I step out anywhere, even remotely near sunlight, I do become crispy. So it is kind of a little bit of both.
Very cool. Very fun. Awesome. So right before we switch over to Spilled Ink, first off, thank you all for coming. It's been awesome. I like how it started off as comic book collecting 101, and then it just became a fan fest, which was awesome. I love it, seeing all the stories.
I apologize for nothing.
Oh yeah, it was great. No, sharing the image. Every time I would go to share it, I'd have to share and then unshare.
Yeah, I saw that.
I don't know what that was
technology.
About. Yeah, but that was very cool. I didn't even know you could upload these, so you taught me something new today. So that was cool.
I figured it out on the fly too. That was cool. I need to do that more.
Yeah,
I was like,
so
Chris
was
did
awesome.
it. I can figure it out.
So now, normally our convention ends at 8 p.m. Eastern, but because we've got Brandon here, we're actually going all the way till 9. So technically from 7 till 8 p.m. is still part of the standard convention, and then it's going to be after hours. So we're actually going to play our little closing ceremony now, and then it's going to jump right into the action. So again, thank you all for coming. It's been awesome, and we'll see you back in just a minute.
Thanks for sticking around for all the panels. We have Spilled Ink next. Hang out, draw with us, relax, kick back, enjoy the tunes, and talk to all these creators. Any questions you have about making comics, ask all these people. I'll be here. You'll be drawing with me. Let's go have fun.
And stick around because we've got after hours.
Where it gets crazy.
So excited. That was awesome. Okay, cool. That was a awesome convention so far. And like I said, we're going to be jumping into our Artist Alley, brought to you by Spilled Ink. Brought to you by College Junior. Why do you keep saying that? Because they pay me every time I do. If you're so smart, why don't you know that? So anyways, I'm going to be bringing Brandon back up to the stage in a minute. I think he's still there. I just see his logo, so I don't know if he's still there or not. But yeah, so we're gonna be bringing Brandon back up to the stage in a minute, and he's gonna be introducing all of the artists and all of the amazing work that they're doing. They're gonna showcase what they got. They're gonna tell you cool stuff and draw, because that's what artists do, or illustrate if we want to be fanciful. All right, where'd he go? There he is. I see him, and boom, there he is.
Hey, I had to switch cameras and do all the rearranging, so I had to be iPadding it tonight.
Awesome, cool. So I'm going to have you take over in a second. I'm going to be in the back just running things, bringing people forward. If you like the way we've been kind of running it throughout the day, is kind of right when it starts, bring up everybody once, be who you are, what do you do, and let them show off real quick. And then you can kind of run it however you want to run it.
Dope. Super excited. Let's do it. Bring some people in. Let's see. And let them enter the arena.
Can you see who's in? Can you see everybody?
No, not at all.
Nope. All right, cool. So I'm just going to bring them up at random, and then you got to play it on the fly.
Oh, we have Jeff DeMars, my boy. I'm so happy I get to see you and talk to you It's looking great. Good panels you've had today. Great. Glad you're back.
Yeah, I was bummed I didn't get to make more of them. But yeah, the last one we were on was great. I was super stoked I got to make that one because making comics cheaply is something I struggle with, and happy to share all the tips. So
luckily printing is going to get even cheaper soon, so stay tuned for that. Well,
is
by
it
the time you
free?
do your campaign,
Is it free yet?
no, but we're
No.
gonna
Oh,
get it
okay.
almost. Well, you know.
And don't forget, real quick, who are you? What do you do?
Yeah, my name is Jeff Demars. I currently work on 2 comics, Tales of the Mariner, where I write and do everything but pencils. I work with a longtime collaborator, Nolan Nesbitt, on that. We have an issue out. I'm working on the second issue, probably 2027 when that gets done. He's about 10 pages into the pencil, so starting to see some of that, which is super exciting. And then I'm solo working on a comic called Finding Kismet, and that I'm doing everything kind of from start to finish all by myself. I have a couple of editors on board to keep me honest and tell me where I'm not doing things well. But the hope is that I can do that all myself with Apollo City Comics, and we'll be able to kickstart that in June of last year, or next year, not last year, next year.
Yes.
We about to say
Yeah,
something?
super hyped about that. No, I just got my iPad and try to do that. Grab it without.
Boom. Here we go. Hannah, who are you?
Hannah Strauss.
Hi. Oh, guys, I want to also thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk about our work. It's very, very generous of you to share your time and help give us exposure. So I'm always appreciative of that. So my name is Hannah. What?
I was like, oh yeah, that's a great thing about Spilled Ink is bringing you on the show and just to draw and to see your work and just talk about what you do for a couple hours. So I'm so glad this is your first time drawing with us, but I'm glad we get to get you into the Spilled Ink ecosystem with this as well.
I wasn't aware I was supposed to be drawing. Otherwise, I would have prepared for that. So.
Hang out with us, and if you want to just talk, it's even better. We'll be cycling some people out too, so it'll be fun no matter what, whoever's joining.
Mm-hmm. But I am the creator of Joe Plant Comics, and it's available to read for free or for low price downloads on globalcomics.com. You can find Joe Plant Comics page there. And I've been doing this comic now for about 4 years. I actually started doing it during COVID when I got bored. I decided to draw again after a hiatus of about 10 years as an artist. So I combined my knowledge of biology with having worked as a commercial illustrator in animation and movies together and started creating my own comics, which are printed by Comics Wellspring, by the way. So I have 5 issues right now under my belt, and 4 of them are available to read on Global Comics. And I'm just having fun with the character and going to Comic-Con, meeting people and talking about it. So that's where I am with Joe Plant Comics.
Oh, great. I can't wait to hear even more about that too. There's so many cool things I want to ask you about your book, and I love your banner behind you as well.
Oh, thank you. Little self-promotion there, shameless.
Yes. And we have our next guest, Bud Berge. Am I correct? I don't want to mess up your name too much. Berge, awesome. I love that. Dude, how are you? Thank you for joining us tonight on the Artist Alley Spilled Ink.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Again, my name is Bud Berge. I work on a comic with my brother, Fudd Berge, and together we're the Berge Brothers. We make this series called Bushwhacked, and it's kind of a action adventure comedy, retro throwback. Takes place in the alternate Pacific Northwest setting, kind of celebrating the mountain environment and community and like the spirit of hard work.
Oh, dude, that's epic. I can't wait to hear more. We're gonna ask you so many questions about that, from partnerships to like what you've done, everything in your background. I'm so curious about. You have some of the coolest banners and like setups there, plus the cool little stand. We're gonna talk about tabling in just a bit. So hyped. Thank you so much, Bud. We're gonna cycle to our next guest. Oh, we got Frederick Littles with us tonight. Frederick, how are you, my dude?
How's it going? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, you sound great.
Oh, great. So I'm on the road and traveling and everything with family. So I'm not, back in Phoenix with all my stuff. I'm happy to be here. I'm the founder and owner of Wise Acre Comics. I'm also the writer and creator and everything of Magnus Yakuta, which is my main flagship series. We have the first 5 issues out right now, and we're working on issue number 6. So looking forward to a great discussion.
Oh, dude, I can't wait to like show everyone your stuff. I'm very acquainted with it. I'm so hyped to catch up with you. It's been a minute since we've had a fun convo on air. So I'm so glad you're here with us tonight.
Awesome.
And we also have joining us, we have Jesse Sosa. Dude, what's up?
Hey,
To
how's
meet
it going?
you.
Nice to meet you too.
Sue, I was looking at your Instagram. I was checking out some of your stuff. I'm super hyped about everything you do. Why don't you tell us about some of your work and credentials?
So I've been in the game industry for the past 25 years. I'm currently an art director and outsource manager over at Gearbox Software. We just released Borderlands 4 and an expansion that I just art directed for Risk of Rain. I recently just jumped into comics a couple years ago with my friends to kind of finish a story that we did in high school, given the unfortunate circumstances that one of our friends passed away that used to write it with us. And so I figured it's time to finish the story and just kind of have one last adventure with my friends, right? Before all that stuff happens. But yeah, make a comic called Teen Strike about growing up in South Texas and having superpowers, something we wrote back in the 90s, heavily influenced by Image and all that stuff. But yeah, I'm here to talk about whatever and just kind of draw.
Oh man, epic. There's so much to talk to you about. And what a great way to bring remembrance to someone. I had a comic creator that had a friend that also like passed away, and they found a letter and they turned that letter into the lettering for their book. And I always just think it's a great way to find a way to utilize art to remember
crazy.
someone and keep a legacy together. So love that,
Yeah,
dude. That's so sweet. And our next guest we have hopping in. Oh, we have Roman Retro Doomsday. How are you, my dude? Good to have you in. I think you're muted at the moment. Before you go too far with my questions. Yeah.
Come on. Hello.
Hyped to see you. Give us a little credentials. I'm hyped to have you again here on Spilled Ink. It's always great. You've been hanging out all day in the chat too. I love seeing you pop in with our community.
I draw a lot. I've been drawing my whole life, and I make things. And I've ended up here. I used to teach after school programs and whatnot, and I did a comic creation class like 12 years ago. It inspired me that some of those kids might be out here today making cartoons and animations and storylines and putting their work out in the books and stuff. And I decided maybe I should get out there in that world too, and not be on the teaching side and get on the creating side and make myself a little more productive.
I love it. And you've been productive as hell. You've been super busy with what you've been creating. And every time you post, I mean, you're drawing with us every week at Spilled Ink. You are a busy dude, especially with all your editing. We've just discovered recently as well. So killing it. Always busy. So we'll do we have another guest hopping in this right away this evening. We have Carl Bourne hopping in with us as well. It's so crazy how many people we fit into the room tonight. White Wolf just wrapped on Kickstarter. Some beautiful stuff. Carl, I'm super hyped to have you in here. Everyone's gonna be blown away by your penciling work if they have not seen it yet. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do and some of your projects?
Yeah, so this book is just coming out for Christmas. It's out now. This is probably my only book that would be for younger audiences, so I really want to push it for this holiday season. It would be the one that would be a gift. And that you can get everything through my website at ratracecomics.com. It'll link to other things. And I just finished my Kickstarter for White Wolf. If I can switch my cameras, I'll show you a lot more pencil drawings.
Oh yeah, definitely. Finagle with that all you want. We have a pretty stacked cast, so by the time we get back around the room, we'll be at a good spot. I think. Oh, and we have Anton here.
What's up, guys?
Well. Anton, dude, hype that you're joining us this evening.
Thanks for having me.
Your arsenal of work that you have in front of you. And plus, I know you're going to do something epic while we hang out and draw for a little bit too. But why don't you tell us about some of your work and what you do?
So I'm Anton W. Blake. I'm a cartoonist. My primary title is Zethia Space Witch, published by Cosmic Lion Productions. I write and draw all of it. I do lots of mixed media throughout the series. I also do lot of self-published stuff. I got a Bebop Rocksteady bootleg with our boy Manny Gomez. Some sword sorcery. I also am a TTRPG designer on the side, as well as the editor for the Lion Cosmique anthology comics magazine, very much in the vein of like old heavy metal and Cheval Noir, Deadline, just any kind of strange speculative fiction sort of thing. This is issue 1. Issue 2's coming early next year, and we're always open for future submissions.
Ooh, can't wait. I need to get something in there for the next issue. Because I love seeing the ad for Apollo in the first one. So thank you for that beautiful format.
Yeah, wait.
What are you going to be working on tonight? Ooh, there you go. Eric all read through that.
Yeah, he told me all about it. I've got a page for the next issue of Zethia, Space Witch, right here that mostly done. We'll see if I get through these last 2 panels and onto a next page.
Oh man, dude, love it, man. Epic. Always. Love that little Kirby zigzag line there in that guy's chest too. Great stuff.
There you go.
Yeah. I believe that is it. That is our roster. And this is an interesting spilled ink because this is not just drawing like we usually do. We have a great amount of artists. I'm drawing right now. I'll probably be bouncing my camera in between stuff while I ask a bunch of creators questions. So I have my iPad out, kind of doing some penciling stuff right now. But let's kind of do a little roundtable of things while we have creators here, especially our speakers. Hannah, you do some insane stuff. I loved seeing your books in your background. Where did your journey with creating comics start? And what's like the biggest obstacle you've kind of overcome while you discovered your path in this route?
Okay, well, I actually was a student of Will Eisner at the School of Visual Arts. So he was a big inspiration for me in terms of storytelling, the importance of being able to tell a story visually. So I always remembered the words that he told us in class. And insofar as writing is concerned, that would be Harvey Kurtzman. So those are 2 of my teachers back at the School of Visual Arts, and that's how I started continuity art. But instead of going into comic books, because at the time my style didn't really match the Marvel DC mold at the time, it was more like the underground comics, you know, from Robert Crumb and stuff. But I felt I really didn't fit in that either. So somebody told me, well, you can draw from your mind. Why not go into storyboards? So that's where the bulk of my experience professionally as an artist came from, doing storyboards and animation, TV, and film. So it was sort of, when I decided to go back into comics, it was sort of almost a natural transition to be able to do that and put the storytelling back into printed form.
Oh man, and I'm sure it's been such an interesting transition to see from how comics and print have kind of changed and altered over the years, but still trying to maintain that printed aspect as well. I think, you know, especially at Comics Wellspring, we're trying to expand a lot of what we can do to really bring back some even the more traditional demands that people want from comics. What's something that maybe like Will Eisner may have taught you that really just stuck with you throughout your career?
Like I said earlier, the importance of being able to do visual storytelling, that the reader should be able to easily understand what is happening in the scene without too much exposition in terms of text or anything like that. They should easily be able to understand what is happening in the situation. So I always keep that in the back of my mind. I mean, if you open the comic book and you look at it without having to read all the text balloons or whatever, you should be able to basically get the gist of what's happening with the characters in the scene. That also has carried off into like working in movie scripts and stuff as well. So I learned a lot along the way. Most of the stuff that I learned was through working. So it's been a good influence for me. And stylistically, I've been told that people have told me my style is more reminiscent of the underground comics from like the 70s and the 80s, that kind of genre, which it wasn't deliberate. It's probably just like an unconscious influence on me from having seen those comics, so it carries over into it.
I was gonna say that looking at the detail of the character of Joe Plant in the background, I'm assuming that's the character on
Yeah,
your banner back there.
unfortunately, the sign's coming down, but
Oh,
yeah.
but it's still beautiful. It gives us more of an angle, if anything.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about the series? Like, where did that kind of harvest from?
Well, for a few years, I was doing work as a biological technician, and I was volunteering on this BioBlitz thing in the mountains of Mexico with other botanists and biologists. One of the botanists there, his whole body was covered with plant tattoos. So the first impression that came into my mind, I said, I think that dude would really like to be a plant. So that's where I sort of got my inspiration to create Joe Plant, a human botanist that's transformed into a human plant hybrid with plant growing powers. So that's pretty much how he came about.
I love that. That's so cool. Honestly, finding elemental ways to really highlight that's always an interesting thing to learn how to draw. Like, you're figuring out leaves, you're figuring out roots and trunks, and like how plants like kind of are so organic, but it's so always so different, and it's really fun drawing stuff like that. So I'm sure that keeps you kind of fueled while you're working on your projects.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I didn't want him to be like Swamp Thing. He's much more human than Swamp Thing. He retains a lot of his humanity, whereas along the way, as Swamp Thing progresses, he loses more and more of his humanity.
Mm-hmm.
So, and also I keep a very light, humorous flavor in the storytelling too. So, combining those two factors together, it has an environmental message running through the whole series, but I keep it very light. I don't get too heavy-handed, because I want people to enjoy the character in the reading of the stories.
I love that. I know that's probably such a challenge too, is finding a plant character to be like, okay, we need to make it as different from the most well-known plant characters. Just like when you're doing a superhero character in that, sense, either with superpowers, you're kind of trying to make it as unique as possible, but and still playing kind of homage sometimes to the things you want to give nods to as well.
Right.
That's so cool. We'll cycle through a little bit back. We'll come back to you, Hannah, and ask some more questions. We have your QR code for people to check out your stuff right here as well that we just posted up. I love having a team in the background. I've never had this before. It's always me running it, so this is super cool. But Bud, let's chat for a little bit. I'm so curious about how you got to start teaming up, like creatively. I believe with your brother, you said.
About
and
how you got
to
start
I might have an
teaming
echo.
up,
somewhere.
like creatively. I believe
Somewhere.
with your brother, you said. And how you got
I
start
might have an
teaming up, like creatively. I believe.
There we go. Wait, is it still there? All right, cool. There you go. We're set. How did the book come together? And tell us about how you think about merchandising your product as well.
Yeah. Sorry, having little audio issues here, but hopefully it's not any feedback. But
Nope.
yeah, I've been working on this. I call it a creative universe with my brother for many years, and he worked in the Forest Service in the Pacific Northwest, so he kind of the story kind of comes through him and all the people and area that he worked in, and then merge that up with my like insatiable energy to draw characters, and I really am into animation, things like that, and so together we've kind of brought this universe to life, and we have 3 issues out now, comics, but we look at it as more of like, it could be a lot of things. It could be a video game, it could be an animation, it could be, anything you want it to be. It's a universe, right? So I think like you asked about merch and things like that, we wanted to bring a whole army of content to people and see if anything's resonating, or who our audience is. We're still trying to kind of feel that out as we roll this stuff out, but it's kind of been resonating with almost like an older crowd, because it's got kind of a retro nostalgic vibe to it. I know I grew up watching a lot of Hanna-Barbera cartoons and Popeye and things like that. And so we've kind of rolled that spirit of fun creative universe into this. So.
Oh man, that's so cool. Did that just come from like a passion of like cartoons when you were growing up and just trying to bring that like energy and excitement back that are kind of missing in comics when they started turning grittier and darker in that sense?
Yeah, good point. That's exactly it. I think, you know, I don't want to say things got too serious, but a lot of options were getting very serious, and I think you know, there's something looking back that I really just enjoyed about the spirit and the tone and everything about comics and creation and animation and all that, and it was fun, and we're trying to kind of bring some of that fun back, so to speak, and hopefully resonating in some way. So yeah, that's where it's at right now. I'd love to see it kind of morph into a cartoon or animated universe, but I think, you know, comics are a great way to kind of establish a storyline, establish who these characters are, establish, you know, like, oh, I get this now. So this is kind of our first step that we're trying to really blow out and kind of deliver to people, so to speak.
Oh man, that's cool too. And I mean, so when you're creating this book, having the intention of, or maybe it's more of a, is it more of an intention or is it more of a desire to find different mediums? I know some people try to make IP for a comic and then try to expand it, but it sounds like this one was more of just like you wanted to find a creative place for this idea and just whatever took off takes off. What was it? What was the real mindset behind that aspect?
Yeah, I think, like, again, it kind of came from my brother, who's the writer, and he has this lived experience and kind of this quasi universe space, and wanted to celebrate it and you know, almost like look back and comment on it, and this was the best way to do so. So I think the way it took shape really is still kind of up in the air, but comics, again, they're the best way to kind of lay down an idea, lay down the writing, get to know the characters, get to know what things look like. And so that was the most achievable way for us to kind of bring this, like, give birth to this universe, so to speak. And then you know, we always have pie in the sky dreams of, like, this would be a great video game, this would be a great animation, things like that. But you know, comics went out for kind of like how to just, like, you know, set an achievable goal and grow it from there.
I like that. You know, honestly, just trying to whatever way you can make this like fruition in that sense, you know. And comics are for a lot of people just the most accessible thing, especially when you have someone who's talented like you who can draw, and then someone who actually does have the writing skills and to collaborate. Do you have anything in motion right now for another medium, or is it you just kind of seeking things out as you build the series? And if nothing's going on, how far are you trying to build the series out to?
Yeah, I've actually made an animated short. It's like a minute and a half. It's on the website, bwac.com. I did the voices. I animated it through Procreate. I did all the, just like I do the drawing for comics, I did the drawing for the animation, as, again, kind of a proof of concept. But, you know, that's kind of, it could always grow, right? And it's hard to say, this is the finished product. It's not, but it's like a step in that direction to say, oh, this could work, or, oh, we could evolve this, or, oh, you know, if we had different voices, more action, more scenes, like, this could grow. So I think it's setting it up in a position to grow is what the most important thing is about it at this point.
That's so cool. So, where are you located at? Are you doing a con circuit to kind of help get it out there and whatnot too?
Yeah, we So far, we're trying to set achievable goals. We're kind of out in the Pacific Northwest. We went to Rose City Con, kind of, that seems like an area that this would resonate. And then I myself am in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So I'm looking to local cons, kind of like Sioux Falls, Iron Range, Minnesota, kind of these outdoorsy, trying to find our audience again, like our niche, like, who does it resonate with? And so we'd love to go everywhere, of course, and be everywhere. But I think we're trying to still kind of try to connect. And it's fun to see it connect when it does, because I think people just get it. And they're like, I like this. I recognize this. It resonates with me. Something about it connects with me. And so it's not a hard sell once we get there. But it's not, again, like for everybody. So it's, like finding your niche, I guess.
That's the way to do it. And it's Rose City. I've heard a lot of good stuff from there. We had a few friends that were there as well. And this is actually a perfect transition. We'll bring up Jeff DeMars next, who's drawing right now. He's actually based out of Minneapolis, if I'm not mistaken. So this is a perfect, networking moment for you guys to kind of meet one another as well. Hey, Jeff, how are you, man? Oh, I think Jeff's muted. My bad, if he is talking.
Took me off mute and then I put myself back on it. Yeah, but I was gonna say you should look up Minnesota Comic Pros or message me after. I don't know if you're associated with it or not, but we get together quite a bit. I feel like I've seen your name before. I don't know if we've ever met, but anyway, yeah, I definitely got to pick up your book at the next con when I see it.
Dude, yeah, you actually in Minneapolis, you guys have a pretty good network of creators. Why don't you tell us about your little group that you have, that you've helped create with Brandon DePillis and whatnot?
Yeah, Brandon took it over. It was pretty strong. I would say up until he took the reins. I try my best to just help him get out invites and think about things we can do. But yeah, it's I can't even tell you how many members strong, but it's not crazy to have between 10 or 20 people to show up to a meet and greet just here in the metro. And we're trying to kind of facilitate people getting together who maybe are just writers. Say, I got a story, I wish I knew a penciler, and pencilers who are saying the same. And it's been that way at some meetups. We try to do happy hours and coffee meetups for those who don't like to go out at certain times of the day. And it's kind of shocking to see people sit right next to each other saying the opposite thing. Like, I have a story and I don't have anybody to draw it, and someone's saying I can draw and I have no story. So really trying to kind of facilitate that conversation in the Minneapolis area. And honestly, there's some really good institutions. There's Oddmart, who's really kind of getting the kind of indie scene together in Minneapolis too, which is really cool. And they're doing a lot to kind of connect people and get people's works out.
Dude, that's awesome. I think everyone should try to find a way to do a community thing in their area. That's such an important aspect of being a creator, is finding your community. And a lot of people start I have a little publication, publisher. You're part of that. You're in my little circle of people. What Frederick does, who once we'll get to, we'll talk more about, and his community that he's built, even Anton and Cosmic Lion, and then the other communities Anton's part of as well. But finding that, it just keeps you be encouraged and learn more tips and tricks, and honestly understand a little bit better. I think conventions are one of those things where you almost need a kind of a group of friends sometimes. And the more people you have around you while you con, the more you can compare war stories. And sorry, my cat is here. He's finally awake. You compare war stories and help each other get through battle, and, bring snacks and supplies and whatnot, help set up and load and unload.
Yeah.
But so in this time that you've been doing that, I'm trying to fight my cat to not spill my coffee and my water. In that time you've been doing that, you've been working on a book yourself. You're saying you have an editor that you're working with a little bit to kind of get through some of this. How has the book creation process been for you? Because your panels are immaculate when you post them. But what are some of the speed bumps you've gone through while making this book? book?
I mean, so yeah, this book is the kind of the second one I've worked on since I came back to comics after kind of a long hiatus, and I'm trying to take on all of the steps for the first time, including penciling, which is the one part that I never really felt comfortable doing. So I'd say in terms of hiccups, like that's it. It's one thing to be like, okay, I've been drawing, you know, just pinups and things like that, and that's been going great. Why can't I just like draw it all? And you write a script and you try to not write it in terms of like what I'm capable of doing. So I wrote it very much like how I would write for anybody else, and now I'm coming to draw it, and it's just honestly the biggest hiccups are just the silliest things that you hadn't thought about drawing before. Like I don't know how to draw a lamp. Like it's just kind of the most ridiculous items, to be honest with you, but those things really hold me up. So I've been trying to focus just on the pencils and like holding off on the steps I'm very familiar with. Like inking is kind of the thing I'm the most familiar with, and so I'm hoping to get through the pencils. I'm on page 18 of the book. It should be around 24 pages, depending on how I finally make a decision on the ending. But so I'm almost there, and then yeah, I can really dive into the parts that are a lot more familiar, or at least not so open-ended. Like looking at a blank page and a script is very daunting. So inking is not so daunting because you have the pencils there, and coloring is not so daunting because you have the line work there. So I think, yeah, kind of just the doing things for the first time from a penciling aspect's been the most difficult.
I feel that the last few weeks, I've been penciling. I'm working on my submission for this comic Coast Fascist, and I'm actually on my last page right now. I'm gonna switch my camera here, but dude, penciling and doing this story has been so hard. Like, I mean, doing the show has been so difficult because I'm trying to figure out stuff. Like, I'm very new to art for those who haven't known me or the show very long. But Spilled Ink exists because I didn't know how to draw, so I brought on all my friends like Anton and Jeff and to hang out and like teach me how to draw. And now I'm doing comic book pages, and dude, doing these pages. This is also a Batman Year One homage within this, so it's just any familiarity to panels. But doing that has like really slowed me down on my conversation skills when I do the show for the last like month. I'm just so zoned in on pencils because you're just like, I'm trying to figure this out. And then if you do pencils like that are kind of like half focused, you hate them later. And then you're just like, now I just got to redo this whole thing. And that's just the endless cycle. But I'm excited. I'm on this last panel, and then I get to start inking it. And I'm not too sure if I'm probably going to digitally ink, but if I could go.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? I don't think that's a good idea.
Wait, if I could go to my library and put in my board so they could print it on my 11x17s, I'm gonna traditionally ink them. But since I penciled them real fast. That's why I had to get through them. That's also why we extended the deadline for this.
Christmas is coming. I'll send you the printer I have. It's wide format enough. It's like $250.
I need that. I really need that.
Yeah. I need you to do it the way you want. YOLO. And we'll live the way we want to live.
I'm digitally inking and traditionally inking because I did it by pencil. I always do stuff by pencil so I could go back and traditionally do it. But I'm also gonna try digitally inking some of my Inktober stuff, and then I go back and do it traditionally with my tool. Sorry, my cat's just being ridiculous. I knew you were gonna get after me. I shouldn't have brought that up on your turn. I should have waited. Jeff is such a committed and dedicated inker. Like, if you want inking advice or someone to study and watch, Jeff is phenomenal. He's just so skilled, and he has like the passion of an inker, which is I feel is really rare. Do you feel like you come across other inkers that are just like into that aspect of the craft as you are?
I don't even really run into inkers anymore. I feel like it's a thing going away. At least people who say like that's all I do, I can't draw, I'm an inker, which is like what I said for the longest time. And yeah, I don't know, it's a hard question. I don't really think I run into folks who just do that per se, but I do run into a lot of people who, instead of penciling, are just straight to inks off a rough sketch, and to me, that's
scary.
the end game. Yeah, like that is something that if you can skip a step and go straight to like permanent lines off some rough ideas, I think that
And
is
not
really,
have that
really
confidence.
impressive. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, but I think I've run into a few people, not personally, but like in my sphere on Instagram, and it's something I try to study with them too, is just kind of learning some of those aspects, but that all comes with time and commitment. So
It is, and the only reason I'm doing some of this digitally is Inktober really burns me out because I do it all traditional. And then I was like, I want to have like a decent skill set between everything. You know, I want to be able to just utilize what I paid for with this iPad for more than one thing, and just have a wider range of knowledge, I guess, in that sense. And so I have some cool brush packs and whatnot, and I've been playing with, but I don't know. It's something. I just wanted more tools in my toolkit to see where I land with some things, you know. But I don't think I'll ever stray away from traditional because it's so much fun. And once we get to Anton in a bit, but like when you see Anton do stuff, or like Carl, his traditional stuff, like dude, his pencils are wild. Like Carl, Carl doesn't even ink. Carl is just a penciler, which is insane. That's how insane his pencils are. Hannah was actually just saying in the chat that she does all three traditionally, and coloring too, which is wild, just like Anton. So we'll get to that too. That's going to be a good circle around question. But we'll switch things up. We'll rotate. I know a lot of our artists might stay longer than most people since we typically draw for the 2 hours. So we'll actually go to Frederick Littles over here. We'll love to talk to him about what he does and what, honestly, dude, your publications like just been popping. I just saw another order come through. I saw your form that you filled out for the POD. Tell us all about Wiseacre Comics and just any new releases you have coming our way.
Yeah, so a little bit about Wise and how it started and everything. I would tell you it really started back in 2018 from two different perspectives. One was a pain point when I lost my mom to cancer. And then another one was when Black Panther came out. And so they had like a huge ripple effect in the community. And one thing I noticed and everything was I loved art back in my high school years, junior high school and everything. You know, I used to draw quite a bit, but I just had a love for writing stories. It was just my forte. So I went back to, I think back in 2020, when I actually started really getting to editing and writing a lot of stories and everything. And one of those stories came to be Magnus Yakuta. I think me and my co-writer, Devin R. Scott, we did the first 16 issues within almost less than a year time frame. And we decided to go ahead and start publishing the first 3 books back in the late end of 2020. And so that kind of started my journey as a creator and as a writer and everything, creating comic books. And so from there, I met a huge community of other like-minded creators within this space. And with it, I was able to start my publishing company, Wiseacre Comics. And my goal was to try to open doors for other indie creators, everything out there, that didn't have the financial means to bring their stories, everything to life. And so I made sure I created the House of Wise, which is my imprint, and turned it into Wiseacre Comics, which consists of roughly between 12 different other creators, everything a part of the House of Wise family. And I'm able to publish their books across not only launching campaigns on Kickstarter campaigns, but also launching their books, everything also on their website, wiseacre.us. So if anyone is interested in everything, by all means, you can go to wiseacre.us, buy-comics to purchase any digital goods. And we just started loading some physical books, everything this year as well. But that's kind of like the basis of my story for how I got started in this industry as a publisher and also as a creator.
Oh man, I love that. And you're a lot like me. Also, there's a QR code for all of our creators when they pop up. This one appears for Wiseacre Comics. You guys can check it out. But you're like me. You do like a bajillion Kickstarters, and that's it's tiring. The Kickstarters are rough
Yeah.
sometimes. How do you feel about the crowdfunding system that we have right now? What do you think is missing from it? What do you think has gotten better over the last couple of years? I know Kickstarter's been up and down. I think since COVID, I feel like just my mindset, just to give you some perspective, like, there was a big boom of creators during COVID and we all started making comics and we all like had the time and means, and there was people at home who could like fund, and like we were all doing programs and shows and just sharing off this art, and it was exciting. And then around 2022 to 2024, people started going back to work, things started shifting again. Comics creators, the people who lasted did last, some people did slow down or stop. But then crowdfunding, funding started shifting around. And then 2025, it's been kind of a rocky hill because of economy, the strike, the again, another shift in who has finances and who can actually make comics right now. It's been kind of wavy. So like, how have you maintained an audience on Kickstarter and continued success on Kickstarter? Or are you using any other platforms as well?
Yeah, so when I retired from the military this past year, I set out a goal beforehand, come back from stateside, overseas to stateside. I was going to actually launch a Kickstarter campaign every single month this year, from October of 24 to October of 25. Some people told me I was crazy doing it right, and I was like, you know what, we're going to make it happen. And we did. We actually launched a Kickstarter campaign every single month. And at the end of the day, it's about reaching your audience, finding your niche, and everything too, and be able to speak to your audience on a continuous basis. And so, yes, there is the ups and downs and everything in there from a standpoint of, life is happening. You have the economy, like you said, but those are barriers to opportunity, right? And if you use those as a reason to stop and say, you know what, I can get a page done this month. You have to find ways to keep that motivation and everything going. So, instead of me trying to go out there and purchase a page every single week, I start lettering my books. I start lettering my pages. I started doing other things, a part of the creative process that kept me busy, but kept me engaged and want to be a part of this creative community. And so those efforts allowed me to not only focus on publishing side of the business, but also take a step back and just take a breather for a second, to where I didn't burn myself out, because I had the conventions going on too, and then also trying to run campaigns. That was really, really hard, right? I was, come October time frame, I was spent. I had no energy. And so I told the team, I said, look, I need to take a break for at least 2 months to recharge the battery a little bit to get ready for next year. But when you look at Kickstarters right now, how would I say this? There is good and bad, right? Right now, the platform offers an opportunity for you to still jump in this space if you haven't as of yet. However, though, I feel that it's oversaturated with a lot of comic books out there. And some of them are not good. Some of them, you see AI, that's out there right now too. And it's becoming a big issue right now on that platform. And the platform is lining these things and stuff that happen. And it's okay, I worked so hard to pay my creative team to produce this book, but yet I have to compete against the like of AI. And so, that's another discussion we had at a different time, maybe. But that's kind of like the things I see right now, that we know how do we adapt our marketing, techniques and everything to be able to match and still be able to climb the charts when it comes to pitching your book on the Kickstarter platform. Because speaking to that team, I know my last campaign, they told me my campaign was kind of buried at the bottom, even though it had a Project We Love badge. We were still buried at the bottom of the just trying to find it on that platform. And it was like, okay, how do we climb and try to overcome that barrier now? Even though the team gives you that Project We Love badge, but it still doesn't, meet or you be able to meet your campaign budget or your Kickstarter, goals and everything too. So like I said, I have some qualms with the platform right now, but I will still go back and still launch campaigns across that platform.
Vibes. I mean, it's hard to find success outside of that. we're looking at platforms like Comics.one. They have a crowdfunding platform on there that we're curious to experiment with. I know they do a lot of marketing and promotion as well to help creators out and get word out there. And it's just part of their fee that they take, just like Kickstarter takes one. So there's stuff like that I'm curious about. And, we're launching, 6 Kickstarters next year for sure for Apollo. So it's something you almost can't avoid. You can't really find alternate ways. You can try to guide to your website as much as possible and write off as convention sales. But like when you have a team, that's where it starts to get difficult, I think, because you have to make sure people are taken care of, that, printing is covered. You're not just, I think it's super cool that, and that's why I kind of started drawing myself too, is to get some ideas out where I'm like, okay, I could just print this and that's all I got to worry about is that, and I don't got to worry about paying a letterer and an artist and all that, because it's just my supplies that I'm going to take care of. But that gets difficult, when you're carrying, working with an artist that needs to get paid, a colorist or letterer, stuff like that, a designer too at that point. So it's kind of vital, but it's hard to like keep the momentum going, campaigning consistently. Do you ever feel like you lose some of that sight or that motivation, like doing so many campaigns back to back to back and kind of seeing the numbers shift between books?
Yeah, so I go back to my why, right? Why do I do this? Because I love it. I enjoy it. If it becomes about money, and that's the only reason you're doing it for, that's going to be an issue. And so one thing I love doing before I even launch a campaign, I might give you a preview of the book and everything actually on Global Comics. I love that platform. That platform does the wonders. And I get a chance to interact and see people, that's in tune or want to follow the book going forward. And so they jump onto the campaign, the Kickstarter campaign page, and follow the campaign. And so at the end of the day, like I say, if you go into for the right reasons, which is the love of the craft, the love of storytelling, the love to see your vision come to life, that's the biggest thing that you have to really, take in consideration. But if you're only going for it into, hey, look, I want to make millions and millions of dollars, you're in the wrong space. I guarantee you more likely, it's like in the lotto and everything, right? Within this space and everything. So at the end of the day, I do this because I feel like, and I tell this is part of my motto. I tell everybody, your voice is your superpower. Your story is your story, and only you can tell it. And if you enjoy it, I guarantee you there's somebody that's out there that's willing to listen to your story. And so when I'm at the convention trail and I'm sharing my story during a convention with a potential buyer of the book, and I see that they're flipping through the book and everything, they're smiling and they're taking it all in, and then they buy it. And I ask them, why did they buy it? Like, I bought the book because your story just resonates with me. It makes it that more personal and everything to me, to where, I might get them a free book or so. So at the end of the day, like I said, it's not about the money. It's about just the love and the joy that you get creating stories and seeing people, be able to read your content and keep coming back for more and more and more.
I love that. And you've built an audience for that too. Over the years, how do you keep your audience just so engaged? How do you keep them anticipating for an indie collective?
Yeah, so social media is very important, right? COVID and everything happened, but social media didn't stop. And the biggest thing and stuff, you have to really continue to reach your audience and continue to, reach them into passive newsletters. When I started building my company and everything, I felt like the newsletter was going to be the biggest thing to connect with my audience. And so I have built this distro to where I'm able to post this monthly newsletter. Right now I used to do a monthly newsletter, and I do a mid-month too. So I reach them at least twice throughout the month, right? And so and then we also have we like to call it a secret newsletter in a way. These are our close circle backers and everything, supporters, where we get them exclusive deals, free content, free books, free artwork and stuff like that. And so we really try to reach them across different, tiers. And then when it comes to the Kickstarter campaign, I love one feature the Kickstarter did add, which is the secret link tier option. I leverage that because I get a lot of followers and everything from that actual tier. And so when I send that link out to the newsletter and everything, a lot of my first time, first set, group of followers and everything come from that distro. And so a lot of our campaigns have been successful early on and everything, to where we're able to reach our goals from a standpoint of the first week or so to get it all funded and everything. And so it take a little bit of the stress off your shoulders when that happens. You can just relax a little bit, because at the end of the day, like I said, if you go in, your mindset is, I want to reach my goal. And if everything that comes after that is a plus, okay, great. I'm good with that. And so it just depends on, when it comes to Kickstarter campaigns, are you okay with your funding goal, or do you really, really want more? And so I make sure my creators have a budget first and foremost, so they know how much it's going to cost, how much they're going to have to pay their artists, how much you're going to pay their creative team, how much you're going to print their books, how they're shipping. And I'll tell them, hey, look, we can't control shipping prices. They go up, they go down. And so those things is something to make sure you have to factor into the equation. And a lot of times too, you need to be okay to come out of pocket sometimes for some things. And a lot of people are okay with that.
I love that, dude. I mean, and it's so good to just kind of survive a lot of that. You have to kind of make mistakes. You have to kind of have some okay experiences, some bad experiences, and just pick up from it. What could you have rolled with differently? Like what didn't really work? What was the cool idea that you really loved that just didn't click and it just didn't land? And you just thought it was really cool, so you had to try it out. Like you have to go through all those motions, especially as a creator, and just see what works best. And that's how you also discover your audience too, is just they'll realize that and they'll stick with that because they'll like the ideas you're putting out there. And so, with all these books, with what you're putting out at the rate you're putting them out, how do you kind of keep it maintained and under control without, having too many people on board with your staff, having accepting too many pitches? Like how far in the future do you look to make sure you're on an okay pace?
Yeah, so for me, right, I do at least 3 to 5 projects, roughly 3 to 5 years in advance. And so that means my script is pretty much done. I'm going to either find a creative team, which is my artist, my colorist, my letterer, my inker, my penciler, across the board, everything, right, and my editor, and then we say, hey, look, do you want to come on this project? Okay, great. I'm going to send you the links, everything to all the information. We're going to start bidding out the team. And then from there, I might get the first 2 or 3 pages and everything to see the vision, to see it come to life and everything. And then I would probably, from there, just pace myself. And so those things are put into place, like I said, 3 to 5 years and everything in advance. And then when I'm looking for submissions, we do submissions yearly. I get roughly between 60 to 80 submissions every single year when I open up the box, secure and everything for submissions come through. And I have my editor-in-chief, myself, my 2 artists, and also another peer creator and everything, to where we look at submissions and they're vetted. And so we tell everyone, we can't publish everybody. And so we do recommendations though to other publishers, everything out there that might have an open slot in their family and everything to publish their books and stuff like that. So we have recommendation stuff that we really, we try to direct people to if we can't publish their book, or we tell them, hey, look, we're interested. Let's keep tabs, and if something happens, something comes up, we'll take a look at consideration to give probably down the line. And so again, this is all kind of like planned out well in advance for these things and stuff that happen. So same thing for Kickstarter schedules. I put in we have like a private group amongst the creators, everything that's part of the House of Wise family. And what we do, everything is we schedule out, say, hey, who can go January, February, March, every down the line, who's ready to go. And I make sure too is I have a very high bar. The actual project, the book has to be at least 75% complete before we launch that campaign. And the reason why I do that is because I don't want to leave the customers holding the bag a little bit, waiting for the book, a year from now or 2 years from now. I want to be able to ship that book in a timely fashion to where, those customers keep coming back for more. If they're waiting, more than likely I'm probably going to lose that customer. They don't trust me as a creator or a publisher to get them the products that they actually paid for. And so we make sure that we have a calendar and everybody knows what month they're going to launch their campaign well in advance, and usually like 3 months ahead of time. So they get an opportunity to market their campaign, bring in a followership and everything too, and do podcasts and introduce themselves to the community as a whole. And that's what we really, really, we collaborate on across the indie space. We have a podcast family. We have a newsletter family that's taking care of us. when we launch our Kickstarter campaigns.
Dude, that's awesome. That's good that you've created a system. And I think creating and finding that system is so much of the battle of like finding success in comics and the industry in general. And I think that's something with Apollo I had to learn was not to how to map things out. We had a lot happen this year and a lot of good stuff and a lot of stuff that was just like, man, we learned some lessons from creators to books to titles to launching to all sorts of stuff. But you kind of take that with just like with hope and just be like, all right, well, let's just on to the next one and we'll just carry on through and see what we could do next. And it's cool that you're surviving like that too, because I think a lot of creators just get discouraged after a couple times or exhausted, and burnout's real. But like you said, finding your why and just, focusing on that. I think a lot of us forget, in the last panel we were in, I was talking about how I used to be a collector and just go to cons and meet creators and whatnot. And I was trying to find a way into comics and into the industry. But once you do, you're in. You can't forget how long you tried to like break in and actually make your first book and draw your first stuff and like get your first book printed and do your first cons. Like you strove for years to get to that point. And now that you're here, like just it's good to say yes a lot until you learn stuff, and then you can start turning down things because you'll have a built-up repertoire. And so just remind yourself why you do this. Like that's the biggest focus, because it's easy to get tired, to get burnt out, to just be like, man, this is a late night. Like I just want a stable schedule, just all that type of stuff that goes into things. Comics are just nonstop 24/7, and you got to accept that. I'm excited to once we bounce back to Hannah just a little bit. I'm excited to see like the regimen and routines of stuff, because that's another big part of comics. But speaking of regimens, routines, and different crafts, let's bring on Jesse Sosa here for a moment. I want to pick your brain, my dude. Art director at Gearbox Software. I know a lot about Gearbox. How did you navigate yourself into a career for what you're doing with your art? Oh, and you're muted at the moment, I believe.
I muted myself. Yeah, so I started off, just like anyone else that basically is an artist. I've been drawing my entire life. I'm from an extremely we were really poor back in the 80s, and so we were migrant farm workers, and we would work in the panhandle of Texas, picking cotton and working the cotton fields basically. And so back in the 80s, there really wasn't very much what's it called, like child labor laws, right? So I grew up into that, and I was working the fields when I was like 4 years old, 3 years old, out there working with my parents and stuff like that. So there came a point in the 80s where they started getting a little bit more strict about that stuff. And so I was only really allowed to work certain times of the day, because at a certain point in time, like the cops are out and about. So we didn't want to get caught. So what would happen is that my parents would babysit me while or they would sit with me in the Suburban. And when my dad was sitting with me, he would be like, "Hey, mijo, I want, what are you doing when you're bored?" And I was like, "I play with my toys and stuff." He's like, "Have you ever tried drawing?" So he's the one that kind of taught me how to draw. And so that just kind of became like the way I would kind of work through things personally, going through and expressing myself. I learned early on, like all that stuff, and drew the rest of my life, just kind of like every chance I got just kind of became my passion. And then everything kind of changed when I got into high school or junior high-ish, where I met one of my best friends, Roy, and he's a phenomenal artist. And at the time, that's right when Jim Lee and all them were doing their Spider, well, not Jim Lee, but his X-Men run, and then Todd McFarlane and all them doing their Spider-Man run and everything right before Image Comics. And that's kind of where comics as a medium was getting really exciting. I grew up on DC Comics. I grew up with Justice League International and all that stuff. And then seeing this new, holy crap, like it was just different, right? When those guys came on the scene. And so we started drawing nonstop, and we always wanted to make comics. And that's kind of my start. Was I always thought I could make comics, but later on I learned that I'm just not a sequential artist. I'm a colorist, I'm an inker, I'm a pinup artist. Like that's what I do. I'm a concept artist. And so I was kind of trying to find my way, and I wanted to make movies, but I didn't really know how to do that. And my friend Roy invited me out to a college, an art college, meet and greet. And so I went out there and I immediately knew, like, I got to do this. And so I immediately just focused the rest of my high school career on just increasing my art, building my portfolio to try and get grants and everything, because, you know, couldn't afford that. But, you know, I did. I got a lot of grants and everything, and got in and started doing that. Turns out that I wanted to make video games, not movies. So the art school was not teaching me how to make video games. So I dropped out, started learning a lot online with my friends. And before I knew it, you know, back in 2001 or whatever, my roommate and I, we both dropped out. And we got into the art industry. We got into, we got into the game industry. We both just focused real hard on our portfolios and didn't let anything really stop us. We didn't want to become statistics, you know, Latino statistics of, you know, the minority people like dropping out and all that stuff. And so we were real aggressive with our schedules and stuff, and very dedicated and everything. So yeah, ever since then, you know, I got in the game industry as a concept artist, character artist, 3D artist. Basically, I've done everything in the game industry you could possibly think of, except the low-level programming. And that's kind of like my origin story when it comes to all that. And I've been doing that professionally for the past 25 years. Worked on all kinds of stuff. And that's that's basically it. You know, here I am now, you know, doing this bit.
Oh man, that's such a success story too. Just like literally working from the ground up. Where in Texas are you from? You said the Panhandle. I'm from El Paso, Texas.
I'm from South Texas. I'm currently in Dallas, but we would go up to the Panhandle, out towards Brownfield and all this stuff, up there to work the fields.
Okay, cool. And so from South Texas, where did you come from?
I'm from a small town called Rio Hondo, which is right next to Harlingen and South Padre Island.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I'd been down there once, like in that region.
Yeah.
For my band was on tour for a show, and it was just like one of the towns I remember going through years ago. But that I always just love meeting people from Texas. Anton over here is actually in Austin. I know that's so far, and I don't think people understand the demographic of Texas sometimes. Like you and me, like even you said South and Panhandle, that's 12 hours away from where I was. You know, I was so to give people some context of Texas size.
It's 16 hours from South Texas, but Austin's nothing. Austin's like a 3-hour drive for me. I do that drive all the time.
And, you know, honestly, I live on the East Coast now. I'm in Winchester, Virginia. And so I'll tell people like, oh, drive up to New York. It's, 5 hours away. Philly, Pittsburgh, 3.5 hours. DC's an hour and a half. And people are like, you'll drive that far? You don't mind? I'm like, dude, that's nothing. Like I would drive 4.5 hours to go to Albuquerque. And
I mean, and that's the thing, right? Like, for example, the reason that I'm at Gearbox Software is, I have my own studio called Dinosaur, and we do all kinds of stuff. We make video games. We're doing comics now. We do collectible statues for the NFL, MLB, WNBA, NBA, and we're doing music, and we're trying to do some feature film stuff as well. So I do a lot of stuff, and the thing is, like, no matter what it is, like, you can't let any barriers like that get in your way. So when I was before I was at Gearbox, I had met my now boss at GDC, and he was looking for someone to do a VR game for him, for Gearbox, and I was like, oh, cool. Well, I have a VR team. We've done some award-winning installations and stuff like that. And he was like, oh, cool. Do you know about Penn and Teller? And I was like, hell yeah, I love Penn and Teller. And he's like, well, have you ever heard of Desert Bus? And I was like, yes, I love Desert Bus. It is a ghost of a game that never came out. He's like, well, we want to do that in VR. And I was like, I'll do it. And so the thing was, like, he's in Dallas, I was in Austin at the time, and I would have to drive once a week up to Dallas for an 11 o'clock meeting, and the thing is, like, for me, it's just 3 hours. That's a small price to pay, honestly. And there's a lot of people that aren't willing to do that, which you're kind of, not everyone is able to do that. I mean, let me just make that point clear. But there's a lot of people who can, they just aren't willing to, and thus, they're blocking themselves from any kind of future success. If I hadn't really done that, I don't think I'd be at Gearbox right now. That's true of anything.
I would say you have to figure out some parts of your life that are going to be sacrificed, because being in the creative industry isn't the most normal of jobs of any sort. Very sporadic. You have to jump at opportunities. Talking about, with Frederick, talking about just saying yes to a lot of stuff. That's so positive, especially when you're beginning, because you're just trying to find something that will lead you somewhere. And if you don't take those random opportunities, the good ones, the risky ones, the bad ones, you're going to miss out on the one that actually helps propel you.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially art-wise too, dude. I can only imagine the type of my language, but bullshit you've had to go through, like to just
absolutely.
land a decent gig.
Yeah, like for example, me getting into the game industry was a combination of my roommate and I. My roommate and I, we both are very, he's a prolific designer right now. He's done a lot of stuff and also has won a lot of awards. And what we were doing at the time is I was working at a restaurant here. I was managing a restaurant, and he was my employee. And so when we dropped out, we made a plan. We said, okay, what I'm going to do for you is I'm going to stack your schedule. I'm going to do all 40 hours in 3 days. So he's going to be basically working like 3 doubles. And I go, you have the rest of the time off to focus on your portfolio. So he did that. And then he got his first job within 3 months of doing that. That then led to him saying, I'll pay all your bills. You stop working and focus on your portfolio. And in 3 months, I got into my first job as well. But what happened was with him, since we were both dropouts, right? We had our friends there at the Art Institute and all that stuff. But one of his friends was offered a job, and he was like, no, I want to get my degree. He goes, but I have a friend named Juan who is exactly what you need. And Juan was like, yes, I'll take it immediately. So he took it, and within 6 months, we were both in the game industry. That friend of ours went 3.5 years before he got his job after graduating with a degree. Had he just taken that opportunity, he who knows? I mean, he's doing great right now. He's here at Gearbox with me, but he went that 3.5 years questioning whether he made the right decision or not. And it just, you got to jump at that stuff. Can't let it pass.
And I mean, the amount of dedication you poured into the craft itself at that point too, just going by that regimen and that schedule, it's to beef up your level you got to hit pro status fast, with skills and figuring out things. And, Jeff was just saying, stuff that you have to figure out. He had to figure out how to draw a lamp, like just those random things. And going back to like what you're saying about being a sequential artist, were some of that kind of just some of those obstacles or reason why you strayed into like a certain specific aspect of your art instead of going for comics?
No, but I recognize I hate calling them limitations, but I recognize my skill and my ability, and I know when to delegate stuff. So as soon as I found out that I wasn't a sequential artist, I was like, oh, I'm gonna start drawing characters, and I got really good at that. And my first job was concepting characters and building 3D models. That's what I do. And I think there's a lot of people who get hung up on this. I admire all you guys for taking everything on. I'm okay with not doing everything. Like for me, what's most important is getting the stuff out of my head, because it hurts not getting it out. I just can't stand it. And the only way I can really see that is I can spend the time doing it myself. I absolutely can do sequentials. I'm just really slow at it. And I may not be the best person to do this, right? And working in the game industry, I work with, millions and millions of dollar projects just for my department alone, or budgets, I should say. And part of that is finding the best people for the job, because at the end of the day, whether it's a passion project or not, you are making a product. You're making a product. I don't care if people consume my product. I want to get it into the hands of the people that need to read it, right? I'm not here to make money. Right? We're in the wrong industry if that's the case. But at the end of the day, you're still making a product, right? It still would be nice to be able to make some kind of profit to at least continue making what you're doing. And sometimes you just gotta, take a step back and be like, "Oh, who can help me with my journey, right?" And so for me, I built my team, and I have my penciler. I have two comics going on right now, and both pencilers are amazing. I have a letterer out there because I kind of suck at that too. But I write. I do everything else. I do the colors a lot, especially because I recognize that I'm good at that. So that's what I do. No ego hit or anything. It's just that's my place, and we work together and we tell these stories the best we can.
I mean, that's really smart too. You kind of find where you fit in, and you're just like, this is also what makes it a career at that point, is being professional and knowing what your strengths and weaknesses are. That's one of the hardest things to accept as a creator, but especially when you want to do everything and you want to learn everything and push yourself to do that. It's like, well, what opportunity is in front of me where I could actually hone in on some skills and make progress versus I'm going to take my time. It's just different paths at that point too, and knowing how to accept your path in that, which is difficult. It's super difficult to know where you land on things.
It's very difficult because artists inherently we're ego driven for the most part. I'm an artist. I know this character artist specifically. We want to make Kratos in God of War, right? We want to make Master Chief in Halo. We want to do that. We're not content making NPC background character, 06. And so we are extremely ego driven, but it's very important to be able to recognize that and then work around it, because I mean, I'll admit, I have ego as well. I'm an artist. Everyone that's telling their stories feels that their story is the most important story to be told. And, for a certain, to a certain degree, that is very true. But man, God, I hate saying this kind of stuff because I hire lots of artists all the time, like lots of artists, but I can literally throw a rock and hit an artist. I can't. And it hurts to hear that, and it hurts to say it because I'm an artist. But understanding that really helps you put some perspective into all that stuff. And I know so many artists that refused any help, and they just never are able to tell their story. It's forever going to be sitting in their sketchbook because they just refuse to find their place and to kind of accept their place in a way. It sucks. I hate saying stuff like that, but it's the God honest truth, at least from what I've been able to see in my position in the industry and everything like that.
I mean, it's great advice too, though. You know what I mean? That's something solid. And the harsh realities of making a career and finding your path on somewhere is so difficult and so rare. I love seeing everyone that we have in this room, I feel, has found their place and carved a path for themselves and know their lane, but also know how to expand a little bit out of that. And as long as you can expand a little bit and grow slowly while you're maintaining the biggest path, that's what's going to lead you to success and happiness. Because you don't want to land somewhere in your art career where you're just miserable producing something that you're just like, I don't even care about this, because it just drains you of the passion too.
Yeah, man, you get home after working a hard day, sometimes the last thing you want to do is put pen to paper. But what would be awesome is if you get home and then you can review pages that your artist has been doing. And you're just like, oh, sweet, because then suddenly a little spark will ignite and kind of keep you going, right? Because you're not solely reliant on yourself. This isn't a journey that everyone needs to do on their own, even though some of them are extremely personal and probably should. But I don't care. Whatever's in your head, I want to see it. I want to hear it. Get it out however you can. Some people can't draw. And you know what? I don't care. Sketch it out. Draw me some stick figures. Or, hey, if you got some disposable income, go hire an artist. I want to know your story. I want to hear all that. And the worst thing I can ever imagine as a creative is just, like I said, just leaving it in a sketchbook somewhere, and it's just never ever going to be told. I think everyone's story is valid, and I think it should be told. I don't
I
know
think
if
once you
anyone
start
else has
making
thoughts
the
on that.
attempts, once you start making those attempts of your story and those attempts of making something, you'll realize how capable it is too. It
Mhm.
doesn't feel nearly as impossible. Sometimes when you think of an idea, it just seems like the hardest thing to actually find and to get to that end goal, because you're like, how do I go from this concept into a printed product where I could share with people. There's such a big gap in sitting down to write or sitting down to draw with the attention spans that a lot of people, including myself, I'm guilty of this. It's hard to stay honed in sometimes, like we live in a world of 30-second clips and social media and scrolling and when you're a social media manager and you're doing stuff like this, like that's part of like the diet I'm on, which as much as I don't like it, it's essential for me to create communities like this. And so like you have to find your way to stop time for a bit and zone in on those moments to really embellish your story and your craft. Like I suck at drawing faces. I got to sit down just for a day and just draw faces for a weekend, so I could do 200 of them, and then I could still feel more confident the next time I draw my next page.
Yeah, man. Then that's fantastic. What you were saying about learning, starting this whole podcast, right? To teach yourself how to draw. That's fantastic. That's the kind of what is it, bravado or whatever, like that will get you doing things. And it's important, man. I do a lot of talks with young artists and trying to help teenagers that want to get into the game industry to realize, like, hey, first and foremost, it's production art, right? It's not your passion project. You're gonna have to learn how to make someone else's game. If you want to make your own game, you go learn how to program and work in Unity and do all that. But for the most part, you're working for someone else. And that could be kind of soul crushing to a lot of people, but it's reality. And so for me, I'm just like, hey, you know what? Gearbox pays me fucking good. And that's what funds my comics. That's why I can go to all these comic shows. And I'm fortunate enough to not care if I make money or not. Like, I just go because I just want to talk to people about the story and things like that. But that's because I am, at the end of the day, a production artist, and that's my job. So that pays for my passion, like that kind of stuff.
I love that, dude. And there's so much more we'll try to explore on this episode. We got to get you on Spilled Ink on a regular week too. There's a lot of cool stuff I think the community would love to hear more from.
I do a lot of public speaking. I'd love to do that.
Oh, dude, we definitely got to network outside of this a lot.
Sure.
Everyone in this room, I think I've had almost everyone on a show at some point, except for 2 or 3 of you. But everyone's on my list, and I'm like, I love discovering creators like you guys because there's so much to pull from. But we are. Oh, it's 8:19 right now. If anyone needs to go in just a little bit, just shoot me a message in the private chat, and then I'll get to you right after Anton. But we're gonna bounce over to Anton Blake right now to talk to him about his ventures, but also just being considerate to anyone's time in that sense too. But Anton, dude, what's up? I miss you.
Miss you too. Say hello to Sebastian for me.
I will. He was just here. He was running around a second ago.
He knew I was somewhere near. I'm good. Damn near done painting this guy tonight. Yeah, I don't know.
Traditional artist. It's so funny. For those who you haven't seen Spilled Ink before, typically all of us are drawing together, and so the lo-fi we have on in the background is a tradition because once we're all zoned into our art, it's so hard to talk and draw. And Anton, we just caught him right in that focus moment right now.
I'm in the flow state.
Trying to be like, I know the answers to what you're trying to ask me. I just don't know how to express them with words. While I try to master this. But Anton, dude, you've put out a lot of stuff this year. Tell me about some of the biggest, or tell me about your releases in 2025 in general. There's a little list of them.
Yeah, so let's see. Second issue of my comic Zethia Space Witch came out beginning of the year. And then quickly after that, the bootleg Bebop Rocksteady book that myself and Manny Gomez, friend of the show, friend of us all, made. We cranked that out in just barely over a month, so that we would have it at IC3 this year, since both of us would be there. And then let's see, I've been editing Line Cosmique. We got the first issue out, debuted at Heroes. just wrapped on issue 2 of that, and then I put out 2 other mini comics, or at least short form comics. Not one of them's pretty large. In between there too.
And then isn't there, what was the Wizard book you put out this year too?
Yeah, Wizard Weekend. Yeah, that's
Weekend.
the last one that I did. I did that initially. There's a one of the like event things that happens in Austin for the comics community is that just started this year, called Inky Eyes, run by Ashley Robin Franklin, and it's like a mixer / comics reading. And so I was signed up for one of those, and I made this book specifically for that. So it was, which was a neat like change of pace from just making the comic for the comic itself first, rather than, you know, trying to think of how do I perform this to an audience first and foremost, and then like translate it to print afterwards.
I think that's one of the craziest things you also manage too, is you work with mixed medium. How do you kind of like balance out what things are going to look like in print, or how shocked are you when something's come out differently in print from what you expected from how you did it traditionally?
Well, I try to be very meticulous with like making sure my settings are right once I like scan it in, and if I have to do any sort of like cleanup, you know, that kind of thing, that helps mitigate any sort of potential issues with like print differences. So there's really, I feel like that I've only ever once had like even like a slight issue, say with like how it prints based on how I drew it, or even like the scanned stuff, because I will do sometimes like digital color like here and there as well. But there have even been times where say on the second issue of Zethia Space Witch, some of the colors and reproduction almost looked better than the original that it did too. So it kind of varies. I don't know. It's I think definitely I make sure, especially to never go like too dark with something. There's like you always want to be careful of your darkest colors being to a point where it, like, if it's getting printed, it will potentially get muddy. And then also, I mean, I'm self-taught with a lot of the mediums I do. Like I've taught myself how to paint just in the past like couple of years, and just finding that point where I can stop, and I like, if I were to keep going, I know I would just torture the page basically, and like essentially just that trial and error of, especially given that it's like all self-taught. But yeah, the print side, thankfully, I've been lucky that it's been relatively smooth sailing thus far.
I'd love to hear that. Because I think that's one of the craziest things. I've seen so much of your work that in person, when you see like the amount of just material on those pages, sometimes it's shocking that the scanner even gets them as precise as it does. Do you have issues scanning, or do you have to scan a special way, or do you take photos? Like, how does that, when some things are lifted and you have to alter, is that just computer edits, or?
Yeah, typically edits like in the computer. I have a large like flatbed scanner, so I can fit like 11 by 17. I think close to like 12 by 16 even, without any issue. And there are occasionally times where I'll have to like mess with the gamma of the scan, or contrast and everything, and then we'll have to further play with that, all the levels and hue, saturation, all that kind of stuff digitally. But so sometimes if like, say, whatever, for whatever reason, it's just like the scan is kind of difficult. It's the things are not aligning just right in that regard. Like I will end up having lots of adjustment layers for like this little thing here is just this one thing because the highlights were weird, and over here is another thing. So it can sometimes get a little messy with that, but you just have to essentially like do if your scanner can give you a preview of the scanning area, then you should be able to at least like tweak settings well enough that when it will give you the best possible option. And I'll always scan like 600 DPI occasionally if I really need to, like 1200 DPI, something like that. And with that, you get a lot of leeway.
That's sick. That's really good advice too. We always say use 300 DPI, but I do use like 1,000, 800 whenever. I always just don't want to risk it. I'm always just so scared to go like too low or something, just for the crispness.
Mhm.
But and so, man, dude, with your book, this issue 3 you're working on right now?
It is, yeah.
Man, gosh. And so how long does it take you to complete one issue with the amount of mixed media you put into it?
Well, this issue has been an outlier because I've had to set it aside multiple times for other projects. But each of the prior issues was about 2 months total. And I do this full time, so like I'm very lucky in that I can focus all of my attention on this most of the time. But yeah, it's a lot of I do a lot of strategizing to make sure, like if I have that sort of time budgeted out, I do a lot of strategizing of which pages I'm going to do what week. Like for instance, like say if I know I'm going to do like 3 or 4 pages this week, I'm going to make sure that at least 2 of them are the easier pages, like, you know, talking heads, like very simple subject matter, so that I can bang that out fast, and then also have at least like 1, maybe 2 pages that will take a bit more effort, so like more perspective and that, all that kind of anything like that, or more complicated sort of mediums, so that I'm not just like burning myself out by like, oh, this week it's all difficult pages, you know. Like I'm trying to make sure to monitor my energy throughout the week, so that I don't like lose the fun of all of this.
And so it also means you have your book pretty mapped out before you start then, right? Because you're not just being like, if you go page by page, you don't have that advantage of being like, I should skip this one today. I'm not feeling that, like, you know, the intenseness of that. Or you're like, I should skip this one. This is an easy one. I'll save that for like a rough day. So you really do map out things to a T at that point, I guess.
Surprisingly, like not always. It's I'll at least have like the, you know, the script breakdown, and I will have thumbnails done for most of it. But sometimes the thumbnails are extremely sketchy, loose, like barely, like no one else would be able to tell what the hell it is from how like rough it is. But it sometimes will work just enough for me. So I do. It's a strange mix, like of meticulous planning and just freeform chaos. Like I will sometimes just like I'll switch mediums on certain pages without having like planned it out necessarily, that this one was gonna be a lot of marker, something like I like to, I guess, essentially, like I like to plan it out in just enough amount of space so that I can then later improv a little bit here and there. It's sort of like some like actual like improvisers, comedians will talk about how if they've honed enough of the muscles and the skills prior to this to just be able to pop into whatever, like then they are literally able to just do whatever, anything they want to. So like that's I've definitely found that weird niche. I was talking to an editor friend of mine and how the process particular for Zethia would be a nightmare for an editor to like follow how I'm doing it, but somehow it's been working for me.
I mean, that's probably the kind of the funness of indie comics too, is figuring out that process on your own and like gaining some of those skill sets and insight to kind of put out a book on your own with some confidence too. Knowing that, you know, if you had a team on it, things would be a lot different. But having your own control over a book, it's very freeing, and it's also just filled with experimentations and no boundaries, and kind of honing in on your own restrictions as much as you can and capabilities. That's interesting. Well, it's 8:33. Anton, we're gonna circle back to you as we do our final round, because I could talk to you all night. But let's bounce over to Carl to talk about some of his stuff and his penciling that he's doing right now. Carl's art is actually one of my favorites because it's just so intricate, so stylized. There's so much flavor to it with it being pencils and how he skips the inking process to colors. And you could kind of see, hi. Oh, we have to say real fast, Wiseacre Art Comics. He's dipping out here in the chat. Thank you so much for coming on, Frederick. We'll get you lined up. Let's bring up Frederick real fast, just so we go say bye to him as he signs off. He gives some quick shout outs. Frederick, thank you for hanging with us. We got to get you on Inspired Ink soon as well. And dude, if you want to just promote anything, let us know where we find you. I believe this QR code is yours up top, if I'm maybe not mistaken.
Definitely appreciate everybody. Definitely love to hang out if you can get in the future. You can definitely find us on all our socials. The handle is always the same at Wiseacre Comics, and our website is at wiseacre.us.
Love it, dude. Thank you so much for your time tonight. Thanks for hanging. It's always good talking to you, dude. And congrats on all the success of what you've been doing lately too.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, my guy. And Carl, dude, what are you working on now? You were working on a book last time I saw you. Is this a new one? Is this a different one? And whatever it is, fill us in.
This is man, I got like 3-4 things I'm always juggling. This is page 10 of Night of the Chihuahuas 2.
Oh man. Okay. Nice. How is that Thor, the Hawaiian Thor book you're working on? Is that complete?
You know what? Let me switch cameras here. And I'll do like a little fly around my studio.
Yeah, dude, I love that.
We'll start with the book. This was the White Wolf. The Kickstarter just ended. The digital copies will be available with Rolling Squid Bones. I've signed with them.
Nice.
It's a 3-issue miniseries. The second issue is almost done. When it's finished, they'll do a trade paperback, and there'll be digital copies. And this. You're talking about the pencils, so
oh man,
that is the front cover. You can see like a before and after from Photoshop there.
Oh wow. Okay, so do you do coloring on Photoshop?
Yes, some effects, a little bit, and a lot of contrast adjusting. You know, because pencils can be too gray, not enough contrast.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And this is the book I have out right now. It just came out with a new company called Oceanicon. They're an international Australian company. I've got some original art from it.
Oh man, dude, that's epic. What size is that?
I don't know. Hold on.
Pretty dope. Max would know if he looked at it. He would instantly be like, "That's a 16 by 24." Like,
yeah, you know what? This is a good sales tip. I will make this is a double page spread, but I made sure it was a print. Standard frame size, right?
Okay.
This is 24 inches across. This one, unfortunately, is not for sale because my Chihuahuas got to it. And there's a small yellow stain in the corner. I won't show that.
That's some epic background, by the way. Love that.
Thanks. Where's the other one? Oh, and here's another double page spread.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, epic.
Oh.
Love the dinosaurs.
Yeah, so this story came out. I did some dark stuff. You know, I just I did a cyberpunk story that was pretty rough. I had just finished my 3rd tour in Afghanistan. I had lived through Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans. So, you know, I had to get that out. You know, we like to use our art to just as therapy, right?
Yep.
So then after that, I wanted to do something a lot happier, which is where this came from. So I went back to my childhood and everything I loved in my childhood. Definitely some Ray Harryhausen movies. You know, I thought of everything copyright free, you know, dinosaurs, mythology.
Oh yeah.
I loved Africa, the documentaries on like the Discovery Channel. So that's where that came about. It's kind of like a Wizard of Oz story.
Oh man,
this
that's
kid goes into like he's got fever dreams and he goes into this dream world that's filled with all this stuff that he really likes. And then here's some more pencils.
Oh man, gosh, that's so intricate. Oof.
And then so then I'm also working with Pork Chop Express on a new book. I think we're going to do the Kickstarter in late January.
Okay.
Finishing up like the editing process on the second issue. It's kind of like a 48-page, one giant 48-page special, or 2 issues. We'll sell it both ways. This is a double-page spread from that.
Oh, it's epic, dude. Those clouds are crazy.
Yeah, that was a whole week, nothing but working on that.
That's wild, dude.
And this is a splash page ad that I did for it.
Wow. Gosh, that looks great. That helicopter really pops out too, man. Like, whoa, this is pretty trippy. I'm not gonna lie. It looks 3D.
Yeah, I used to work with helicopters, so
Dude, that's insane.
So that's the 3 things I'll have coming out soon.
Dude, I love that. Oh man, so epic, dude. Carl, you're so busy. I love seeing all the work you're producing right now. You deserve all of that. A lot of releases you've had this year, and it looks like 2026 is going to be even busier for you.
Yeah, it was a crazy year. For those who don't know, I was a federal employee, so that got complicated, and now I'm early retired. Not making a lot of money, but that gives me the chance to do this, and I only need to make a little bit of money from this to get by. So it was a nightmare that turned into a dream come true.
It's a lot of times that's how it happens. You know, you have to go through something rough to get a prize at the end sometimes. And I feel like that's the pattern. And it's like when things are too tight or things are rough, I'm always like, well, something cool is going to happen really soon, though. Just try to float through this.
Yeah, that's life.
Honestly, dude, I mean, I'm so hyped for you. So with your penciling process, like, why don't you explain to some of the people here real fast, like how come you go over the inking completely and how you get so detailed with your pencils?
Yeah, so I use between a 2H and a 4B pencil. Of course, it's time consuming. I've gotten a lot faster at it over the years, but yeah, it is time consuming. I won't lie. But I can do this full time now. So I can still get about 2.5 pages done a week. And that's everything. You know, there's no inker. I'm doing the lettering too. And I'm doing the coloring when there is coloring. None of the Chihuahuas is black and white.
Nice.
So yeah, it's not I don't think I couldn't put out a book a month like the old school Marvel and DC guys, or even the guys I think they're still doing that now, but a lot of people don't know they also, you know, would hire assistants and background artists and stuff like that back when comics made huge millions of dollars. but that's okay. I mean, I just it's a labor of love. So
hands down, hands down.
If you like working hundreds of hours to make tens of dollars, indie comics is for you.
This is the career path you want to take. And honestly, and that's why you got to find the love in it. You know, if you don't find love in what you're doing, recognize your advancements and celebrate the small achievements, like it's just gonna hurt. To be honest, like it already hurts.
Yeah,
You just gotta.
I try to remind myself, you know, because of all that, it forces it to be a labor of love, right? So we couldn't sell out if we wanted to.
Yeah, that's very true. We could try, but it's gonna take a minute.
I mean, sure, like Kevin Eastman got away with it, but
well, we're on the path to it, you know, by just pumping out the work, dude. Like, oh man, that is gorgeous. Whoa.
There you can see the comparison of the wolf before and after Photoshop.
Yeah, man, it adds so much like some dramatics behind it, and the lighting with that coloring, that's crazy.
Yeah, I like the mood. The coloring for me is all about mood.
Mm-hmm.
It can help define the form for sure.
And it looks like you have a pretty tight palette too. How do you go about finding your palette for the book you're working on?
I'm really big on a limited palette and like using like 2 or 3 analogous colors or contrasting colors. You probably can't see it, but I looked a lot at Mobius actually. It's blurring out.
That's so sick though. Those blues are gorgeous.
Yeah. I think I start with the mood, and then I just pick the blue I want, or the red, or orange, and then just stay limited. For me, it works better to stay limited. With all this detail, I don't want to make it even crazier. The whole bunch of colors, and it just fits the style that I like. I guess I don't know. I grew up in Europe, so like I grew up around all the old masters. My dad was in the army, so I lived in Germany when I was a kid. I grew up just seeing like Renaissance painting after Renaissance painting.
Oh, that's sick.
I think that's kind of how I ended up on this style. The way I use the pencils and then Ultraman and Photoshop, it's almost like you can see brush strokes.
Yeah, man, that's so cool. That's some great Photoshop skills too. That takes a bit to learn, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, just develop your own style, right? And that's going to take a lot of trial and error.
That's where I'm figuring out stuff, is the technology side. That's kind of why I'm doing some digital work right now instead of traditional. I'm trying to just get more familiar and in tune with like some technology, and figuring out some coloring, seeing what tools are at my disposal with my iPad, and kind of see what I could do from there.
Yeah.
And of course, whatever I can on my computer.
Do it. When I was in school, most of my projects were mixed media, and that was a way of me just discovering what I liked the best, and trying out what worked for me and what didn't work for me.
That's epic.
There's some nudity in this book. It's just open up to any page.
Oh man, that underwater shot, that's so cool.
Yeah. Again, this is all basically just green. A lot of times I'm not even coloring by hand. I just selected the entire pencil drawing here, went to color balance, and just played around with the greens and blues. And then just went in a little bit with highlights.
Oh, dude. We're going to go to our last guest in this before we do a final roundtable of sign-offs and a final question for everybody. Let's zoom on over to Roman, a Retro Doomsday. Dude, that is looking great. Tell me what you were working on tonight, and tell us a little bit about what you do.
Just making sure my mic is on. Hello. I was just making like a fantasy sketch. I've been doing a lot of movie trailer movies, like ones I enjoy are epic movies, like drawing scenes out of them and animating them recently, because I feel like it's like, we always look for a niche, like what do we do good? And after Spilled Inktober, I was just drawing so much that I went back to using pencils again. instead of, ink. And the pencil drawing got me into just, quicker and quicker sketches that were more and more elaborate. So I just started grabbing, popular movies out of thin air and like trying to do something with them. Right now I'm sketching for 3 Days in the Valley with these, if you see them.
Oh man, yeah.
So Charlize Theron fights the other girl, and I was gonna do that soon. And I have some like laid out here. Oh, they're under here, I think. No. I was gonna show you some other ones that I had. Yeah, Fear and Loathing, Las Vegas. See that?
Oh man, that's cool. That's a good shot.
Yeah, and so I made several sketches and then animated them together. Here's David Bowie from The Labyrinth.
Man, that's cool.
Yeah, and I wanted to draw a 39 Chevrolet at an airport, but I couldn't find a picture of a 39 Chevrolet at an airport, so I just sketched it out.
It's kind of fun. You're bouncing between a lot of stuff that keeps it challenging and also has you like learning something new every so while too.
Right. I mean, I haven't gone back to pencil in a long time. I used to like not erase, just go bold on ink or Sharpie and not even care about penciling anymore. Because I kind of traditional artist, fine artist, painter kind of, upbringing for myself. And this is from World on a Wire, the first movie, I guess, adaptation of a simulation theory. It inspired The Matrix and 13th Floor and all that jazz. So it's just like a Donnie Darko.
That's rad. I mean, that's pretty good. It's kind of like Inktober, where like it's such a level up to kind of bounce between different things and seeing how they turn out. Especially in like the time frame we always do the show.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine artist. Like we've talked before, but not for super long. I ended up being a performance artist because I paint very quickly and ambidextrously with both hands. So that, like, I ended up getting jobs to draw and paint, doing things quickly at art openings or doing art openings and venues and stuff. And I got some gallery shows doing that and whatnot. So it's don't know if I can draw and put it down here.
Yeah, dude, that's a skill set that's insane.
I see. Let's see. Whatever I want to draw can happen really quickly with it's just like whatever I want to happen can happen with two hands. So it's just like, dragons, teeth.
So wild. I mean, that's just something that takes so much talk about just trial and error. It's getting that non-dominatory hand in sync with what you're doing with the other one. Kind of like when you're learning an instrument too. It's very similar.
Should give it a shot. Mirror drawing is actually really interesting. I don't know if it's a special skill, but if you take two pencils and you do it, it just works. It's so crazy. I could never not do a mirror drawing like that though.
So it's writing as well. So it's just like I'm Roman. So I don't know if that shows. So it's just like, I don't know how.
Yeah, I'm right-handed and left eye dominant. I would probably have a nervous breakdown if I tried to do that.
So my brain can flip any signal forwards or backwards immediately. So it's very bizarre that it does that, but I don't do all my work ambidextrously. But again, it turned me into a performance artist with each piece I was doing was more of a performance instead of, a painstakingly long piece. So that's what I'm saying. Getting back into drawing has led me to take a little more time with stuff and not do them in seconds or minutes. And that's what, if y'all didn't see the Spilled Inktober, I was doing the really quick Gundams and whatnot, and showing all those things took about 3 minutes, but I sped them up to take the 60 seconds, the ones that I showed on there.
That's wild, man. That's so cool. I mean, and I'm gonna do a roundtable question as we do our sign-offs right now too for the show. But how do you keep like a solid routine for your craft? And how do you keep yourself organized to make sure you're hitting your deadlines?
I mean, for me, as long as I feel good, I can create, and I like in the morning. So as long as my stuff is available, I can get to work, of starting to make something. So, as long as I have the supplies there and I'm 100%, I'm usually just ready to go. But I'm saying evening is different for me. I'm used to, I do a lot of drawing in the morning, but, for me, it's just like my coffee, my 2 cent, turn on something, know what I'm doing, know what I'm focused on, and just, go. And lately the Lion's Mane tea's been helping out with the Lion's Mane's mushroom stuff. I think that helps me focus a little bit.
Dude, same. I drink like that Four Sigmatic mushroom coffee, and I love it. It helps me so much. I'm not gonna lie, I want to totally get sponsored by them or Rise. I drink mushroom coffee. It's great. I swear it works. I am attested to it. It keeps me focused and going throughout my long caffeine days. Dylan in the chat was saying I've powdered mushroom with lion's mane. Dude, lion's mane is great for your brain. As a creator, it helps us all. Roman, dude, you're amazing. I'm so glad you've been hanging out with us all day. You've been in the chat. You always show up to Spilled Ink. I can't wait to get you on the show again. Do you have any shout outs you want to give before we start doing our sign-offs?
No, I mean, I look forward to being on it again. And I'm sure we'll talk again soon. Matrix drawings, yeah. And y'all can find me under my name, Zelgoddess, and then my silly animation is Red Grid.
Love it, dude. Thank you for just being a great part of the community, my dude. Love that you're always here and showing up and drawing with us, keeping us going. You're the man. We'll bounce over to Hannah real fast. Hannah, you were saying in the private chat over here about some of your process. How did you figure out what worked best for you for your process? And how do you do everything traditionally too? What were some of the things that you feel like are good advice for people trying to do everything traditionally?
Well, first I start off with a script, and it's like putting together. Think of it, it's like putting together a production. You've got your cast, so you want to first have your characters established, so you can write out descriptions about your characters and stuff, and then comes the dialogue. So I always make sure I have all my script and my characters all set up. And then I rough out the page like really quickly in a notebook, scribble it out. And then when that comes down to, then I start to make the tight, rough pencil layout page. And then it goes on to the light box where I tighten up the pencils and do all the corrections. Then it goes to inking and then the final coloring phase. So it's a multi-step process.
Do you take in consideration like your own letter bubbles and caption bubbles at that same time?
Yes, I always make sure there's room to put text balloons and bubbles. I mean, that's in all comics. You got to make sure that when you design your panels that you've made room to put the text balloons in there. Yes, absolutely.
Do you do that traditionally as well, or have you also do that digital?
I've never ventured into digital. The only time that I use digital is when I'm scanning the pages on the scanner, and then I do my color correction, in the previews. So
there you go.
Like somebody else was saying before, that's the same step that I do. I do my color correction is digital. I might tighten it up a little bit digitally, but other than that, sense. Yeah. Other than that, previous process is all traditional.
Love it. Big fan of that. Hannah, we got to get you on one of our other shows. We'll stay connected. We'll stay in network. I have so many questions I still want to ask you. And I would love to see you draw. And I got to check out your books too, because they just seem so fascinating. Do you want to give any shout outs or, just anything you want to promote at the moment too?
You can read my comics for free at Joe Plant Comics at globalcomics.com. I got 4 issues available there. I just came out with issue 5, which is called Clone. So, it's a fun read. It's got environmental aspects to it, but you won't be bogged down with a lot of scientific stuff or anything. So he's a fun character. He gets in trouble. So I'm having fun with him.
I love, and it's comics should be, as long as we're having fun. I can't wait to check it out. And I can't wait to do a follow-up with you. Just fascinating. I'm so hyped to talk more. So thank you for your time tonight. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for inviting me. Yeah.
Of course. We'll bring Bud up here as well next. Bud, tell me really quick how you keep your process going and how you kind of develop that process into what it is today, and then any sign-offs you want to give as well.
Sure. Sorry, I'm having tech delays here. I have to
It's
listen
all
to you
good.
on my phone and then I unmute myself. Anyways, keep the process going. I think it's just loving what you do and carving out time, dedicating time to doing it. I know I struggle with kind of like fitting in time versus, hey, I'm going to do this. And, I think that's like the big difference there to kind of push through. Any shout outs? I just, my brother and I, we make these comics, Bushwhacked. We're really proud of them. We love them. We're trying to make inroads with our, find our audience and get into some stores and do some shows and meet some people. And, of course, love all the other stuff that everyone else is working on too. I love indie comics. So just want to say, good job and keep going. Keep at it.
I love it, Bud. Thank you so much for your time tonight. I really appreciate what you're doing. I can't wait to talk more. We'll also network a little bit after the show. We'll bring you on to Spilled Ink or another show as well. Can't wait to catch up on your books too. We'll switch over to Jeff now. Jeff, my dude, also Minneapolis connection here for you guys. We've got to keep that in memory for you guys, keep you in order. Tell us about like how you keep yourself focused and on track with your stuff, and also any shout outs you want to give for the rest of the show. Oh, you're muted. My bad. Forgot to give you that heads up before you start talking.
There we go. Sorry. Staying focused. I mean, honestly, I think with the last comic I did, I kind of just set up the lifestyle I needed to do to keep me going. Up here I have, in terms of like tracking and things like that, I have a actual tracking sheet of like all the pages and where I'm at in it. Within it, there's like kind of a guide of saying like I've written it, I've inked it, I've penciled it, I've lettered it. And that's the thing I kind of go with tracking. But in terms of like keeping going, it's honestly, it's like moments like this. Like I think comics are hard, and if I produce something that's I think is cool that keeps me going, and what I did tonight I think I'm impressed with, and I think that's really it, because I don't have a lot of spare time with this. I have a full-time job, and I have a wife and kids, and those are my priorities, and this is the thing that I shove in all of the cracks. And I think I pretty much just solely focus on it, and it's at the detriment of some things, but who needs to play video games all the time, I guess.
I feel that. Yeah. I took a week off of PTO just to be like, this is the only time I'm ever going to play video games. Like, it's never going to happen unless I like put the actual time aside. Dude, I love that. You just have to keep at it. And I'm so excited for Finding Kismet. It's going to be a really cool thing. We got to touch base on some stuff with the Apollo update, so we'll talk soon. I'm also going to send you the pages I just wrapped up, so I'm super hyped.
Oh, hell yeah. Awesome.
But Jeff, it's always a pleasure. We'll get you back on the show soon, and thanks for everything and all your time tonight.
Absolutely.
And we're gonna bring on Jesse. Jesse, I'm gonna switch up the question on you. I'm sorry if you were mentally preparing it already. But how did you learn how to accept your style as an artist, along with any shout outs you want to give?
So accepting my style. So that brought up a really good point before, is just experimentation, right? I think one of the weirdest things about me is that I have a lot of different styles. I learned that early on. I used to draw like Looney Tunes, and I used to draw like image style. I used to do all this stuff, and I think that helps me as an art director. Is I actually have a lot of styles. So I don't know. Like right now, what I'm coloring, this specific style is the type of coloring that I'm doing for my book, because I wanted it to look like a uh, you know, Toonami type cartoon. Then I have like other types of styles where I render stuff out really realistically, and it's just adapting. I don't know. It's an interesting question for someone, I guess, like me, because it's hard for me to answer because I have so many different styles.
That makes sense. Yeah, you really do have to be pretty flexible in a lot of ways to be in the career and what you do for your day job to be consistent and keep up with stuff. It's hard to hone in on a particular one at that point.
Yeah, you don't
Dude,
want
I
to be a
love
one
that.
trick pony. You gotta have a bunch of different styles as an art director to be able to adapt to what what's trending, what's on market, and everything like that.
And that basically comes by challenging yourself to find different styles too, I'm assuming.
Yes, absolutely. Not being afraid, being able to look at someone's art and be like, "Wow, that's awesome. I want to try emulating that." And then you do, right? And you just kind of deconstruct it. You deconstruct someone's style and you learn how to do something. And then the most important part is that deconstruction is taking that and adding it and making yourself better in some kind of way, because no matter what you do, you should always be better than where you were yesterday, right? So as long as you're working towards that, I think it's all good.
I love that, dude. We'll definitely got to network. We got to get you on a full episode of Spilled Ink or Inspired Ink and talk more about what you do and your
Sure.
process and just draw and jam some more. I love that, man. So thank you so much for your time tonight. Thanks for all the
Hell,
insight as well.
not a problem, but one of the things that I wanted to bring up, because you were talking about staying organized, is I'm not sure, like in the game industry we use it a lot, but it's a program, or it's an app. Actually, it's free. It's called Miro, and it's basically a free whiteboard app that you can just register. You log on, and here, let me drag something onto the screen real quick because this might be interesting for people to see. But basically, this is how I organize my team, and it seems like a mess, but this is basically for my upcoming book. Like, we were doing all the character concepts and everything out here, and I keep everything all together, and then kind of go through. We have all the documentation for various characters and everything, and then here you can see storyboards, sketches, and final artwork, or at least almost final artwork. And this is how we stay organized. But this software is awesome. It's called Miro. You can implement different APIs such as like Google Docs and everything into it. It's not resolution dependent, so you can drag images in and size them up. You can put notes, like for example, like, we're working on this scene here, and I was just like, oh, talking to my artist here, putting sticky notes and stuff. It's a good way. You can draw in it. It's got team chat, it's got team video chat, and it's free, and you can just do so much with it. This is an impeccable software because it thinks like us. It allows us to think like creatives. It's a whiteboard. You can just draw, do whatever. It's fluid and all that stuff. So I just really wanted to get that out there, because I don't know how many people in the comics industry use it.
Dude, that's awesome. I mean, that's it reminds me of a lot of like Figma or like Adobe XD, but like, I mean, we use a lot of that for frameworking and making like design sometimes too. So that's really great. I just checked out the website. I'll share that with my marketing director right after this.
Yeah,
Thank you.
check it out, Miro. It's awesome.
Love it.
Yeah.
Dude, Jesse, thank you so much for your time tonight, dude, man. Thanks for that great insight as well. I love meeting people like you and creators like you who are out there doing it, and people from Texas. So hey, big
awesome.
country. Next up, we'll bring on Anton. Dude, how do you? I mean, I know you're full time, but what advice do you have for people to stay on track and to keep going and stay motivated to continue their project?
I use something similar to Jeff, of like a little, I have it taped down, otherwise I'd show it, but a little like tracker of like each page is a different box, and then like mark off thumbnails, page like pencils, whatever, et cetera, et cetera. So that helps a lot. then also, do what you can to have somewhat of a routine, just so that it feels natural to get into the swing of things every day. I'm very much a believer in the motto of finish, not perfect. Like, do the best that you can, but if you're gonna fail to meet your deadlines because you're going back over and over and over and over trying to fix little things, then it's just going to bog you down. So finish, not perfect. You can take that thing that you were unhappy with on the previous project, learn from that, make it better on the next one, and just keep going from there.
Love it, Anton. Thank you so much. It's always great hanging out with you, dude. We'll definitely get you on soon. We'll be promoting your cover for Outer Space #3 that launches in January. So super hyped to share that with the world. And man, we'll touch base. Thank you. You're the best. I love you. So we'll hang soon. And finally, we have Carl. We'll do advice on just keeping on track and not giving up, and just a good little sign off.
Well, and it was rough when I had to balance the day job with all this, because I had a day job and I was in the reserves. I set a schedule for myself of 1 page a week, one panel a day for 6 days, and then the 7th day I would scan, color, and letter. And 52 weeks in a year, I would say, okay, I'll do 48 pages a year, so I can fall behind. I can get sick, I can take a vacation, and then even if it was less than 48, I wouldn't beat myself up about it. But just as soon as I set that goal of 1 panel a day, I started getting way more productive. Even when I missed that goal, I was still going towards a goal, never just treading water. I think it's important to have that. I think it's important to have that goal. And because we're all balancing out this stuff with day jobs, don't beat yourself up. Have it, but don't kill yourself,
That's very true. I mean, having that grace, I think, is something we all need to give ourselves sometimes too. And it's hard to do that when you feel like, life's getting in the way, or you feel like you're not doing enough, and we kind of just hurt ourselves from being like, I'm not doing enough. When actually you probably are. You're doing the best you can. Yeah, that's all that's needed.
They've done studies too that people work, they don't work like a machine where the exact same pace all day, every day. That's not natural. Projects in the corporate world are expected to have their ups and downs, and they're, way more productivity towards the end. And then people need a break. People need their vacation time after the project is finished.
Mm-hmm.
So just
you need that recharge.
Understand you're not a machine. You're a human.
That is great advice. Something that I got to focus on myself, because a bit too hard on myself if I'm not 100% every day, and you can't quite do it. Doesn't too much caffeine will just kill you. It's fun at first, but then it'll just hurt.
Yeah.
So, dude, great advice. Carl, it's always great to have you. We're always happy to have you back on Inspired Inc. Thank you to everyone for today, for watching, for enjoying this con. This is it. This is a late night hours are over with. Tomorrow night, we have a great show going from 8 to 10. So please tune in for that. We have an entire con tomorrow. There's so many good panels, so many good things in front of us. Greg and Dylan are back. They got their break. So, hey, took over for a bit. Glad you guys got some food, a breather, used the bathroom finally. And now we're here to say goodnight.
Yeah.
Super excited. That was an awesome, I enjoyed watching all that. It was fun just having to do the controls in the background. But yeah, definitely, I think that was a good after hours. And I'm glad to have met everybody here. I'll have to check out everybody's work after this, because some of this stuff was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks for vibing with the lo-fi for the after hours, everybody. And that was an awesome con, and we'll see you tomorrow, noon Eastern. Yeah, noon Eastern. Yeah.
That's right. So get some rest. We'll be back tomorrow.
Peace.
You want me to end it?
Yeah.
I was like, is there an ending? I wasn't sure if it's
vibing.